Chapter 1: The Fall of a Genius. The bright light from the awakening platform was so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. The cold electronic sound from the loudspeaker read outlines without any warmth. Number 0731, Su Xing. Talent Assessment, D Level. Talent Name, Observer. The huge square was dead silent, with only a cold voice repeating mechanical lines. After a brief silence, there was thunderous laughter and discussions. The huge noise and maliciousness almost drowned out Su Xing, who was standing in the center of the stage. What the hell? Observer? That useless job that only has the ability to see monster health bars and descriptions? Holy crap, this is the top-ranked genius in all subjects that our number one middle school has been bragging about for 3 years? I thought he had to be an A-rank combat professional. A job that won't last more than a minute, ha ha ha. Observation? By the time he figures out what kind of beast it is, his head will probably have been chewed to pieces. In the crowd, a tall young man had an expression of disbelief on his face, and then that expression turned into undisguised contempt. He is Li Wei, Su Xing's good friend who once slept in the same dormitory and shared a packet of instant noodles. Xingzi, no, Su Xing, Li Wei's voice was not loud, but came through clearly. You? Oh, forget it. After we leave the sanctuary, we are not on the same path. Please take care of yourself. Next to him stood a slim girl, Lin Qingya. She was the figure that Su Xing imagined fighting side by side with on countless nights when he was practicing hard. At this moment, her face, which always wore a faint smile, was as cold as the eternal ice outside the sanctuary. She didn't even look at Su Xing, but just wiped her hands with a handkerchief in disgust, as if she had just been standing in the same area with Su Xing and had made herself dirty. Li Wei, let's go. There's nothing much to talk about with D-level professions, don't waste your time. The voice was clear, but more hurtful than the most vicious curse. Su Xing stood where he was, staggering slightly. He didn't look at the mocking faces, nor did he listen to the harsh comments. His world seemed to be muted, leaving only the buzzing tinnitus. The so-called halo of genius was shattered to pieces by the word D-level. This world has become extremely realistic since it was invaded by strange beasts 100 years ago. Humanity huddled in a giant city called the Sanctuary, barely surviving. Strength and talent are the only passes. Without power, the title of genius academic master is nothing but a piece of waste paper, or even a joke. In the VIP seats, a middle-aged man in a suit and a slicked-back hair suddenly stood up with a sullen face. He didn't even look at Su Xing on the stage. He turned to Su Xing's homeroom teacher, Yun Shang, a charming young woman, and angrily scolded her. Yun Shang. Is this the once-in-a-century genius you promised me? An observer who can only be a sitting duck? Trash. A rubbish seeking fame. Do you know how much resources our school has allocated in advance for him? It's all gone to waste. Yun Shan's face turned pale. She was wearing a proper teacher's suit, but she looked a little helpless at the moment. Her plump lips trembled as she looked at her leader, wanting to defend Su Xing. Director Zhang, Su Xing, he has always been working very hard. Maybe it's because of the awakening. Shut up. Director Zhang interrupted her rudely, the disappointment and anger in his eyes almost spitting fire. Don't make excuses for me. From today on, all preferential treatment given to him by Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School will be revoked. I don't want to see this name again. After saying that, he strode away without looking back, leaving Yun Shang alone, standing stiffly amid countless gloating gazes. Su Xing saw it. He saw the muscles at the corners of Director Zhang's mouth twitching as his saliva flew. He saw the mist in teacher Yun Shang's eyes that she was trying to suppress. He saw the look of relief on Li Wei's face when he turned around. He saw the coldness that marked a clear boundary between Lin Qingya's eyebrows. He saw the whole world abandoning him. An indescribable feeling of fatigue surged from the bottom of my heart, but what followed was not despair, but an almost weird calmness. Being manipulated, labeled, and looked down upon. He hated it all. Fuck genius. Fuck expectations. Fuck D-class. Su Xing took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. He ignored everything in the audience and made a move that puzzled everyone. Once again, he activated his professional talent. Observer. But this time, his target was not any one person, but the cold, ancient awakening platform under his feet. Buzz. In an instant, the world in front of Su Xing changed completely. It is no longer a brightly lit venue, no longer a densely packed crowd. The whole world seemed like a shattered mirror. Countless bizarre images, sounds, and smells rushed down and poured into his mind like a flood that broke through the dam. He saw chaos and heard the first roar of creation. He saw a god step out from the sea of stars, and the light he casually shed turned into endless living beings. He saw countless gods and demons fighting in the ancient chaos, and the broken divine natures were dancing like meteors, flowing through the long river of time and space. These are the fragments of time and space recorded by this awakening platform from eternity. The real function of observer is not to look at the monster panel. Instead, we observe everything, understand its origins, trace its history, and even capture the fleeting miracle. His consciousness frantically groped and struggled in endless fragments of time and space, like a drowning man looking for a life-saving straw. The severe pain made his soul tremble, but he endured it, and the unyielding determination supported him. Finally, among the fragments of the ancient world that were almost completely dissipating, he discovered a few strands of golden light that were finer than a hair. That was the last bit of divinity that escaped from an indescribable ancient god when he fell. That's it. Su Xing almost acted on instinct, using all his mental strength to grab those strands of divinity. Give it to me. Come here. He was roaring in his heart. The next second, something strange happened in the real world. The awakening platform, which had been silent, began to shake violently without any warning. The ancient runes on the pedestal seemed to be injected with life, lighting up one after another, emitting dazzling light. Boom! A thick golden beam of light shot up into the sky, directly penetrating the dome of the venue and illuminating the entire night sky of the Nanjiang sanctuary. Everyone in the audience was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that their mouths dropped open in shock. The mockery and contempt on their faces froze into comical astonishment. Before they could react. Boom! The second beam of light followed closely behind, shooting up into the sky. Boom! The third one. 3 brilliant beams of light representing the highest human professional rating SSS level, stood side by side, like 3 divine swords that created the world. The pressure they released made everyone present feel weak in the legs and almost fell to the ground. The venue fell into dead silence. At the center of the light was the boy considered a waste by everyone. Slowly, he got up from the ground. His face was as pale as paper and his body was soaked with sweat, but his dark eyes reflected 3 sacred beams of light. A brand new talent panel slowly emerged in his consciousness. Chapter 2, Choose one of the 3, I choose the worst. Oh my god. Look at that. What the hell is that? Light. Pillars of golden light. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, my eyes. 3 SSS great beams of light. Since the Nanjiang Sanctuary was founded, it's already a blessing to have produced an S grade 1. How could this be 3 SSS grade 1s? The electronic sound in the loudspeaker was like a piece of junk with a stuck shell, no longer making any sound. The laughter that roared like a tsunami was crushed into dust by the 3 sacred pillars of light that pierced through the sky and the earth. The faces that were spitting just now were all stiff at this moment. An egg could be stuffed into their open mouths, and a strange ho-ho sound like a leaking bellows came from their throats. The pressure of the light column was like a real giant hand, strangling everyone's necks and pinning them to the ground, unable to move. Fear and awe caused some equal people to collapse to the ground with their legs going limp. The foul smell of feces and urine spread in a small area. In the center of the light, Su Xing slowly stood up straight. He ignored the ugly behavior of those people. At this moment, his consciousness was floating in a brand new universe. 3 magnificent concepts that cannot be described in words slowly took shape in his spiritual world. On the left is pure nothingness. It's not darkness, it's not emptiness, it's a realm where even the concept of existence has been erased. As long as he has a thought, all matter and reality can be pulled into this nothingness and completely returned to extinction. Void Walker. This is not a profession, this is theocracy. On the right, there are 2 suspended eyeballs, like black holes, reflecting the birth and death of thousands of runes. When his consciousness connected with it, all the laws, formations, and superpowers in the world that were composed of energy became like children's graffiti in front of it, full of loopholes and fragile. One glance can make it collapse. Double pupils that can break the law. The scourge of all spellcasters, the terminator of all laws. And in the center, there is a vast kingdom of shadows. Countless twisted and terrifying shadow creatures roared and crawled in it, waiting for the order from their only monarch. He felt that he could open a door to reality at any time and release this army of undead spirits from the imaginary space. Shadow Lord. 1 person means 1 country. The tremendous force washed over his almost exhausted spirit, like a long dry land welcoming the rain, and every cell in his body was cheering and rejoicing. An unprecedented powerful feeling surged from the depths of my soul. That's power. No. Impossible. In the crowd, Li Wei's face was as pale as a ghost. He stared at the figure on the stage who had just been despised by him. His Adam's apple rolled wildly, but he couldn't say a word. Regret? No, that was no longer enough to describe his mood at the moment. It was a twisted emotion mixed with jealousy, fear, and a hint of resentment. Why? Why is it him? He would rather Su Xing was just a D-level waste than see him act like a god. I don't want geniuses to be good, and I don't want geniuses to become priests. He just wants to see genius turned into waste. Lin Xingya, who was standing next to him, was trembling slightly. Her beautiful face, which always showed a cold sense of superiority, now lost all its color. The knuckles of her fingers gripping the handkerchief turned white from the force, as if she were trying to crush the fine silk. She finally turned her gaze towards Su Xing, but there was no more condescension or disdain in her eyes. Instead, there was only deep horror and a trace of humble regret that she herself was unwilling to admit. Xingya. He? Li Wei's voice was hoarse as if it had been sanded. Lin Xingya didn't answer, but just bit her lower lip so hard that it almost drew blood. Teacher Yunshan could no longer maintain her dignity as a teacher. She held onto the railing, her chest heaving violently, and her elegant dress outlined a breathtaking curve. Tears rolled down her delicate cheeks, but they were not of sadness, but of hot, extreme ecstasy. She looked at Su Xing on the stage, the young man who was abandoned by everyone but tore the sky apart in desperation, her eyes shining with excitement. Okay. Okay. Su Xing. My student. She didn't care about the so-called celebrities around her who were stunned, nor did she care about the expression on Director Zhang's face as he just left. At this moment, she just wanted to cheer for her students. It was at this moment. The Nanjiang sanctuary, which had just stabilized, was once again swept by an invisible wave. Outside the sanctuary, in the distant wilderness, several SSS-level monsters that were gnawing on the corpses of giant beasts suddenly raised their heads, looked in the direction of Nanjiang sanctuary with their huge scarlet eyes, and let out uneasy growls. In Kyoto, in the military's highest operations command room, a shrill alarm sounded through the sky. Report! The World Tree Energy Monitoring System is overloaded. An unidentifiable energy source has been detected, located at the Nanjiang sanctuary. What? An old man with the rank of general suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his cloudy eyes flashing with brilliance. Contact the Nanjiang military region immediately. Find the source of the energy at all costs. If it's a professional, give him the highest authority. S level. No. SSS level authority. Tell them that the strongest guardian god in China's history may have arrived. However, the instigator of all this, Su Xing, was not immersed in the ecstasy of obtaining god-level talent. His brows were tightly furrowed. Because, behind those three dazzling sacred lights, in the shadows of those three majestic talents, he saw a point. A speck of light smaller than a speck of dust and dimmer than starlight. It just floats there quietly. If the observer's ability to see through everything has not been stimulated to the extreme, no one would be able to notice its existence. This is the fourth talent? Su Xing's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously directed his observer ability towards the insignificant light spot. Buzz. No panels, no introductions. Su Xing's brain felt like it was hit head-on by a supernova. His consciousness was instantly dragged into an indescribable chaos. There is no time, no space, no laws, only endless forces that are violent enough to tear everything apart, entangled, collided, and annihilated with each other. The energy contained in it, even a tiny bit of it that escaped, was 1,000,000,000 times more terrifying than the 3 SSS-level talents he had just acquired combined. Puff! Su Xing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shook, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. He felt like his soul was about to be torn apart by the chaos. That was not an area that his current mental power could penetrate at all. A strong feeling of dizziness and severe pain came over him like a tide. He could no longer hold on. His body softened and he fell straight onto the cold awakening platform. Before his consciousness completely fell into darkness, all that remained in his mind was a violent, disordered chaos that seemed to contain all possibilities. Chapter 3: Unprecedented Double D-Class Waste. A warm and soft touch, accompanied by the fragrance of orchid, pulled Su Xing back from the chaotic feeling of being torn apart. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision went from blurry to clear, and the first thing that caught his eye was teacher Yunxiang's pretty face, which was filled with anxiety and concern. She half knelt on the ground, gently holding Su Xing's shoulder with one hand. Because of this posture, the well-tailored suit formed a thrilling arc on her chest, rising and falling slightly with her rapid breathing. Su Xing. You. How are you? Don't scare the teacher. There was a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, and the tears at the corners of her eyes had not yet dried, now covered with a layer of worry. Su Xing shook his head, his throat was so dry that it felt like it was on fire. He supported himself on the cold table and staggered to stand up. The three sacred pillars of light that pierced through heaven and earth had long since disappeared. And in his consciousness, those three majestic godlike talents, Voidwalker, Spell-Breaking Eyes, and Shadow Lord, also disappeared without a trace like mirages in the mirror and water. Instead, there is a brand new, lonely talent panel. Talent, Sleeping Seed. Rating, D. Introduction, a seed of unknown origin, seemingly in a deep sleep, useless. Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna laugh my fucking ass off. After all this trouble, it turns out the awakening platform is malfunctioning. Double D class. Holy crap, a D class, observer, plus a D class, sleeping seed? The worst of the worst, this is simply a miracle in the history of talent. After a brief moment of silence, the square erupted in laughter that was 10 times louder than before. The sharp, undisguised malice, like countless poisoned steel needles, pierced the two people on the stage. Li Wei slapped his thighs exaggeratedly and laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He breathed a long sigh of relief, moved closer to Lin Xingya, and his voice was filled with relief at having survived the ordeal and a strong sense of contempt. Xingya, I told you, how could a loser like you awaken an SSS level talent? There must be something wrong with the energy core of the awakening platform. You scared me. Lin Xingya's tense body also relaxed. She raised her proud chin again, and a hint of almost cruel pleasure appeared on her cold and pretty face. She looked at Su Xing, who was supported by Yun Shang on the stage, with her eyes as if she was looking at a pile of crushed, disgusting garbage. Li Wei, let's go. Don't mention this name again, it's dirty to me. She took out a new handkerchief from her handbag and wiped her fingers slowly. Yun Shang's face turned pale, and her plump lips trembled. She wanted to scold those students, but the derision like a tsunami drowned out her voice. She could only use her body to slightly block Su Xing, like a hen protecting her chicks, although this action seemed so powerless. Su Xing, don't listen to them. Talent isn't everything. The teacher believes in you. She comforted him, but her voice sounded dry even to herself. Just then, a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps came from afar. Several military personnel wearing black combat uniforms with sword and eagle emblems printed on their chests surrounded a middle-aged man with 2 gold stars on his shoulders and rushed over with big strides. The man was about 50 years old, with a face as sharp as a knife and an axe, and eyes as sharp as an eagle. The iron-blooded murderous aura of a veteran in the battlefield around him made the noise in the entire square stop. Admiral Lei. Someone recognized him and screamed in surprise. Lei Zhinshan, the supreme commander of the Nanjiang Sanctuary Army. He ignored everyone and walked straight to the front of the stage, his eyes fixed on Su Xing. Before he came, he had already learned about the 3 SSS-level light beams from the interim report. At this moment, his heart was still beating wildly, which was an endless expectation for the future of mankind. Kid, let me see your talent. Lei Zhinshan's voice was low and majestic, and the burning heat in his eyes almost melted Su Xing. Su Xing didn't say anything, but silently shared his talent panel. Lei Zhinshan's expression froze the moment he saw the panel. That burning expectation was like being poured over by a basin of 10,000-year-old ice, leaving me cold from head to toe. Observer D class. Sleeping Seed, D rank. The square was dead silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the Admiral's reaction. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ha ha ha. Lei Zhinshan suddenly laughed softly, but there was no joy in that laugh, only endless coldness and disappointment. He raised his head, and his eyes changed from expectation to pity and rage as if he was looking at a dead person and an idiot. Waste. A thunderous roar made everyone's eardrums buzz. Idiot. Idiot. Lei Zhinshan pointed at Su Xing's nose, shaking with anger and spitting everywhere. The awakening platform recorded the entire process. Choose one of 3. Those are 3 broad roads leading to the throne of God. Voidwalker, spell-breaking eyes, Shadow Lord. Any one of them is enough to make China stand at the top of the world. You idiot. You actually gave up all that to choose a D-rank piece of trash? Are you humiliating us? Are you humiliating those heroes who died outside the city walls defending the sanctuary? Ha! These words, like a bombshell, exploded in the crowd. Turn out to be. It's not the awakening platform that's malfunctioning. There really are 3 SSS level talents arriving. And this loser who was laughed at by everyone actually gave up on his own. Good heavens. Is he a fool? Me. I want to fucking kill him. He's SSS rank. Yun Shan was completely stunned. She looked at Su Xing in disbelief, then at the furious Lei Zhinshan. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. Lei Zhinshan took a deep breath, and the anger in his eyes gradually died down, turning into a deadly coldness. He turned around and, facing the entire audience, issued a verdict using his status as a general. Pass on my order. From this moment on, Su Xing, a student at Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, has wasted humanity's most precious miracle due to his foolish choices. His actions are tantamount to treason. Permanently deprive him of the right to enter any institution of higher learning, military, or official organization. Permanently block all its resource allocation channels. I don't want to see this stupid name on any official documents again. He is a disgrace to the Nanjiang Sanctuary. After saying this, General Lei Zhinshan turned around and left without looking back, leaving behind a cold and resolute back. The world seemed completely quiet. At this moment, all the ridicule, contempt, anger, and pity turned into an invisible net that tightly wrapped Su Xing. But Su Xing was surprisingly calm. He ignored teacher Yunshan's pale face, nor did he look at the gloating expressions of Li Wei and Lin Xingya. His consciousness was still stuck in that violent chaos. That's not a D-level talent at all. Voidwalker, spell-breaking eyes, Shadow Lord, those 3 so-called SSS level talents are nothing more than 3 small waves splashing on the surface of the chaotic ocean. And what he got was the entire ocean. But this ocean is still asleep. Su Xing slowly raised his head, his dark eyes were as calm as a deep pool. He looked past everyone's faces and towards the end of the square, at the dark archway leading to the novice trial ground. Initial dense forest. Amidst gazes of mockery, pity, and gloating, Su Xing pushed away teacher Yin Shang's supporting hand and walked down the platform step by step. He didn't look at anyone and walked straight towards the dense forest. Chapter 4, Textbook Level God Slide. The moment Su Xing stepped into the portal, the scene before him seemed to be roughly rubbed, torn apart, and then pieced together again by an invisible giant hand. The bizarre colors faded, and a damp smell mixed with earth and humus hit me in the face. The towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, leaving only mottled spots of light, casting silent shadows in the dark forest. Behind him, the dark archway had not yet completely dissipated when the sarcastic voices could not wait to catch up. Look, that double D-class piece of shit is really going in. He doesn't think the trial grounds are a park, does he? I'm afraid they can't even catch warm wild boar dung. Ha, I bet 5 copper coins he can't last 10 minutes. The shrill laughter buzzed like annoying flies. Su Xing seemed not to hear. He didn't even look back, as if the voices came from another world that had nothing to do with him. At this moment, he seemed to think that the noise and malice of the outside world were far less important than adapting to the light in this dense forest. His figure quickly disappeared behind a huge ancient tree and merged with the shadow. Leaning against the rough bark, he took a deep breath, exhaled the last breath of air from his lungs that belonged to the square and was mixed with jealousy and stupidity, and then called up his attribute panel. Su Xing. Occupation, Observer, D-Level. Level 1. Constitution, 10 Strength, 10. Agility, 10 Spirit, 10. HP, 200 Meg, 100. Attack, 40 Defense, 40. Initial skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon Passive. Hidden class, Sleeping Seed, D rank 0%. The panel is simple and a bit shabby. But Su Xing's gaze lingered on the 4-dimensional attributes for a moment, and his originally heavy heart inexplicably calmed down a little. For a double D-level profession, the initial attributes are not just D-level, but the superposition of 2 professions. Constitution, Strength, Agility, and Spirit, the base value of each item is 5 points, and double it is 10 points. This is equivalent to the starting point of a standard C-level career. Although the growth coefficient for each level is only a pitiful 0.5 times, but at least, it is 0.5 times. This starting line is not as hopeless as imagined. His fingertips lightly slid across the illusory panel, clicking on the detailed descriptions of the 3 skills one by one. Weakness analysis and energy scan are the core abilities of the observer. One provides insight, the other searches for the enemy, and they complement each other. However, the system did not indicate the source of the passive skill, energy siphon. Su Xing's thoughts raced. The only variable on the panel is the percentage progress bar behind the D-level hidden profession, sleeping seed. 0%? Is the purpose of absorbing energy to allow seeds to evolve? A bold yet extremely reasonable idea quietly sprouted in his mind. He gripped the rusty new iron sword tightly in his hand, and the cold touch made him more sober. Novice iron sword, black iron level. Attribute, strength plus 10. Introduction, the blacksmith's perfunctory work is better than nothing. After Su Xing put it on. Strength, 10-20. Attack, 40-80. Obviously, 1 point of strength corresponds to 4 points of attack. Very good, at least the attack power has reached 80 points. Su Xing no longer hesitated, adjusted his breathing, and walked silently into the depths of the forest like a ghost. Not long after walking, we heard heavy breathing and the sound of earth being moved. A burly, tusk boar LV1, black iron grade covered in dirty black bristles appeared in his sight. That's it. Su Xing's eyes instantly became sharp, and he muttered in his heart. Weakness analysis. In an instant, the world before my eyes seemed to be stripped of all color, transforming into a gray-white space composed of countless data streams. The wild boar, which was busy eating, suddenly had several red highlights of varying shades appearing on its body. Back, high defense, non-lethal. Lower abdomen, weak point, can cause moderate damage. Back door, fatal weakness. 3.14 seconds before this creature charges, its anal sphincter will briefly relax due to extreme power accumulation, instantly reducing its defense by 90%. Looking at the line of data stream flashing with dazzling red light, the corners of Su Xing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A crazy, efficient, and flavorful plan instantly took shape in my mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he deliberately stepped on a dead branch under his feet and broke it. Crack! The crisp sound was particularly abrupt in the silent forest. Roar! The tusk-filled boar suddenly raised its head, and its small eyes, squeezed to a slit by fat, instantly locked onto Su Xing, and a violent red light flashed by. It dug its hooves and, accompanied by a roar, rushed over like a pickup truck out of control. Now is the time. Su Xing did not retreat but advanced, rushing forward against the fishy wind. When the two were only 3 meters apart and the wild boar's pair of curved fangs were about to touch his body suddenly sank. A sliding tackle that was so standard that it could be written into any kinesiology textbook, but appeared in the most inappropriate place, rushing out along the ground. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. Su Xing could even clearly see the wild boar's face distorted by anger and the white air coming out of its nostrils. The broken iron sword in his hand drew an icy arc from bottom to top, and precisely and smoothly, using the fleeting fraction of a second of relaxation, it penetrated the place marked as the fatal weakness by the data. Puff! There was a dull sound that made one's teeth ache when something pierced the flesh. Above the wild boar's head, a scarlet critical damage number shot up into the sky. 500. Its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, its huge body froze in place, and then it let out a scream that was more shrill than any before, piercing the sky, and fell to the ground with a loud bang. The limbs twitched twice, and then there was no movement. Kill a LVL1 tusk boar and gain 100 experience points. Obtained, pigskin 1, fangs 2, copper coins 5. A small pile of trophies emerged next to the boar's carcass. At the same time, a soft golden light shone from Su Xing's body and quickly merged into his limbs and bones. It's warm and comfortable. Level increased to level 2. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief, stood up from the ground, and without even looking at the spoils, he opened the attribute panel immediately. Constitution, 13, Strength, 22, Agility, 12, Spirit, 13. Although his attribute points increased, Su Xing immediately did some calculations in his mind. Each level up increases your attribute by 10 points, calculated based on the talent level coefficient of 1, and then based on the profession's preference, no more, no less. But this growth, let alone compared with the terrifying 10-fold coefficient of the SSS level, is far less than even the 3-fold coefficient of the S level. The higher the level, the greater the gap will be, eventually forming an insurmountable chasm. A sense of urgency arises spontaneously. However, just as he was about to close the panel, his pupils suddenly shrank and his gaze was fixed on the bottom of the attribute panel. Beneath those rows of familiar data, there was an extra row of attributes that he had never heard of or seen in any textbook. Free attribute points, 1. Chapter 5 Professional Team to Take Care of the Funeral. Free attribute points? Su Xing's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this something that can only be obtained by completing certain major world quests or successfully changing jobs? I just killed a low-level monster in the trial dungeon. A shocking conclusion, like a lightning bolt of creation, split the chaos in his mind. His golden finger, the thing that is truly hidden beneath observer and sleeping seed, may also be the special talent brought by these two professions. You can get free attribute points by killing monsters. He instantly understood what this meant. What about the difference in growth coefficient? Others gain 30 or 100 attribute points when they level up, but although he only has 10 points, he can gain an extra point for every monster he kills. Kill 20 of them and you can reach S level. Kill 90 of them and you can reach SSS level. As long as he kills enough, there will be no limit to the growth of his attributes. SSS level, what does it matter? A surge of ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption, instantly swept through his limbs and bones, making him almost unable to suppress his roar to the sky. But he finally held back. Without hesitation, he added that precious one free attribute point to agility. Agility, 1213. The lightness brought by that bit of agility flowed into every part of his body like a trickle of water. A barely perceptible feeling of lightness came from my legs. Higher agility and faster speed mean a higher tolerance for sliding tackles. Time is tight and the task of killing monsters is heavy. For the first time, Su Xing's eyes, which had been calm, were ablaze with the passion to kill monsters. Just as he was about to look for the next target to carry forward this god-level sliding tackle tactic, his footsteps suddenly stopped. An extremely weak but real warm current was emanating from the cold corpse of the tusk boar, and slowly flowed into his body along the broken iron sword that he still held in his hand. This feeling? He had an idea and immediately opened the attribute panel again. His eyes swept across all the other data, finally locking onto the inconspicuous gray text at the bottom. Hidden occupation, sleeping seed, D rank 0.1%. The progress bar changed from 0% to 0.1%. I see. Energy siphon is a passive skill that will automatically absorb the remaining energy cores of the creatures killed by him. Killing monsters not only earns experience and valuable free attribute points, but also charges the sleeping seed, allowing this mysterious hidden profession to evolve. This is my foundation. One fish, 3 ways to eat it. The wave of ecstasy almost broke through the dam of his calmness. Su Xing took a deep breath, forced down the upturned corners of his mouth, and his eyes became extremely hot. In his eyes, these monsters are stepping stones for his rapid strength improvement. He quickly picked up the pigskin, fangs, and the few pitiful copper coins on the ground and stuffed them into his backpack without even looking at them. Then, he launched the energy scan. Buzz. The world before my eyes suddenly had an extra dimension. With him as the center, a circular perception area with a radius of 50 meters spread out silently. In this area, trees are faint green spots of light, while living things are energy balls of varying brightness and darkness. Left front, at 7 o'clock, similar energy fluctuations, a lone wild boar. His brain, at this moment, was like the most sophisticated biological radar, instantly locking onto the next target. Su Xing's figure turned into a ghost moving through the shadows of the forest. He was no longer a novice trialist entering the jungle, but a most efficient and ruthless butcher. His combat mode was compressed to the extreme. Use energy scan to accurately locate and perfectly avoid all groups of wild boars with more than 2 heads, and only target the unlucky ones who are alone. The whole process is smooth and takes no more than 10 seconds. Attract monsters. Prediction. Slide shovel. Critical hit. Put away the sword. Pick up. Move on to the next goal. In the outer area of the dense forest, the short, shrill, and humiliating cries of the tusk boars continued to be heard. The cold prompt tone of the system became the most beautiful symphony in his ears. Kill the tusked boar, experience plus 200, free attribute point plus 1, sleeping seed progress plus 0.2%. Kill the tusked boar, experience plus 400, free attribute point plus 1, sleeping seed progress plus 0.4%. Level upgraded to level 3. Level upgraded to level 4. An hour later. When another tusk boar fell with an unwilling wail, Su Xing's level had already risen to level 5. In the backpack, the number of pig skins and fangs has already exceeded 99, and even dozens of black iron grade, iron swords, leather armor, shoes, and other equipment have been exploded. The progress of sleeping seed has steadily increased to 25%. In other words, only 75% of the progress is left before we can witness the evolution of the sleeping seed. Su Xing was still quite looking forward to it. 100 wild boars were killed in 1 hour, which is a terrifying speed. Even SSS level professionals may not be this efficient. Su Xing spent most of his time looking for wild boars, otherwise he would have been much faster. And he added all 100 precious free attribute points to agility without hesitation. Agility, 19119. At this moment, his movement was so fast that he almost left an afterimage. At this moment, a flash of light appeared at the teleportation entrance of Initial Jungle. The first batch of freshmen who had made all the necessary preparations finally formed a team and stepped onto this land with full confidence. Ha! Get out of the way. We, the Gale Squad, are here. Are you all ready? Today, I'll show you the power of my rank class, Son of the Wind. I heard there are a lot of wild boars in the initial secret realm, so it's a perfect opportunity for our captain to practice. They were well equipped and in high spirits, as if they had already foreseen the scene of themselves slaughtering everyone and soaring in level. However, when they actually stepped into the dense forest, everyone was dumbfounded. As expected, there was not a single novice monster running around and humming. Instead, there was a dead silence, and wild boar carcasses scattered all over the ground. The way each corpse died was exactly the same, as if they were killed by the same pervert. Their back doors were bloody and their internal organs were brutally crushed by some sharp weapon, making their deaths extremely miserable. Fuck. What the hell? What's going on? Is this weird? One team member rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the bizarre crime scene before him. Who is it? Who the hell is so wicked as to clear all the monsters in the novice dungeon? The captain of the A-level professionals had a hot temper. Looking at the empty forest, he started cursing in anger. This is fucking ruining all of our chances. They didn't believe it and bravely walked a few hundred meters deeper into the dense forest. As a result, he ran head-on into a level 4, violent wild boar, with muscular body. Roar! When the wild boar saw them, its eyes instantly turned red and it charged without saying a word. Run! How come this wild boar is so high level? Is this wild boar crazy? Why did it suddenly go berserk? Ah! Amid screams, this well-equipped team of geniuses were knocked to the ground without even being able to use a decent skill. They instantly turned into several white lights and were teleported away. The most precious time for the novice period of pioneering was wasted in such a shameful and frustrating way. Chapter 6, I asked you to clear the wild, but I didn't ask you to clear the field. At the same time, outside the initial dense forest, the huge light screen clearly displays the status of all new students. Strange, why did the monster energy signals in the outer area disappear in such a short period of time? A teacher in charge of monitoring frowned as he looked at the large number of extinguished red dots on the screen. Could it be that a high-level monster has appeared on the periphery? The principal and other senior executives looked at the white light on the screen that kept lighting up and going out, representing the freshmen being eliminated one by one, and their expressions became solemn. This initial trial was too chaotic. Among the crowd, there was only Yun Shang. Her plump lips were tightly pursed, and her eyes did not linger on the geniuses who were eliminated. She locked her eyes on a spot of light that was moving steadily between the outer and middle areas of the map. That was the light spot belonging to Su Xing. If no one pays special attention, it will not be discovered at all. She clearly saw that the signals representing the monsters on the periphery were swallowed by him. Then she saw his level rising rapidly, from level 1 to level 2, and then to level 5. That upgrade speed left all the A-level and S-level geniuses far behind. Yun Shang silently clenched her fists, her eyes filled with deep worry, as well as a hint of expectation and pride that she herself had not even noticed. The changes in this forest. It must be related to him. At this time, the smell of blood outside the original dense forest had become so strong that it was almost impossible to dissolve. There was an eerie, dead silence in the air. The wind blowing through the treetops no longer made a pleasant rustling sound, but instead carried a sticky, disgusting fishy smell. Su Xing stopped. It wasn't because he was tired, but because he keenly sensed that something was wrong. It's so quiet around here. Even the chirping of insects and birds disappeared, as if all the creatures in the forest were holding their breath at this moment, fearing something. He just added another free attribute to agility. Agility, 119-120. At this moment, he only needs a thought, and his body will react far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This extreme control over his body makes his perception of the environment extremely keen. Something's wrong. Su Xing squatted down and placed his palms lightly on the ground. Energy scan had already been activated, and the radar map with a radius of 50 meters was clearly visible in his mind. However, this time, apart from the faint green light emitted by a few surrounding trees, there were no red dots of life energy. This is not normal. Even if he cleared out all the wild boars outside, there would not be a single squirrel or bird left. They all ran away. No, he escaped. At this moment, there was an extremely slight vibration from the ground under his palm. One time. Again. Like a sleeping giant, it is slowly turning over. A suffocating pressure was radiating from the middle area of the dense forest to the periphery. Su Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. At the edge of his energy scan perception range, deep underground, a previously dormant, immense energy source was now stirring wildly like a volcano that had been injected with magma. This energy is 100 times more powerful than any tusk boar he had killed before. Boss? Instead of feeling fear, Su Xing felt a burning sensation in his heart. He quickly restrained all his breath, and like a fallen leaf, he silently climbed up a giant tree tens of meters high, hiding in the dense canopy, and looked in the direction of the energy explosion. Damn it! Are all the wild boars in this forest dead? I've been walking for almost half an hour and haven't seen a single pig hair. Don't worry. According to the map given by the family, if we pass through this outer area, there will be more advanced silver wolves in the middle level. That is our real target. But we can't level up now. When we meet the silver wolf, we'll be under a lot of pressure. What are you afraid of? You haven't awakened a D-level class like that useless Su Xing. Even if you're at level 1, you can still beat him. Add to that all the equipment our family has carefully prepared, and you're afraid of the silver wolf? Not far from Su Xing's hiding place, a 5-man team was walking through the woods, cursing. They were well equipped, and each of them had at least 2 pieces of black iron level equipment. The young man in the lead held a huge shield that gleamed with bronze, with an arrogant look on his face. It turned out to be a bronze level weapon. Everyone, cheer up. Don't be scared by the screams of those useless freshmen. The young man holding the giant shield is none other than Wang Tao, one of the current A-level talents of Nanjiang Sanctuary, a professional paladin. He listened to the screams of other freshmen being eliminated by the violent boar, from time to time in the distance, and a hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. A bunch of losers who can't even handle a black iron level wild boar, are you worthy enough to compete with us for the final trial reward? That's right, when Brother Wang takes action, it's no wonder that the elites kneel down. After we kill the silver wolf and get the equipment, we will be the undisputed number 1. The flattery from the team members made Wang Tao's face look even more proud. They had no idea that they were stepping into the realm of death step by step. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the middle layer of the dense forest in front of them without any warning. The sound was not like the roar of any wild beast, but more like a mountain roaring, and the earth was shaking violently at this roar. Everyone in Wang Tao's team turned pale instantly. Under the impact of this terrifying sound wave, they felt that their internal organs were dislocated, their brains were blank, and they couldn't even stand steadily. What? A team member asked in a trembling voice. Wang Tao gripped his shield tightly and shouted with forced composure, "What are you panicking about? Stand still. Prepare for battle as we practiced in class." However, he didn't finish his words. Boom! 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 The heavy footsteps like war drums came closer and closer, and the ground shook faster and faster, and more violently. Huge trees were being hit head-on by the terrifying monster, breaking in half and collapsing with a loud bang. Finally, the huge monster broke through the last layer of trees and appeared in front of them. It was a giant wild boar that was 3 or 4 times the size of an ordinary wild boar. Its fur was no longer the black color of ordinary wild boars, but had a cold metallic silver luster. The 2 fangs were as thick as a knight's spear, and even had heart-pounding barbs on them. A pair of eyes no longer looked like those of a living creature, but rather 2 balls of burning, violent blood-red flames. Tusk Boar King LV5, Silver Level Boss. HP 10200, Attack 880, Defense 880. Skill Wild Charge, after a low hum, perform a devastating straight charge, dealing 200% attack damage to all enemies in the path, with a high chance of knocking them away and stunning them. Furious Bite, after biting the target, it continuously deals 220 damage per second until the target breaks free or suffers heavy damage. Pig King Blood Rage, triggered when HP drops below 10%, the Pig King will fall into a completely violent state, with attack power increased by 30%, speed increased by 20%, defense decreased by 40%, and attacks with a bleeding effect 50 HP lost per second, lasting 5 seconds. Silver Armor, passive, the body is covered with silver leather armor that has been tempered by the energy of the earth, providing extremely high physical defense and reducing 30% of damage. Introduction, the true ruler of the outer reaches of the primal jungle, the king of the Tuskboar clan. For years, it slumbers deep underground, drawing on the energy of the earth's veins. Awakened by the tragic death of its own kind and the stench of blood, it rages against intruders, tearing apart any living creature that enters its territory. A girl from the support department behind Wang Tao was so frightened by the mere sight of the boss information that her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 7: The Terrifying Pig King, Explosive Damage. White, silver level boss. Run. What a joke, another team member's voice was filled with tears. 880 defense. And 30% damage reduction. How can we fight this? We can't even break the defense. Over 10,000 HP. Even if it stands there and lets us hit it, it won't lose any HP. Despair, like a tide, instantly overwhelmed the team. The equipment they were so proud of was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the monster's attributes. The arrogance on the face of a level paladin, Wang Tao had long since disappeared, leaving only shock and disbelief. But he couldn't retreat. He is a level. He is a child of destiny. He couldn't show any cowardice in front of a novice dungeon boss. Shut up, everyone! Wang Tao roared, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and a trace of madness and hideousness appeared on his face. It's just a pig. I'm an A-rank paladin. Hold on. Everyone, focus your fire. He held high the huge bronze shield, and staked all the last dignity and pride of the A-level genius on this one strike. The blood-red eyes of the Tuskboar King instantly locked onto these uninvited guests. Wild Charge. The next second, its huge body turned into an out-of-control silver chariot, crushing towards Wang Tao. Come on. Wang Tao's eyes were bloodshot, and he poured all his strength into his shield, holding it firmly at the forefront of the charge. Next second. Bang! There was a loud crash, duller and more terrifying than any previous collision. In the face of the absolute power of the Tuskboar King, Wang Tao's proud bronze giant shield was like a fragile piece of glass. It couldn't even hold on for a second and instantly exploded into pieces all over the sky. Weapon smashed. Next, it was Wang Tao's body. The confidence and ferocity on his face were forever frozen at that moment. 1600. The whole person was knocked off the ground by the huge impact force, and turned into a white light in the air, and was teleported out in disgrace. A damage value far exceeding Wang Tao's health appeared above his head. Flash sale. A level paladin was killed instantly in one blow. The remaining team members were completely stunned by the hellish scene before them. They even forgot to escape and could only watch helplessly as the huge shadow enveloped them. Ah! The screams rang out one after another, and then stopped abruptly. The fangs pierce and the iron hooves trample. 1,700. 1,700. In just a few seconds, this talented team, which had just been full of vigor and vitality, was slaughtered like ants run over by a giant wheel. Only a few pitiful pieces of black iron equipment were left at the original place. The entire process was seen by Su Xing, who was above the tree canopy. He had no mercy or sympathy, not even a ripple. In his vision as he activated energy scan. What just happened was just a few faint green spots of light being easily crashed into and swallowed by a huge, dazzling red ball of light emitting violent energy. He wasn't watching a massacre. Instead, he was analyzing the Wild Boar King's action patterns. The collision speed is extremely fast, and the strength is determined to be crushing level. The fur has amazing defensive power, even black iron grade weapons cannot penetrate it. They are not very intelligent, their behavior is simple, and they are only attracted by living things in front of them. Su Xing analyzed calmly, his brain, like a most sophisticated computer, frantically processing all the data he had just collected. In his eyes, the Tuskboar King, that plunged all freshmen into despair and doom, was not an invincible monster. Instead, it is a walking, huge treasure chest of experience packs and drops. In the dense forest, the Pig King's slaughter continues. It is like a king patrolling his territory, ruthlessly crushing all freshmen who dare to step into this area and sending them out of the trial field. Screams, cries for help, and desperate cries came one after another. This place has become a new doomsday cemetery. However, Su Xing, the instigator, adjusted his breathing amid the background of chaos and panic. He took out from his backpack all the broken black iron swords that he had accumulated and regarded as garbage. Eyes, sharp as a knife. Su Xing's body was like a weightless fallen leaf, silently falling from the treetops dozens of meters high. In his field of vision as he activated the energy scan, the Tuskboar King, below was a huge, expanding ball of red energy. Violent, chaotic, and full of aura of destruction. He took advantage of the Pig King's brief stiffness after a collision, and suddenly accelerated his body, like a black lightning bolt close to the ground, instantly cutting into the Pig King's huge body. Perfect slide tackle. The broken iron sword in his hand followed the path of the weakest defense that had been marked by weakness analysis, and pierced straight into the Pig King's soft abdomen. This was his ultimate move that had always worked for him. However, clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing suddenly exploded, so sharp that it made one's teeth ache. The expected feeling of a sharp blade entering the flesh did not come, but was replaced by a huge and unstoppable recoil force. Su Xing only felt a sharp pain in his palm, and the iron sword in his hand almost flew out. A bright red number floated up from above the Pig King's head. 1. A very slight forced blood deduction. Scraping. The Pig King felt pain and became even more furious. It didn't even bother to turn around, and its huge body suddenly slammed to the side. Boom! Su Xing's pupils shrank, and he exerted maximum force on his waist, twisting his whole body on the ground at an angle and rolling out along the Pig King's hard fur. Even so, his arms were numb from the shock. What a hard turtle shell! He retreated quickly, keeping a distance of more than 10 meters, but his eyes became increasingly calm. Data flashed through my mind rapidly. Silver level boss, the grade suppression is too severe. His own attack power was no different from a tickle in front of its silver iron armor, which was as high as 880 points and had a 30% damage reduction. Fighting head-on is a dead end. But Su Xing's gaze fell on the weak back door behind the Pig King, which was shaking constantly due to anger. He glanced at his backpack, which contained dozens of neatly stacked black iron broken swords with rubbish attributes that had exploded from ordinary wild boars. An idea so bold as to be a little crazy took shape in his mind. Roar! When the Tuskboar King saw that the little bug was not dead, he roared again, trampled the ground with his 4 hooves, turned into a silver chariot, and rushed forward violently. This time, Su Xing did not choose to confront head-on. Relying on his agility, he dodged to the side like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the Pig King's brutal charge. Just as the huge body of the Pig King passed by him, Su Xing moved. He did not use the sliding tackle again, but lowered his body's center of gravity to the lowest at an extremely tricky angle, instantly took out a new broken iron sword from his backpack, and used all his strength to stab it fiercely at the back door where the Pig King's defense was the weakest. Puff! This time, it was the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh. 25. Chapter 8, 10,000 swords return to the back door and become gods under the attention of the whole world. A damage number that is not high but extremely effective appears. The Pig King let out a shrill howl, and his voice changed in pitch. It shook its body frantically, trying to shake off the fly behind it. But Su Xing succeeded in his attack and immediately fled away, giving it no chance to fight back. Roar! Roar! The Pig King went completely berserk. It gave up thinking and just charged towards Su Xing again and again. However, with Su Xing's extraordinary agility and accurate prediction of its movement patterns, each wild charge was in vain, smashing one tree after another and raising a cloud of dust. And every time they passed each other, Su Xing would repeat the same action. Draw the sword. Thrust. Add a new iron sword to the same wound. Puff. 25. Puff. 25. Puff. 25. Thus, an extremely funny yet tragic scene appeared in the dense forest. A huge silver Pig King, with a moving scabbard behind him, filled with more than a dozen black iron swords of different lengths. As it ran madly, blood gushed out behind it, leaving a glaring trail on the ground. However, the human being, who is like an ant in its eyes, always leaves wounds on its back door in the most humiliating way. As the health bar slowly and steadily dropped, finally, the Pig King's health value fell below the critical point of 10%. Something strange happened. Ouch! A roar that was completely different from all the previous roars, full of endless pain and brutality, erupted from the depths of the Pig King's throat. Its huge body suddenly stopped, and then a stream of blood-colored steam visible to the naked eye gushed out from the pores all over its body. The originally silver-white fur was dyed an ominous red at an alarming speed. Those eyes, which were already burning with flames, were now as bright as two searchlights, and the blood light almost turned into substance. Pig King blood rage triggered. Su Xing's heart was filled with alarm, and he was about to do the next scraping, but he saw the Pig King's figure in front of him suddenly blurred. So fast. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he leaned his body backward almost out of fighting instinct. Swish! A shadow of a bloody fang passed by his nose almost touching it, and the strong wind it brought made his cheek hurt. Before he could steady himself, the Pig King's huge body had already turned around with a completely unreasonable and agile posture, and the second collision with monstrous blood and energy followed. The speed is at least 20% faster than before. With his extremely high agility, Su Xing quickly dodged and kept some distance. This is the benefit of adding all points to agility. In his weakness analysis field of view, the Pig King's overall defense value is rapidly decreasing. The originally indestructible silver armor now seemed to have turned into fragile tinfoil. Danger! It's also the only chance. He can't delay any longer. With the Pig King's current speed and attack power, if I get hit by him, I will definitely die. Come on! Bastard! Su Xing roared, and instead of retreating, he took the initiative to rush towards the Pig King. He used his agility to the extreme, no longer simply dodging, but dancing on the edge of the knife. The Pig King attacked frantically, brushing past him every time. Its fangs tore through the air, its hooves crushed the earth, and the wind pressure it created made every movement of Su Xing subject to huge resistance. But every time he dodged, the iron sword in Su Xing's hand could accurately pierce into the back door that he had stabbed countless times. Puff! 195. Puff! 200. After his defense was reduced by 40%, each of his attacks became truly fatal damage. After only 4 attacks, the Pig King's health bar dropped at an unprecedented speed. Although there were only 4 attacks, Su Xing was dancing on the edge of the knife every time. Every time, I was almost sent out of the initial jungle. Finally, after another thrilling sideways dodge, Su Xing seized the moment when the Pig King's old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated. He used all his strength to throw the last iron sword out like a javelin. Die! The iron sword turned into a black stream of light, carrying all of Su Xing's strength and will, and accurately penetrated the bloody back door behind the Pig King, all the way to the handle. 220. Kill the silver-level boss Tusk Boar King LV5, gain 7,500 experience points, plus 15 free attribute points, and plus 7.5% progress towards the sleeping seed. Obtained, Pig King Armor, Skill Book, Silver Armor, Copper Coins X 750. The final fatal blow. The Pig King's huge body suddenly stiffened while running wildly. The tyrannical light in its blood-red eyes quickly faded, replaced by endless unwillingness and confusion. Its huge body could no longer support itself and it collapsed to the ground, splashing dust all over the sky. The earth trembled. Su Xing stood not far away, his chest heaving violently, his body covered in blood, all reeking of the Pig King's stinking blood, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. It's over. After the boss went berserk, he accomplished this almost impossible kill. Just as he was about to step forward to pick up the spoils, a golden announcement that spanned the sky and was extremely dazzling, like a miracle, sounded simultaneously in all countries and all new initial copies without any warning. Global announcement: congratulations to Dragon Nation D rank professional observer for achieving the world's first kill of the silver rank boss, the Tusk Boar King. Rewards: 100 free attribute points and 1 silver treasure chest. At this moment, in the initial copy of Country M, a young man with golden electric light wrapped around his body and holding a warhammer is fighting fiercely with a huge silver-level boss, Lazy Python. He is the most dazzling talent of this year's M Country, the SSS level professional, Thor, Kane. Damn worm! Die! He roared, and the hammer was about to fall. At this moment, a golden global notice lit up before his eyes. The lightning all over Kane's body suddenly stopped. D rank? First kill of a silver rank boss? Dragon Countryman? What the F? Bang! The moment he was distracted, the huge snake's tail lashed him like a steel whip, and the arrogant god of thunder was directly blown away, crashing into several large trees and breaking them in a mess. Initial copy of the European Union. A girl in a priest robe with her eyes closed was sitting cross-legged in meditation. The space around her was rippling. It was none other than SS level Prophet Anna. The moment the announcement sounded, Anna suddenly opened her eyes, a look of horror appeared on her beautiful face, and then she screamed wow and spat out a mouthful of blood. The future, the threads of fate have been tangled by an invisible person. Chapter 9 Exploding Attribute Panel, Beyond SSS Level. Cherry Blossom Country, Northern Bear Country, Indian Country. Baga. How can it be D rank? There must be a system error. The dragons are cheating. They must have used some despicable tricks. Investigate. Find out who this observer is immediately. Shock, doubt, jealousy, solemnity, all kinds of emotions are growing wildly in the hearts of all the top talents in the world. Being surpassed by a piece of trash with D-level talent is such a shame. An unprecedented sense of urgency, like a mountain, weighed heavily on their hearts. However, Su Xing, the instigator of all this, was completely unaware of the noise from the outside world. He walked calmly to where the Pig King fell. Light spots were gathering on the huge corpse and being absorbed by his body. His level soared from level 5 to level 7 due to the huge experience gained from killing the boss. At the same time, a far larger and purer energy than during the upgrade surged into the body. The progress of the sleeping seed has increased to 32.5%. It won't be long before evolution. Next to the Pig King's corpse, a silver armor shining with a heavy metallic luster, a skill book and a large number of copper coins lay quietly there. Su Xing picked it up. Pig King Armor Silver Level. Attributes, Constitution plus 105, Strength plus 105. Introduction, made from the silver armor core of the Tuskboar King, it possesses extremely high physical defense. It actually increases dual attributes by 105 points. This is simply a killer weapon. A total of 210 attribute points are added, which is equivalent to the increase of an SSS level professional after upgrading by 2 levels. It seems that in order to make up for the gap between professions, in addition to the free attribute points dropped by killing monsters, equipment is also needed. As long as the equipment grade is strong enough, it can still crush SSS level professionals. If silver doesn't work, try gold. If gold doesn't work, try platinum. As long as your equipment is always ahead of theirs, that's all. Su Xing wore it without hesitation. Put on the heavy, Pig King armor, and feel the sense of security brought by the surging physical fitness and strength in the body. His aura was several times stronger than before. Su Xing looked at the skill book with a cover inlaid with thin silver sheets, and flowing silver armor patterns painted on the pages. Silver Armor Silver Level. Effect, consume 40 points of magic power, increase physical fitness by 150 and strength by 150 within 30 minutes. Introduction, after learning, you can condense energy to form armor. This skill bonus is actually higher than the bonus of Pig King armor. It's really a good thing, but it consumes more mana. Su Xing studied decisively, and a stream of knowledge about how to form energy armor flowed into his brain. Su Xing looked at the silver treasure chest in his backpack that was a reward from the system and opened it decisively, hoping to get the goods. The treasure chest opened and silver light bloomed. Obtain, Swift Shadow Silver Bow, Skill Book, Swift Wind Step, free attribute points x10. Su Xing checked the information of the items that were opened. Swift Shadow Silver Bow Silver Level. Attributes, Agility plus 105, Strength plus 105. Introduction, the bowstring is woven from wind silk and emits a buzzing sound when drawn. Arrow velocity is increased by 20%, and critical hit chance is increased by 5% when hitting weak spots. The bow is engraved with a falcon pattern, and accuracy remains unchanged while the holder is moving. Silver Bow, combined with his talents, weakness analysis, and energy scan, as well as terrifying agility, can kite his opponents, eliminating the need for dangerous close-quarters attacks every time. It's a good weapon. Su Xing directly replaced the broken iron sword and equipped himself with a silver bow, which greatly increased his agility and strength. Another skill book with a yellowed parchment scroll and a pattern of running after images drawn on it. Swift Wind Step, Silver Level. Effect, consumes 30 points of magic power, increases agility by 150 and dodge rate by 15% within 60 seconds, and the first attack during this period will definitely trigger a critical hit. Introduction. After learning this skill, you will master the technique of short bursts of mobility, suitable for pursuit or escaping the battlefield. Note, this skill can only be fully utilized if agility is tempered to above 60 points. It just fits in with his skill points, and the skill wind step is very good whether it is chasing the enemy or escaping. If I face the wild boar king again, I won't be so embarrassed. Su Xing must study decisively. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to this skill book. The knowledge of the wind step flowed into his mind. Su Xing noticed that the free attribute points on the panel had accumulated to 125 points. He looked at his four-dimensional attributes and found that his current weakness was his spirit. But his magic power plus natural recovery is enough for him to fight for 10 minutes. The skill that consumes the most mana is Wind Step. As long as there is no boss like the Pig King, no monster can activate Wind Step faster than him. If you want to kill monsters and clear the jungle quickly, you still have to increase your strength. When dealing with the Pig King, he wasted too much time because he couldn't break through his defense. However, if Su Xing had not had high agility at that time, he would have been knocked out by a collision when the Pig King was furious. Moreover, the silver-level weapons and skill books rewarded by the Pig King are quite precious, which has enabled Su Xing's strength to achieve a leap forward. It can be said that it is quite cost-effective. Su Xing weighed the pros and cons, and finally, with an idea, he added all 125 free attribute points to strength again. Su Xing felt more powerful than ever before. When Su Xing opened the panel, he was shocked by the terrifying data. Su Xing. Occupation, Observer, D level. Level, 7. Constitution, 133. Strength, 357. Agility, 229. Spirit, 28. HP, 2660. MP, 280. Attack, 1428. Defense, 532. Professional talents, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon Passive. Skills, Silver Armor Silver level, Wind Step Silver level. Equipment, Pig King Armor Silver level, Swift Shadow Silver Bow, Silver level. Hidden class, Sleeping Seed, D rank 32.5%. Apart from his mental strength being a bit of a drag, his physique, strength and agility crushed those of SSS level professionals of the same level. Of course, this does not take into account the attribute increase after using the skills. By then, it will be even more terrifying. If he were to face the Pig King again now, he would definitely be able to kite the Pig King to death easily and quickly. Such an improvement in just a few hours. Powerful. It's so powerful. The surging sense of power brought by the sudden increase in strength filled Su Xing's limbs and bones. Without stopping for a moment, he looked directly into the deeper part of the forest. He had already cleared the outer area, so it was time to go to the middle level. That is the activity area of the monster, Silver Wolf, of at least level 8. In the middle of the dense forest, the light was noticeably dimmer. The branches and leaves of the tall trees are intertwined, cutting the sunlight into pieces. The air was filled with a wild smell that was different from that of wild boars and more dangerous. Su Xing's figure, like a green ghost, shuttled silently through the woods. 229 points of agility, comparable to an SSS level professional of the same level, and a profession that focuses on speed. His speed reached an incredible level, and his figure left a faint afterimage in the air. Chapter 10 Sea Level Talent, Soul Sucking from the Earth. Soon, a fast-moving red light spot appeared within the perception range of Energy Scan. Here we come. Almost at the same time, a silver shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes on the side without any warning, as fast as lightning. It was a silver wolf that was over 2 meters long. Its hair stood up like steel needles, shining with a metallic luster. The sharp wolf claws drew 5 cold rays in the dim forest, heading straight for Su Xing's throat. Before, facing this kind of sudden attack, Su Xing's only choice was to dodge as quickly as possible. But now, he didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply and casually turned sideways. At the same time, 40 points of magic power are consumed and the skill, Silver Armor, is activated. Constitution plus 150, Strength plus 150. Physique, 133 283, Strength, 357 507. Attack, 1428 2028, Defense, 532 1132. Defense broke through 1000 so easily? Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing. The wolf claws fiercely grabbed the Pig King armor on his shoulder, causing a string of dazzling sparks to burst out. Only a few shallow white marks were left on the armor. An insignificant damage number floated above Su Xing's head. 1. Not enough damage, forced blood deduction. But Su Xing didn't move at all. A hint of human surprise flashed across the eyes of the silver wolf. It couldn't understand how the body of this two-legged creature in front of it could be harder than steel. However, Su Xing was no longer prepared to give it a second chance to think. He didn't even bother to nock his arrow. At the moment when the silver wolf's old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated, Su Xing swung the swift shadow silver bow in his hand like a warhammer, with the explosive attack power after activating the silver armor, and hit the silver wolf's waist hard. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking. The arrogant, silver wolf, didn't even have time to let out a cry of grief. Its entire body flew out like a torn sack and hit a big tree heavily. Its spine was completely broken by the blow. A terrifying damage number appeared above its head. 2000. Kill Silver Wolf LV8 and gain 800 experience points. Obtained, Wolf Fangs X2, Wolf Claws X4, Copper Coins X40. Flash sale. Su Xing now also experienced the happiness of an SSS level professional. Su Xing took back the silver bow and collected the items that exploded. In order to test his skills, Su Xing consumed 30 mana and activated the skill, Wind Step. Although the effect is only for 60 seconds, it increases agility by 150. Agility, 229,379. The terrifying agility value is so great that even SSS level professionals are afraid of it. Let Su Xing's speed be increased to another level, and his movements will be as fast as a phantom. With the terrifying defense of the Yi Pig King armor as a foundation and the simultaneous blessing of the two major skills, Silver Armor and Wind Step, he is now the ultimate killing machine in this dense forest. The powerful defense is just his confidence, his real killing method is still the swift shadow silver bow. Su Xing pulled the bowstring and put on an energy arrow automatically generated by the system. Weakness analysis, open. In his field of vision, the head and heart of another startled, silver wolf, in the distance were instantly marked with a deep red deadly light spot. Buzz. The bowstring trembled slightly. The arrow's initial velocity increased by 20%, and it disappeared into the air the moment it left the string. 100 meters away, the silver wolf, that had just poked its head out suddenly had a blood flower explode at the center of its eyebrows, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The first attack will definitely trigger a critical hit. 9,999. Weak point critical hit. He was headlocked from 100 meters away. Clean and neat. So fierce. Who can withstand Su Xing's random arrow? The talent, weakness analysis, paired with Swift Shadow Silver Bow, is simply a violent monster killing method. Having tasted the sweetness of being the first to kill the boss, Su Xing knew that time was precious and not a single minute or second could be wasted. He no longer spared his magic power. Silver Armor is permanent, and Wind Step is reactivated as soon as its effect ends. The whole person turns into a whirlwind of death that reaps lives in the forest. It consumes 30 mana per minute, and 240 mana is only enough for Su Xing to last for 8 minutes. However, 8 minutes is enough. He pulled the monsters, gathered them together, and then stood in a relatively safe position to kill them one by one. Every time an arrow was shot, a silver wolf would fall to the ground. His free attribute points were increasing at a terrifying rate. Without any hesitation, he added all these precious attribute points to his only current shortcoming, mental strength. An improvement in spirit means an increase in the upper limit of magic value and a faster recovery speed of magic value. And the magic value is the only limit to his continued killing. 8 minutes later. When the last silver wolf fell down unwillingly, Su Xing's body was bathed in an upgraded golden light. Level increased to level 9. Spirit, 95-98. Magic points, 980. The significant increase in his magic power limit allows him to squander his skills more recklessly. Without any pause, he did the same thing and went deeper again. Another 8 minutes. When the golden light of level increase lit up again, his level finally reached the upper limit of the current stage, level 10. Level up to level 10. Spirit, 162-165. Magic points, 1650. He became the first person in Nanjiang Sanctuary to reach the maximum level of the first transformation. At the same moment when he reached level 10, the progress bar of Sleeping Seed on Su Xing's panel, which had been growing silently, finally came to the end. Hint: the energy of the D-level hidden class Sleeping Seed has reached 100%, and it has begun to evolve. Here we come. Su Xing felt his heart suddenly jump. A terrifying throbbing coming from the deepest part of the blood and the origin of the soul suddenly erupted. He didn't even have time to react before an irresistible force surged from his body, causing him to fall uncontrollably to one knee, his palm pressing heavily on the wet soil beneath him. The next second, he seemed to see it. In his perception, countless illusory dark green roots emitting a faint green light gushed out crazily from his palms, from his knees, and from every part of his body that touched the ground. These roots, as if possessing life, greedily penetrated deep into the earth, spreading madly in all directions, interweaving and entwining. In just a few breaths, a huge spider web-like energy network covering an area of 100 meters has taken shape under the earth. Within 100 meters, the life pulse of every tree, the crawling of every insect and ant underground, and even the trajectory of the wind blowing through the grass leaves were all reflected in his mind with incredible clarity. The whole world seemed to have a new dimension at this moment. Byte. Professional evolution completed. The system panel has been refreshed. The line of originally gray text was now emitting a deep and powerful blue light. Hidden class, Soul Drainer C rank. Extra Constitution bonus, 100. New skill, Root Entanglement restricts enemy movement. Evolutionary characteristics, roots penetrate the surface, forming a spider web-like energy network underground, capable of sensing life fluctuations within 100 meters. Chapter 11. This, Moonstar Grass, is reserved by our Thunder Team. Su Xing slowly stood up and clenched his fist slightly. An unprecedented sense of surging power emanated from every part of his body. More importantly, he felt a blood-related affinity between himself and the land beneath his feet. It's as if they have taken root in this dense forest. Finally, C rank. One of the double D-level talents finally completed its first leap. Just as Su Xing was feeling this new power, the personal communicator on his wrist vibrated slightly. It's Teacher Yunshang. After he answered the call, Teacher Yunshang's delicate face, which was 3 parts anxious, 3 parts surprised, and 4 parts unbelievable, appeared in front of him in the form of light and shadow. Su Xing. Are you okay? When the call was connected, Yunshang's first words were expressions of concern from the bottom of her heart. She looked at the light spot representing Su Xing in the corner of the light curtain where no one could see. He fought his way from the periphery to the middle level, leaving all the geniuses far behind, and was the first to reach the top of level 10. My heart was so shocked that it almost jumped out of my throat. I saw your level, well done. There was an unconcealable genuine joy in her voice. After a pause, she added with concern, but please be careful and don't force yourself. The final reward of the trial is far less important than your safety. When everyone outside questioned him, talked about him, and even envied him. Only this trust and care without any impurities, like a warm current, slowly flows through Su Xing's heart that is frozen by revenge. He was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Thank you, teacher. I see. After hanging up the phone, Teacher Yunshang's look of concern and relief slowly faded away. Su Xing stood where he was, and the string in his heart, which had been tense because of killing monsters to level up, relaxed for a rare moment. In this cold and cruel world, this pure kindness is a treasure more precious than any equipment or any skill. He calmed his mind and hid the warmth deep in his heart. The top priority is to continue to become stronger. He closed his eyes, no longer relying on his vision, but sinking all his consciousness into the ground beneath his feet. Buzz. World. Changed. In his perception, he seemed to have become the monarch of this earth. Countless illusory roots, with him as the center, instantly covered the underground world within a radius of 100 meters. He could feel the slow flow of life energy within each tree. He could feel every insect, every subtle movement that stirred the earth beneath the ground. This is a whole new dimension, an omniscient perspective that controls the pulse of life. Soul draining from the underworld not only provides a control skill, but also a god-level reconnaissance field. Su Xing began to carefully screen the life signals in this area. Soon, his attention was drawn to a distinctive point of light. In the center of an area ahead, surrounded by several powerful energy lightballs, silver wolf packs emitting a tyrannical aura, there is a completely different life energy. That energy was not as wild as that of other creatures, but rather cool and pure, like a handful of bright moonlight in the dark night, quietly blooming. Moonstar grass. It is definitely a rare alchemical material. Su Xing's heart moved, and he immediately restrained all his breath. The whole person was like a weightless shadow, sneaking silently towards that area. Just as he was quietly approaching and about to enter the meadow guarded by the silver wolves, From the other side of the woods came the undisguised, noisy sound of footsteps and voices. Hurry up! The map shows it's nearby. Damn it, I'm so tired. Why is this place so big? We found the moonstar grass, and Wei-Gu promised to give us a lot of benefits. Su Xing's footsteps suddenly stopped. He tilted his head slightly and looked in the direction where the sound came from. A group of people were walking out of the forest in a swagger, and the two people leading them were Li Wei and Lin Xingya. Behind them were three equally well-equipped team members. At first glance, they were an elite team carefully trained by a certain family or force. They were holding a simple animal skin map in their hands, and their goal was clear. Obviously, they also came for the moonstar grass. The two teams met head-on in a clearing in the woods. The five people on the other side also instantly saw Su Xing standing there alone. The expression on Li Wei's face changed from vigilance to surprise, and then to exaggerated sarcasm in just 1 second. Who am I thinking? Isn't this our double D-level genius, Su Xing? He let out a strange cry, as if he had seen the funniest thing in the world. You're really lucky. How come you didn't die under the hooves of those wild boars? His eyes, like a searchlight, swept back and forth over Su Xing. When he saw the heavy, silver-gleaming, Pig King armor, a hint of jealousy clearly flashed in his eyes. But that jealousy was soon replaced by deeper contempt and disdain. Li Wei sneered, took a step forward, and pointed at the armor on Su Xing with his chin. You're lucky, you picked up some bargains, so you really think you're a big shot? He looked Su Xing up and down, his eyes as if he was looking at a clown who had stolen adult clothes. This is the middle layer of the dense forest. It's not a place for losers like you. If you know what's good for you, just get out of here with your tail between your legs. He arrogantly pointed the battle axe in his hand at Su Xing from afar, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This, Moonstar Grass, and this area are ours to take care of by our Thunder Squad. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, Lin Xingya took a step forward gracefully, with her signature, pitiful and weak expression on her face. She looked at Su Xing and said softly in a tone that seemed full of concern and worry, Su Xing, Li Wei speaks so directly, don't mind it. We're doing this for your own good. It's too dangerous here. You can't handle the silver wolves around here. You'd better leave quickly. However, while she was saying these kind words, she secretly glanced at Li Wei from the corner of her eyes. The meaning in that look was extremely clear. If he doesn't leave, I'll kill him and take away the eye-catching silver armor on him. This subtle movement, which he thought was unnoticed, was seen clearly by Su Xing, whose mental attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people. Su Xing looked at the clumsy yet tacit performance of the man and woman, feeling nothing in his heart, and even found it a little ridiculous. There's really no need to get angry with this kind of scumbag. It's not worth it to get angry. It's better to see through them than to continue to be deceived by them. He just stood there quietly, not saying a word. There was neither anger nor fear. His silence was like the most complete disregard. And this kind of disregard can ignite Li Wei's pathetic self-esteem more than any fierce rebuttal. Fuck. Are you fucking deaf or dumb? Seeing that Su Xing had no reaction, Li Wei suddenly became furious and slammed the battle axe in his hand to the ground. I'm talking to you. You shameless bastard. Su Xing finally took action. He slowly raised his eyelids, and for the first time, his calm eyes looked directly at the pair of clowns. There was still no expression on his face. But the look in his eyes was so calm, as if he was looking at two corpses that were about to cool down. Chapter 12. Li Wei is in despair. Killed instantly by the boss. Li Wei's angry curses were still echoing in the woods. The phrase shameless trash was like a buzzing fly, futilely striking the dead silence. Su Xing's eyes fell calmly on Li Wei and Lin Xingya. It was a look as if he was looking at a dead object, without any human emotion. This extreme disregard made Li Wei feel like he had punched with all his strength, but hit cotton hard, and his chest felt so stuffy that it almost exploded. He was about to speak again, using more vicious words to tear off the other person's calm mask. Ouch! A wolf howl that pierced the clouds and split the rocks erupted from the depths of the dense forest without any warning. This sound was definitely not the roar of an ordinary beast. It seemed to carry a substantial mental impact, like an invisible hammer, smashing into everyone's mind. The three team members behind Li Wei groaned in unison, their faces turned pale instantly, their bodies swayed uncontrollably, and their eyes were filled with confusion and pain. Even the S-level, Berserker, Li Wei and Healer, Lin Xingya felt a sudden dizziness, as if their souls were trembling at the howl. Only Su Xing was still standing there quietly, not moving at all. His mental attributes, which far surpassed those of ordinary people and were comparable to those of an SSS level professional, made him almost immune to this level of mental pressure. He just raised his eyes slightly, moving his gaze away from Li Wei's face, which was distorted by horror, and looked towards the depths of the grassland guarded by the silver wolves. Silence. Deathly silence. The wind stopped, the chirping of insects disappeared, and even the swaying of leaves seemed to be paused. A cold, arrogant, bloody pressure came like an overwhelming tide. Dong. Steady and rhythmic footsteps slowly emerged from the shadows deep in the grass. A giant wolf, 7 or 8 times larger than an ordinary silver wolf, walked out slowly with an elegant and deadly step. Its entire body is covered with a layer of silver-white fur, and under the mottled light and shadow of the forest, it seems as if bright moonlight is flowing. The most frightening thing is that there are pale golden mysterious runes on its 4 claws in the center of its forehead, and from time to time there are fine electric lights jumping and flashing on the runes. Those golden vertical pupils did not have the ferocity and bloodthirstiness of ordinary beasts, but only the coldness and arrogance that look down on all living beings. It just stood there calmly, as if it were the monarch of the forest, patrolling its territory. A member of Li Wei's team trembled as he raised the communicator on his wrist and activated the detection function. The next second, a shrill scream pierced the frozen air. Oh my god! Huang, a gold-level boss. It's the Silver Moon Wolf King. Silver Moon Wolf King LV-10, gold-level boss. HP, 184000, attack, 6500, defense, 3680. Skill. Moonblade Dance, concentrate the power of moonlight and instantly summon several high-speed rotating energy moonblades to indiscriminately cut all enemies in the fan-shaped area in front. Thunder Claws, concentrates the power of lightning on its claws, launching a swift attack. Has a high chance of paralyzing the target, significantly reducing their movement speed for a short period. King's Roar, unleashes a roar filled with the king's might, causing a brief, stun, or fear effect. Introduction. Born under the moonlight, the Silver Wolf mutant possesses some of the power of lightning and will mercilessly rip apart any intruders who dare to covet it. It is the absolute overlord of this dense forest's middle layer. Looking at the despairing attributes on the panel, the team members behind Li Wei began to tremble unconsciously. However, after the initial shock, Li Wei's eyes flashed with fanatical greed. Gold-level boss. This is a top-level existence that you may only see a few of in the entire freshman trial. As long as you can kill it, the reward. What are you afraid of? It's just a beast. Li Wei shouted loudly, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart and cheering himself and his teammates up. In his opinion, this was the perfect opportunity for him, an S-class genius, to display his supreme power in front of Lin Xingya and the waste Su Xing. Prepare for battle. Show us the strength of our Thunder Squad. He roared and activated the professional skill of the S-level class, Berserker. For glory. Li Wei's knotted muscles instantly tore through the sleeves of his shirt, his skin flushed abnormally, and a violent breath gushed out of his body. He gripped the battle axe tightly in both hands, stomped his feet hard, and rushed towards the Silver Moon Wolf King like a cannonball. Xingya, prepare to give me a blessing state. His roar was filled with strong confidence. However, the Silver Moon Wolf King just glanced at him coldly, as if he was looking at an ant that didn't know how to live or die. Facing Li Wei's powerful and heavy axe chopping down on its head, it didn't even make a move to dodge. Clang! There was a deafening sound of metal clashing. Li Wei felt as if the battle axe in his hand had hit a piece of indestructible divine iron. An incomparable recoil force surged wildly along the axe handle. Crack! 2. Poor forced blood loss. The flesh at the base of his palm was shattered by this tremendous force, and blood was dripping everywhere. The entire arm lost consciousness in an instant, and the battle axe flew out of his hand, spun several times in the air, and fell on the grass in the distance with a clang. And there was not even a white mark left on the Silver Moon Wolf King's fur that was flowing with moonlight. The enthusiasm and confidence on Li Wei's face froze in an instant, replaced by endless astonishment and horror. How is that possible? His full-strength attack. Surprisingly. Not breaking the defense? The Silver Moon Wolf King seemed to be angered by the offense of this ant. It disdainfully raised its right paw, which was flashing with pale golden lightning. Quick! Almost as fast as possible. A silver flash of lightning, like a bolt of lightning, flashed through the air. 3,000. Puff! Li Wei vomited blood and flew backwards, and his set of bronze-level equipment was almost shattered. If Li Wei had not been wearing a set of bronze-level equipment and had not focused all his professional bonuses on constitution, he would have been sent out of the initial dungeon. The Silver Moon Wolf King struck out with another lightning claw. A team member next to Li Wei didn't even have time to scream before he was cut in two by the sharp claw. 5,000. The moment blood and internal organs exploded, a flash of white light teleported him out. Flash sale. The gap is so huge, there is no way to fight. Run! Run! The remaining two team members' psychological defenses collapsed instantly, and they screamed and turned around to escape. The Silver Moon Wolf King raised his head proudly and opened his bloody mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two crescent-shaped light blades compressed from moonlight energy, with a sharp scream that tore through the air, instantly caught up with the two fleeing figures. 5,000. 5,000. Two more streaks of blood, accompanied by two beams of teleporting white light, shot up into the sky. The whole process happened in a flash. Xingya! Add blood! Add blood to me quickly! Li Wei shouted in horror and crawled backward, trying to pick up his battle axe. Chapter 13, The Green Tea Dog Who Was Shocked by Su Xing's Strength. Lin Xingya had already turned pale with fright. She raised her staff in panic, chanting a spell, and a ball of holy healing light quickly condensed at the top of the staff. Plus 1,000. Her healing skills seemed so ridiculous and pale in the face of the absolute instant kill damage. In the blink of an eye, only Li Wei and Lin Xingya remained of the previously invincible Thunder Squad. Standing back to back, they watched the Silver Moon Wolf King approach with graceful steps, like the Grim Reaper, feeling an unprecedented fear and despair. S-level talent is nothing in front of a gold-level boss. Li Wei's legs felt like they were filled with lead and couldn't stop shaking. Lin Xingya's pretty face, which always wore a pitiful expression, was now filled with true fear. She collapsed to the ground, looking utterly miserable. Ouch! The Silver Moon Wolf King seemed to have lost his patience with playing with the two weak creatures. He growled, and with a sudden push of his hind legs, he leaped high into the air. His claws, gleaming with lightning, aimed at the two men's heads and struck them down fiercely. It's over. This was the last thought that flashed through Li Wei and Lin Xingya's minds simultaneously. The shadow of death completely engulfed them. At the critical moment, something unexpected happened. Boom! Just as the Wolf King pounced into the air and his sharp claws were about to touch the two men's bodies, the ground in front of them suddenly exploded without any warning. Dozens of tough roots, each as thick as a baby's arm and gleaming with a dark green glow, shot up into the sky like long-gathered tentacles from the abyss. They didn't attack Li Wei and Lin Xingya, but instead, with incredible speed and precision, they entangled the Silver Moon Wolf King's muscular limbs and waist. Roots entangled. The thunderous killing force was unexpectedly stopped in mid-air by this sudden restraint. The Silver Moon Wolf King's massive body was strangely frozen in mid-air, less than half a meter from Li Wei and Lin Xingya's faces. They could even smell the blood from the Wolf King's mouth and feel the burning smell of the lightning flashing from its claws. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Li Wei and Lin Xingya turned their eyes stiffly, inch by inch, and saw the most unbelievable scene in their lives. Not far away, Su Xing, whom they had always regarded as a waste, stood there calmly, as if the earth-shattering skill he had just performed was just a simple flick of ash. This is. Li Wei's lips trembled, and he couldn't even utter a complete word. How could a D-rank professional possibly control a gold-rank boss? Su Xing paid no attention to their shock. The moment the roots wrapped around the Wolf King, golden lines flashed in his pupils. Weakness analysis. In Su Xing's field of vision, several red highlighted areas of varying sizes suddenly appeared on the body of the bound Silver Moon Wolf King. The joints of the forelimbs are the weakest in defense and can destroy their mobility. The center of the forehead is the core where the moonlight energy gathers. Destroying it can cause huge damage and cause it to fall into a temporary energy disorder. Besides, everything was clearly presented in his mind, as accurate as a textbook. Now is the time. Su Xing did not hesitate at all. His body was as fast as the wind. At the moment when the Wolf King was struggling frantically and was about to break free from some roots, he had already reached the attack distance. The silver-grade, swift shadow silver bow in his hand was instantly drawn to its full length. Wind step activate. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated, and an arrow flashing with silver light, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, accurately shot towards the most conspicuous weak point on the Wolf King's forehead. Phew! 4,528. A scarlet number, enough to make any freshman despair, floated up from the head of the Silver Moon Wolf King. After using Wind Step, the first attack will definitely trigger a critical hit, and the critical hit on the weakness will be superimposed. The damage is maxed out. The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a howl of extreme pain, the golden rune on his forehead dimmed instantly, and his violent aura also stagnated. Li Wei's full strength attack forcibly deducts 2 points of health. Su Xing's random arrow deals 4,500 damage. This is no longer a gap. This is a natural barrier. It is the difference between gods and mortals. Li Wei and Lin Xingye stared blankly at the damage number. I felt like my worldview had been completely overturned and crushed into dust. Ouch! The severe pain made the Wolf King completely furious. It suddenly burst out all the moonlight energy in its body and forcibly broke off several roots that were entangled in its body. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Su Xing in the distance. It gave up on the 2 ants in front of it and rushed forward violently with endless murderous intent. Su Xing retreated immediately, but the arrows in his hand did not stop shooting at the weaknesses that had been analyzed on the Wolf King's body. 424. 452. 438. The Wolf King was extremely fast, and his silver figure left a trail of afterimages in the forest. But Su Xing's movements were even more ghostly, and with his super high agility, he could always keep a subtle distance from it. A man and a beast staged an extreme chase in the forest. The Wolf King was behind, charging forward madly. Every swing of the claws brought with it a flash of lightning that tore through the air, carving deep grooves in the ground. Su Xing was in front and retreated calmly. The swift silver bow in his hand seemed to have turned into the scythe of the god of death. Every time the bowstring vibrated, a damage number would float above the Wolf King's head. In just 1 minute, the health bar above the Silver Moon Wolf King's head dropped by nearly 10% at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, Li Wei and Lin Xingye, who had just crawled back from the gates of hell, saw this scene clearly. Too fierce. Is this still a human? Li Wei muttered to himself, his voice trembling. Explosive damage, incredible speed. As the distance was getting closer and closer, the Wolf King's sharp claws were almost touching Su Xing's back. At this moment, green light appeared again under Su Xing's feet, and several roots broke out of the ground and wrapped around the Wolf King's ankles. Although it only paused for less than half a second, it was enough for Su Xing to create a distance of 1 body length again. The timing is controlled to the extreme. Roar! After repeated attacks failed and continuous bleeding, the Silver Moon Wolf King was completely enraged. It howled to the sky and summoned its own wolf pack. Dozens of level 10 silver wolves rushed out of the forest and pounced on Su Xing from all directions without fear of death. Facing the siege of the wolves, Su Xing did not dodge or evade, and was even too lazy to look at them. All his attention was focused on the Wolf King in the distance, who just used his own body to withstand the bites of several silver wolves. 1. 2. The terrifying defensive power made the wolf pack's attacks almost become forced blood deductions, which were insignificant. Being attacked by a pack of wolves is only a forced injury, but being attacked by the Wolf King is a fatal injury. Li Wei and Lin Xingye were stunned by the sight of Su Xing strolling leisurely among the monsters. Withstand the siege of a group of elite monsters, just to kite the golden boss? What a terrifying strength and combat awareness! The visual impact of this scene had a huge impact on the two of them. So awesome! Is this guy still human? The damage is explosive, the movement speed is incredible, and the defense is even more outrageous. This gold-level boss, feeling frustrated at being unable to catch up, unable to defeat, and constantly weakened, finally turned his rage towards the 2 spectators who had been trembling beside them from beginning to end. Unable to catch up with Su Xing, it poured all its anger on the only target it could attack. Chapter 14, First Kill at Gold Level, Global Announcement. Oh no! Run! When Li Wei saw the Wolf King rushing towards them, he immediately left Lin Xingye behind and started to run for his life. He rolled and crawled backwards to escape. But how could the Silver Moon Wolf King give him a chance to escape? If I can't catch up with Su Xing, can't I deal with you two losers? It swung its tail suddenly, and a crescent-shaped moonlight energy blade, with unmatched momentum, swept towards the fleeing Li Wei. Puff! Li Wei didn't even have time to scream before he was cut in half by this angry attack. He turned into a white light and was sent away. Before he died, there was still a look of disbelief on his face. Lin Xingye screamed, but before she could react, the Wolf King stepped on her with one claw and she also turned into light and disappeared. A second before she was sent away, she looked at the back of the wolf who was strolling leisurely among the wolves and hunting the golden boss with ease, and endless regret and fear surged in her heart. What kind of monster did they provoke? After Li Wei and Lin Qingya were killed instantly, a pile of equipment and several bottles of potions flashing with blue light were left on the ground. After the two of them disappeared in a white light, they left behind a pile of scattered equipment and several bottles of potions that flickered with a faint blue light. Su Xing glanced at it, but did not pick it up immediately. His main task now was to get rid of these annoying wolf cubs. 3 minutes later, as the last silver wolf fell to the ground with a wail, the surroundings finally returned to silence. All that was left was the Silver Moon Wolf King's angry breathing and Su Xing's steady footsteps. Without the interference of the wolves, Su Xing's efficiency increased sharply. Another 5 minutes of intense kiting and pulling. The Silver Moon Wolf King's health has been reduced to less than half. The originally radiant silver fur became dull, its body was covered with wounds of varying depths, and its movements were noticeably slower. But Su Xing's brows were slightly furrowed. On his panel, the blue bar representing magic power has completely run out. If it weren't for the huge amount of magic power consumed in cleaning up the group of wolf cubs, this golden boss would probably be left with little health now. Just when Su Xing's skill, Wine Step, could not be used because of the depletion of magic power. The Silver Moon Wolf King keenly captured the imperceptible delay in his speed. Chance! Ouch! The Wolf King let out a roar mixed with ecstasy and tyranny, and his huge body turned into a silver lightning and pounced forward. Danger! In the blink of an eye, Su Xing's eyes were fixed on the bottles of blue potions left behind by Li Wei and Lin Qingya after their death not far away. Take a gamble. He rolled sideways suddenly, narrowly avoiding the Wolf King's fatal attack, and then without stopping, rushed towards the pile of spoils at the fastest speed. The Wolf King missed the attack and became even more furious, turning around and chasing again. Su Xing could even feel the hot and fishy wind behind him. With an astonishing sliding tackle, he narrowly avoided the Wolf King's fierce attack. He scooped up the ground with his right hand and accurately picked up the bottles of magic recovery potion. Gudong! Without even turning his head, he poured a bottle of medicine into his mouth. The cold liquid flowed down his throat, and the dried-up magic bar rose rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Strength has returned to my body. The game is over. A fierce look flashed in Su Xing's eyes, and he activated the swift wind step again, which greatly increased his speed, widened the distance, and continued his ruthless kite flying. 4,500. First critical hit. 5 minutes later. Under the continuous restraint of the roots and the endless attacks on its weaknesses, the Silver Moon Wolf King let out a desperate and unwilling wail, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Su Xing drew his bow, and the last arrow, with the conviction of killing him, accurately pierced its bloody forehead. 4,500. A huge fatal damage number floated up. Kill the gold-level boss Silver Moon Wolf King LV10, gain 20,000 experience points, plus 40 free attribute points, and plus 10% progress towards soul absorption. Obtain Silver Moon Breastplate, Gold Level, Silver Moon Leggings, Gold Level, Skill Book, Moonlight, Gold Level, Copper Coins X 2000. Almost at the same moment the Wolf King fell to the ground. A golden announcement, brighter and more dazzling than the last time the Pig King was killed, was like a bright sun, instantly illuminating the sky in all countries and all new initial copies. Global announcement, Miracle strikes again. Dragon Nation's D-rank observer achieves the world's first kill of the gold rank boss, Silver Moon Wolf King LV10. Rewards, plus 300 free attribute points and 1 gold treasure chest. At this time, in Country M, the initial copy, Storm Canyon. A young man with golden lightning wrapped around his body, like a god descended to the earth. He was smashing the thunder hammer in his hand into the head of a gold-level boss, Storm Giant. He is none other than the most dazzling genius of Country M, the SSS level professional, Thor, Kane. Seeing that the Storm Giant's health was running low and he was about to complete the first kill, Kane showed a victorious smile on his face. However, at this moment, the glaring global announcement suddenly appeared. The smile on Kane's face froze instantly. Fuck. That observer again? Dragon Nation again? Because of his momentary distraction, he was hit hard by the Storm Giant's dying punch. The whole person flew backwards like a cannonball, leaving a deep hole in the ground. How could anyone be faster than me? Kane clutched his chest and let out a fit of impotent rage. Anyone who has their first kill fruit stolen will be furious. Kane now wants to run to Dragon Country and kill the observer. At the same time, all the new SSS level professionals in various countries were angry. It's fake. It's absolutely fake. Requesting a thorough investigation. He must have exploited a bug. Who is this observer? Is he the hidden monster of Dragon Country? D-rank profession? Dragon Country is really generous. How much did they spend for this backdoor? At this time, Su Xing was completely unaware of the storms facing the freshman in other initial copies. He calmly reached out his hand and opened the golden treasure chest that was emitting an alluring golden light. Amidst the shining golden light, pieces of equipment emitting moonlight glow quietly appeared before his eyes. Silver Moon Bow Gold Level. Attributes: Strength plus 400, Agility plus 400. Introduction: A bow forged from moonlight metal. The arrow leaves the bow silently, leaving only a silver trail of death. Silver Moon Boots Gold Level. Attributes: Constitution plus 400, Agility plus 400. Introduction: The sole of the boot is engraved with the pattern of silent moon. When you put it on, every movement you make will be like the moonlight falling, silent and leaving no trace. Silver Moon Helmet Gold Level. Attributes: Constitution plus 400, Spirit plus 400. Introduction: It is said that gazing at the moonstone on the helmet can clear your mind. Under the protection of the moonlight, no confusion or illusion can disturb your will. Silver Moon Wristband Gold Level. Attributes: Strength plus 400, Spirit plus 400. Introduction: Binding the cool moonlight energy to your wrists will not only strengthen your arm strength, but also allow you to feel the tides of the moon sea as you channel the energy. Chapter 15. Is this the data a level 10 freshman should have? All 4 pieces of equipment are gold level. Su Xing looked at the attributes of the 2 silver items on his body again, and instantly felt a little disgusted. Gold level equipment is still the best. The attributes improved by 1 piece are greater than those improved by 2 silver level pieces. If all of this were worn on the body, would the previous Silver Moon Wolf King have any chance of surviving? 1 arrow nailed it to the ground. In addition, there are 2 pieces of gold level equipment that are obviously a set that are dropped after killing the boss. Silver Moon Breastplate Gold Level. Attributes: Constitution plus 400, Strength plus 400. Introduction: Forged from a core metal condensed from moonlight, it guards your vital points like an impenetrable silver wall, while continuously injecting the moonlight's tenacious power into your body. Silver Moon Leggings Gold Level. Attributes: Spirit plus 400, Agility plus 400. Introduction: The silver lines flowing on the leggings are a miniature moonlight path, which guides your footsteps into the silent shadows, while at the same time collecting the moon energy along the way into your spiritual sea. 6 pieces of gold level equipment. Su Xing put it on directly. The equipment complement each other and instantly form a complete 6-piece set. After putting on this set of equipment, an aura far more powerful than before rose from Su Xing's body. At this time, he has already upgraded his weapon to a better one. At the same time, Su Xing was shocked to discover the suit actually has a suit bonus. What a pleasant surprise! Silver Moon Set 6-6. Set Effect 1, Moonlight Shelter. All attributes plus 20%, doubled in moonlight. Set Effect 2, Moon Shadow Assault. 10% chance to trigger a free Moonblade attack when attacking. The first effect is to increase all attributes, and it is a percentage increase, which means that the higher your attributes are, the greater the increase. And if it doubles under moonlight, that is 40%. It's simply invincible. The second effect is a small skill, similar to a simplified version of the Wolf King's Moonblade Dance. However, as long as you attack, there is a chance that Moonblade will be attached, and there is no consumption. It counts as 10 attacks, giving the opponent 1 free attack. Buy 10 get 1 free. Quite a bargain. Overall, the value of the gold level set obtained this time is perfect. Su Xing's strength has improved a lot, not to mention crushing those geniuses with SSS level talents. But catching up with them is a foregone conclusion. Su Xing checked the only skill book he had obtained this time. Moonlight Gold. Effect: consumes 800 mana, grants plus 400 spirit and restores 15 mana per second for 30 minutes. This effect cannot be combined with other similar recovery effects. Double the effect when bathed in moonlight. Introduction: Bathed in the soft moonlight, continuously improve your spirit and restore your magic power. The effect of the gold level skill book is powerful, although it consumes a lot of energy. But it can increase spirit by 400, and magic power will be fully restored after 54 seconds. If you bathe in the moonlight, the effect will be doubled, bringing 800 points of spirit and 30 points of magica recovery per second. From now on, Su Xing no longer has to worry about not having enough magic power. His sustained combat capability is terrifyingly strong. You can use any skills you want in the future. No money required. Don't be afraid of not having enough magic power. When the moonlight turns on, the magic power will flow endlessly. Even the money for mana recovery potions was saved. Su Xing consumed the skill book and learned the skill, Moonlight. A stream of knowledge flowed into his mind, and stars twinkled in his eyes. Su Xing tested the effect of the skill and consumed 800 magic power to use Moonlight directly. Magic plus 30. Magic plus 30. Under the moonlight, Su Xing's magic power began to increase by 30 points per second. The magic power he had just consumed in the battle was slowly recovering. The effect is very nice. Su Xing continued to count the free attribute points. When fighting with the Wolf King, you will get 60 points for killing the Silver Wolf, 40 points for killing the Wolf King, and 300 points for the first kill of the gold level boss, for a total of 400 free attribute points. Su Xing looked at the data on the panel, and after a little thought, he added all of them to his strength. The higher the agility value, the higher the speed increase is, but the upper limit is limited. The spirit is enough. Next is physique and strength. The higher the physique, the higher the tolerance. At critical moments, you can block multiple enemy attacks. Su Xing really likes the high defense that forces the enemy to lose health, and seeing the enemy's confused expression. As for the higher the strength, the higher the tolerance. He killed the enemy instantly with one arrow, and the enemy was unable to attack. So the tolerance rate would be high. Su Xing. Occupation, Observer, D level. Level 10. Physique, 1337. Strength, 1753. Agility, 1330. Spirit, 2165. Moonlight skill stacking 800. HP, 26740. Mag, 21650. Attack, 7012. Defense, 5348. Initial skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon. Passive, Root Entanglement. Skills, Silver Armor Silver level, Windstep Silver level, Moonlight, Gold level. Equipment, Silver Moon Bow, Silver Moon Boots, Silver Moon Helmet, Silver Moon Wrist Guards, Silver Moon Breastplate, Silver Moon Leggings. Hidden class, Earth Soul Drainer, C rank 40%. Su Xing looked at the terrifying data on the panel and was very satisfied. Feeling the unprecedented powerful force surging in his body, Su Xing slowly exhaled. HP, 26,000, Attack, 7,000, Defense, 5,300, Magic, 21,000. This looks like a full sense of security. Who would believe that this is just the attribute of a level 10 freshman? And it's a D-level talent? If you show this attribute panel to others, those SSS level professionals of the same level will drool. Even experienced players who have completed the second or third round would probably be shocked when they saw this. Su Xing's mind moved, and the moonlight flowing on his body dispersed, and he turned his attention back to the final spoils of this battle. He walked to the place where the Silver Moon Wolf King fell. In the ruins, a strange little grass was quietly emitting a faint glow. The grass leaves are as black as ink, but dotted with star-like light spots, as if carrying a miniature night sky. Moonstar grass. Su Xing carefully dug it up with its roots and put it into his backpack. The moment he touched it, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Moonstar grass gold level. Introduction. It is said that this plant only grows in ancient lands bathed in both moonlight and starlight. Its leaves seem to hold a miniature night sky, channeling celestial power into the practitioner's body, enhancing their potential. Improve career talent potential? Su Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. He instantly understood why Li Wei and the others were so obsessed with this little grass. This thing can actually directly improve the grade of your profession. If an A-level genius uses it, wouldn't there be a chance for him to reach S-level? Doesn't that mean that my D-level talent observer can also be upgraded? No wonder. The value of this thing is much higher than a set of gold equipment. Chapter 16. The Silent Square, the Loudest Slap. Su Xing put away the moonstar grass and glanced at the pile of equipment that Li Wei and Lin Xingya had dropped not far away. Most of them were bronze and silver level items, and compared to his current gold suit, they looked so dull and like garbage. But even if it's garbage, it's still better than black iron level equipment. It would also bring in a lot of money if you sold it. Just consider it as compensation for seeing through these two people. After putting away his equipment, Su Xing looked towards the core area of the dense forest. Now, in the entire original dense forest of Nanjiang Sanctuary, only Su Xing is still alive. Su Xing walked towards the depths of the dense forest. At the same time, outside the initial dense forest, in the central square of Nanjiang Sanctuary, the atmosphere was solemn, even a little depressing. On the huge light screen, the light spots representing the freshmen have dimmed one after another. Finally, the 5 light spots representing Li Wei's Thunder Squad all turned gray. Completely annihilated. In the square, thousands of students, hundreds of teachers and representatives of major families sighed with regret. On the high platform, Lei Zhinshan, the highest commander of the Nanjiang Sanctuary Army, who had high expectations for the Thunder Squad, looked at the light curtain with a grim face and punched the armrest. "What a pity," he said in a deep voice, his voice full of anger and disappointment. An S-class paladin and an S-class healer couldn't even take down a single gold boss. What a disgrace. The teachers nearby echoed him. Minister Lei is right. This year's freshmen are indeed quite poor in overall quality. Yes, compared to the other top sanctuaries in Dragon Country, we are already one step behind. Not to mention compared to sanctuaries in other countries. This year's class is the worst I've ever taught. It seems that no one can take the final trial reward this time. Lei Zhinshan's face grew increasingly grim as he listened to the discussions around him. He thought of the ungrateful D-level kid from before, and became even more furious. The light of the teleportation array dimmed, and the figures of Li Wei and Lin Xingya appeared in the center of the square in a mess. Li Wei lowered his head, looking dazed, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. His proud battle axe had long since disappeared. The pride of the S-rank, Berserker, was crushed to pieces by the absolute power, and cracks appeared along with his Dao heart. The noise around him seemed to be far away from him. What happened? Why was the Thunder Squad wiped out? Isn't Li Wei S-rank? They are the trump cards of our Nanjiang Sanctuary. How could they be wiped out without even seeing the final boss? Look at their expressions, it's like they've seen a ghost. The crowd's discussions began to become noisy, and their puzzled eyes swept back and forth between Li Wei and Lin Xingya. At this moment, a young teacher who was in charge of monitoring the data panel stared at the screen in front of him with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, looked again, and then stood up suddenly, his voice becoming sharp and stuttering with extreme shock. Wait. Inside. There's another person inside. The scream was particularly harsh in the silent square. Lei Zhinshan frowned impatiently. Who else? Aren't they all? He stopped abruptly before he could finish his words. Because everyone's eyes were following the young teacher's trembling fingers. Focus on the huge light screen ranking list in the center. The originally gloomy list suddenly became brightly golden. A name, in an unrivaled manner, directly landed at the top of the list. First place, Su Xing, level 10 maximum. The entire square fell silent in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be strangled by the neck, staring blankly at the name, their minds blank. Su Xing? Which Su Xing? That useless loser Su Xing with double D-level talent? How is this possible? Before they could recover from their shock, rows of golden kill records appeared one after another on the right side of the leaderboard, like bombshells. Kill record. Tusk Boar King Silver level boss. Silver Moon Wolf King Gold level boss. Hiss. The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. If you say you are ranked first, you can still explain it by luck or by getting away with it. Then how do we explain these two incredibly clear records of first killing bosses? That was a gold level boss that even an elite team of S-level geniuses was ruthlessly wiped out. This combat power is simply explosive. The entire square fell into complete deathly silence. On the high platform, the regret and anger on Lei Zhinshan's face solidified bit by bit. Then it shattered and turned into stagnation. Finally, it turned into a liver-colored mixture of confusion, shock, and shame. The harsh comments he made to Su Xing not long ago now seemed like invisible slaps in the face. With the sound of wind, he swung his bow left and right, hitting him hard in the face. Double D-level talent, useless idiot. The shame of Nanjiang Sanctuary. It hurts so much. An S-level genius team was eliminated in disgrace. A double D rank loser who reached the top of the list and killed two big bosses in a row. This absurd contrast made everyone confused. Li Wei. Lin Xingya. Are your S-class professions fake? How could you be outshined by a D-class? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask sharply. These words were like a needle, piercing Li Wei's numb nerves. He suddenly looked up, his eyes were red, but he couldn't say a word. At this moment, Lin Xingya, who had been silent, moved. Her body softened, as if she could no longer support herself, and she leaned weakly against Li Wei. The originally pure and beautiful face was now as pale as paper, and the beautiful eyes turned red in an instant. 2 lines of clear tears slid down her cheeks just right, and her voice was filled with an uncontrollable tremor and great grievance. Commander Lei. Teachers. You have to make the decision for us. As soon as she spoke, she instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience, including Lei Zhinshan, whose face turned ashen. Lin Xingya's crying was filled with grief and anger, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her nails dug deep into her palms, and she used all her strength to accuse. Our team, we fought tooth and nail, even sacrificing 3 of our closest teammates, to finally bring that gold level, Silver Moon Wolf King, down to barely any health. Her voice was choked with sobs, and every word was filled with sorrow, which was very contagious. But just when we were about to give it the final blow, Su Xing. That shameless thief. He's been hiding nearby. He was like the most despicable rat. He watched us and the Wolf King fight to the point of being both injured, then suddenly rushed out and used a skill that made branches emerge from the ground to entangle us, stealing the final blow. Not only that, he also stole all the spoils that should have belonged to us. We were killed instantly by the enraged Wolf King before he died. We're all out. She was in tears and her words were 9 parts false and 1 part true. A carefully woven, black and white story is vividly presented to everyone. The whole place fell into silence. Chapter 17 Traitor. The final trial begins early. A second later, it was like a spark falling into a powder keg and completely exploded. I told you. How could a double D rank loser possibly kill a golden boss? So that's how it is. It's really shameless. To rob fellow countrymen of their victory is no different from being a traitor. This is a disgrace to our Nanjiang sanctuary. We recommend that he be disqualified from the trial immediately. The waves of condemnation grew higher and higher. Those who had already doubted Su Xing due to jealousy and prejudice seemed to have found the perfect outlet for their outbursts. They cursed the man they saw as a thief and traitor with the most vicious words. On the high platform, Lei Zhinshan's slight confusion and shame at Su Xing's battle record were instantly replaced by the raging rage ignited by these accusations. What he hates most is the kind of villain who betrays his compatriots and takes advantage of others in the team. This kind of person has a corrupt mind and is the most unstable cancer in the army. He is indeed a villain with corrupt character. Lei Zhinshan's face turned ashen, his eyes as cold as a knife, and he made the final decision. Even if such a person has the good fortune to gain a little strength, he must never be reused. The authoritative characterization brought the condemnation in the square to a climax. At this moment, the hero became a traitor who was hated by everyone. Amidst the noise and curses, only Yun Shang had her beautiful brows tightly furrowed. She didn't look at Lin Xingya, who was in tears, nor did she pay attention to the furious Lei Zhinshan. Her gaze was always fixed on the cold data on the light screen. Su Xing's clean record, which only contained killing monsters and leveling up, was extremely clear in her eyes. She turned her head and looked at the principal beside her, who also had a serious expression on his face. She said in a gentle but firm tone, "Principal, I believe he is not that kind of person. Look at the records. From the time he first killed the Tuskboar King, to the time he first killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, his levels soared at a terrifying yet consistent rate. He's been frantically hunting high-level monsters, and hasn't been hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to pick up a bargain." Her voice was small and insignificant amid the frenzied condemnation. No one heard, and no one cared. All eyes were focused on the figure with a sullen face and as majestic as a mountain. The rage in Lei Zhinshan's heart had been completely ignited by Lin Xingya's tearful accusation. His eyes were as cold as a knife, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, directly defining Su Xing's character. I hereby declare that Su Xing's qualification for the trial will be immediately revoked. Once he is forcibly teleported out, he will be immediately detained and all his possessions will be thoroughly investigated. His words, like a judge's verdict, brought the atmosphere in the square to a climax. That's right. Punish the traitor severely. This kind of scum is not worthy of being a professional. A hint of ferocious pleasure appeared on Li Wei's face. Lin Xingya, who was beside him, lowered her head quietly, hiding the smug, victorious smile on her lips. However, Lei Zhinshan was unable to finish his sentence. Boom! An indescribable roar exploded from the huge light curtain without any warning. Immediately afterwards, the entire light curtain flickered violently, and the originally gray and hazy picture of the secret realm was instantly distorted and torn apart. Then it was completely covered by an ominous, sticky blood-red color. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice, like a divine command, resounded over all sanctuaries around the world. Global notice: due to anomalies in the initial trial data, the final stage will begin early. Trial mode changed to Purification Storm. All survivors, please survive the Purification Storm to the end. The final winner will receive the final reward. This sudden change left everyone in the square stunned. Lei Jinshan's unfinished sentence got stuck in his throat, and his expression turned from ashen to astonished. And the next second, when the image on the blood-red screen became clear, the whole audience erupted in an even louder, but gloating exclamation. The scenes inside the secret realm can actually be broadcast live online. Within the secret realm, Su Xing killed people all the way and just stepped into the core area of the dense forest. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet began to shake violently. He looked up suddenly and saw that the sky had turned into a depressing dark red. Then, on the ground around him, the monsters that should have been dead for a long time and whose corpses were about to be refreshed began to mutate. Wisps of ominous black air rose from their remains and condensed into flesh and blood again. The tusk boars, silver wolves, and even the tusk boar king and silver moon wolf king that he had just killed with his own hands, all slowly revived in the swirling black air and stood up again. In their empty eye sockets, two irrational scarlet lights ignited. Their levels all became LV.10, and they roared and growled from all directions, surrounding Su Xing tightly. Ha 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 ha. Retribution. This is retribution. In the square, one of Li Wei's followers pointed at the light curtain and laughed wildly. Besieged by all the monsters. Now let's see how this shameless traitor dies. God's punishment. This is God's punishment. Li Wei and Lin Xingye looked at each other and saw immense satisfaction in each other's eyes. In their opinion, this was undoubtedly the most fair judgment from God on a thief like Su Xing. Lei Jinshan also snorted coldly and stared at the light curtain. He wanted to see how ugly the death of this corrupt villain would be when faced with a truly desperate situation. However, Su Xing in the secret realm did not show even a trace of panic on his face when facing this doomsday beast tide that was enough to make any SSS-level genius despair. He just frowned slightly. That look didn't look like he was facing death, but rather like he was about to go home for dinner, but found a group of annoying salesmen blocking the door. TSK. He made a slight smacking sound through his teeth and slowly took off the golden longbow with the moonlight shining all over it from his back. What a hassle. He whispered to himself, so quietly that only he could hear it. They don't even give me time to rest. Roar. Before he finished speaking, the two largest bosses, the resurrected Tusk Boar King and Silver Moon Wolf King, they were already running towards him, one on the left and one on the right, with tremendous force, raising a cloud of dust. That momentum is enough to crush an army. The hearts of the people outside were in their throats, as if they had already seen the scene of Su Xing being torn into pieces. But Su Xing in the light curtain didn't even look at them. He just casually raised the silver moon bow in his hand. The bowstring was gently pulled, and a silver arrow made of pure energy instantly condensed into shape. The whole process was as freehand as practicing archery in one's own backyard. Call out. He let go of his hand. The silver light flashed by so quickly that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Chapter 18: The Only Winner, Crowned in Silence. The next moment, the huge head of the Tusk Boar King, which was charging madly, suddenly stopped. A tiny hole appeared in the eye socket, which was difficult to defend when it charged. A bright red number, which instantly silenced the entire square, floated up from above its head. 28,888. Boom! Under the huge inertia, the Pig King's huge body rolled forward, plowing a long gully, and finally fell to the ground with a loud bang, without a sound. One arrow, kill instantly. The entire square was dead silent. All the shouting and taunting seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, making it impossible to make a sound. Lei Jinshan's pupils suddenly contracted and his mouth opened unconsciously. Holy shit! What did I just see? Oh my god, what kind of harm is this? A silver-level boss that dealt 5-digit damage. The Pig King, known for his defensive skills, was killed instantly by a single arrow? Outrageous! What a terrifying attack power! And Su Xing in the secret realm just twitched his eyelids and muttered something. My current damage is really fucking severe. Even I'm scared. At this time, the Silver Moon Wolf King was already very close. It opened its bloody mouth and grabbed Su Xing with its sharp claws with a cold light that tore through the air. Su Xing finally moved. His body flashed, and he slid back more than 10 meters like a ghost. The speed of the Wolf King was nothing compared to his terrifying agility. At the same time, the bowstring in his hand trembled. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows were shot out in the shape of a t-shirt, but they did not hit the Wolf King's body, but landed precisely on the Wolf King's claws on his forward route. 11,000. 3 arrows directly consumed 1/6 of the Wolf King's blood. The Wolf King had to turn around in a panic to avoid this strange attack, but he completely lost his attack rhythm. In the next minute, everyone outside saw a scene that they would never forget. The gold-level boss that once caused Li Wei's team to be wiped out in despair is now like a husky being teased. No matter how it roared, charged, or released skills, the arrow in the black-haired young man's hand could always block all its movements in advance at an extremely tricky angle. Every arrow was like a precise prediction and a tease with absolute confidence. Roar! After being teased for more than 10 seconds, the Wolf King finally revealed a huge flaw due to his impotent rage. Now is the time. Su Xing's eyes narrowed and he no longer held back. A brilliant silver light accurately pierced the Wolf King's throat. 20,000. This arrogant gold-level boss fell to the ground with an unwilling wail. Until death, it may not understand why the bow and arrow that killed it was made from the material of its body. It was a tragic death. After defeating the 2 bosses, Su Xing didn't even have time to breathe. He stood there, facing the black mass of beasts that surged like a tide, and finally transformed himself into a ruthless artillery. The bow is drawn like a full moon, and the arrow flies like a shooting star. The silver moon bow in his hand was so fast that only a shadow remained, and the dazzling arrows poured out like a rainstorm on a summer night. With the help of weakness analysis, each arrow accurately hits the monster's vital point. 1 arrow, 1 life. The entire process was without any unnecessary movements. It was more of an efficient and cruel massacre than a battle. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. When the last resurrected silver wolf fell down wailing, the entire secret realm returned to deathly silence. Under the blood-red sky, there was only the young man standing with a bow and the monster corpses scattered on the ground at his feet. 3 minutes. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a strange stagnation following the one-sided massacre in the secret realm. The square was dead silent. The faces of those who had been shouting the loudest and cursing the most viciously before were now frozen, like crude sculptures frozen in ice. Their mouths were open and their eyes were wide open. My throat felt like it was filled with scalding hot iron and I couldn't make a sound. My brain is blank. At the same time, in the initial secret realms of countries around the world. Country M. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, blasting a resurrected Abyss Hydra to pieces. A blond young man with golden electric light wrapped around his body and a rebellious look in his eyes was floating in the air. He was the genius SSS level professional, Thor, Kane from Country M. A bunch of resurrected trash dares to stand in my way? Kane's lips curled up into an arrogant smile, feeling the power surging in his body. He had already formulated a strategy. First use high-frequency lightning to paralyze these idiots, and then use the ultimate skill, Thor's Wrath, to clear the field in one go. As for the boss, just take it down slowly. He will definitely survive to the end. He is sure to get the final reward. Japan. A young man dressed in traditional samurai clothes, holding a coldly shining sword, is standing with his eyes closed in front of a resurrected Yamada no Orochi. He is an SSS level swordmaster from Japan. The violent snake breath made his clothes rustle. He didn't move at all his energy and spirit were concentrated on the blade. He is waiting. Wait for a flaw in 1/10,000th of a second. He wants to use the most perfect and glorious Ichi no Dachi to cut off the snake's head and prove that Yamato's martial arts is the strongest in the world. However, just when the American god of thunder was about to unleash his ultimate skill to destroy the world, just as the Japanese sword saint was about to strike his all-consuming blow, mutation happened again. The bosses in front of them, who were so aggressive and exuding a doomsday aura, suddenly seemed to be unplugged. They flickered twice, turned into countless points of light out of thin air, and dissipated into the air. Kane was about to release a thunderstorm, but he held it back and almost got a stitch in the side. Ha! My, Wu Xiang Yidao. The sword master also suddenly opened his eyes, looking confused. The next second, before they could react, a soft white light enveloped them and forcibly teleported them. Swish! With a flash of light, all the geniuses from various countries who were teleported returned to the squares of their respective sanctuaries with a look of astonishment on their faces. What's going on? Is there a system bug? What the hell? I've already taken off my pants and you're showing me this? The trial, is it over? Just when everyone in the world was talking about it and in chaos. The sky has changed. A golden list that could not be described in words, spanning the entire sky of the planet, slowly unfolded. The light was so sacred and majestic that everyone held their breath involuntarily. There are no densely packed rankings. There are no fancy words either. There were only 3 lines of words on it, which were so short that they were suffocating. End of the final trial. Sole winner, Dragon Country Occupation Observer. Rewards distributed. Boom! The whole world, at this moment, was completely speechless. Chapter 19, Reactions from All Sides. Hidden Reward, Creation God Core. Dragon Kingdom, Nanjiang Sanctuary Square. Dead silence. It was as silent as a cemetery. Li Wei's follower, who had been gloating before, now turned pale as paper, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Li Wei's whole body was shaking violently, not because of anger. But it is because of a boundless fear that spreads from the depths of the soul. His lies and slander seemed so ridiculous and pale in the face of this miraculous global announcement. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xingya beside him. The pitiful and pretty face that he had always been fascinated with was now completely bloodless. There was no more carefully calculated grievance in those beautiful eyes that always shed tears at just the right moment. All that remains is the most primitive and purest horror and despair after all disguises are completely exposed. Traitor? Thief? Shameless villain? Someone in the crowd was muttering to himself in a very low voice. These words were like invisible slaps in the face, slapping Li Wei, Lin Xingya, and everyone else who had just spoken in agreement. It hurts so much. On the high platform, Lei Zhinshan's majestic square face changed colors in an extremely wonderful way. From blue to white, then from white to red, and finally, everything turned into an indescribable gray. The judgment he was proud of, the authority he firmly believed in. At this moment, everything was shattered by this ironclad fact. It was as if all his strength was drained away in an instant, his body swayed slightly, and he almost lost his balance. In this hopeless silence, a sharp and out-of-tune voice suddenly tore through the air. It's a bug. He must have hit a bug. Everyone looked in astonishment and saw Li Wei looking like a madman, with bloodshot eyes, pointing at Su Xing in the light curtain and roaring with all his strength. Fear, when there is no way out, often gives rise to the most vicious madness. You were all deceived by him. Lin Xingya, who had been slumped beside Li Wei, seemed to have grabbed the last straw at this moment. She suddenly raised her head, and a morbid look of grief and anger reappeared on her pale face. Tears burst out again, the sound was more shrill and more inciting than ever before. Commander Lei. Teachers. Don't you see it? She pointed at the light curtain and accused in a trembling voice, Final trial, those are all resurrected monsters. Resurrection. Do you understand? That's not the real boss at all, it's just an empty shell created by a system bug. Not even 1/10 of his strength remains. That's why he killed him so easily. He didn't rely on his strength at all. He relied on cheating. He deceived the entire system. He stole the glory that should have belonged to all of us Nanjiang freshmen. This roar that turned black into white was like thunder, exploding in the silent crowd. Those who had just been feeling ashamed and blaming themselves for their own stupidity were stunned when they heard these words. Then, a light of sudden enlightenment burst out in his eyes as if he had found an outlet. Yes. Bug. It must be a bug. How could a double D rank loser possibly kill a silver rank boss with a single arrow? Kill a gold level boss in 1 minute? This doesn't make sense at all. So that is how it is. Turns out he's a shameless cheater. I was saying it. How could a D rank loser like him be so strong? It turns out there's a bug. How shameless. Shameless liar. Such a person is a disgrace to our Nanjiang. Even more hateful than a traitor. He cheated the system and obtained the final reward. That reward doesn't belong to him. He must hand it over. The anger that had just been extinguished burned again 100-fold, 1,000-fold more violently and uglier than before. The jealousy and ignorance in human nature were fully displayed at this moment. What they need is not the truth, but a stepping stone that allows them to continue to hate others with peace of mind. On the high platform, Lei Jinshan's shaking body stood firm again. He recalled the terrifying damage figures on the screen before, and then heard Lin Qingya's reasonable explanation. The originally shattered cognition quickly found a new support point. Yes. How could a freshman who just reached level 10 possibly deal that kind of damage? Even for an SSS level genius, it is impossible. This is unreasonable. The only explanation is bug. Those resurrected monsters are just empty shells with nothing but beauty. This Su Xing is indeed a corrupt and opportunistic villain. Thinking of this, the last trace of guilt in Lei Jinshan's eyes disappeared, replaced by an even colder murderous intent. The final reward. The only winner. He narrowed his eyes, and an extremely firm idea arose in his mind. Giving such a god-level reward to such a corrupt scum is a colossal waste. It's even more detrimental to the Dragon Nation. He must be taken back to the sanctuary. I will personally handle it. He waved his hand suddenly and gave the order in a voice as cold as iron. Everyone, get ready. As soon as he emerges, capture him immediately. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. The atmosphere in the square instantly changed from fanatical condemnation to solemn waiting. At the same time, the center of the storm is no longer limited to Nanjiang. Dragon Kingdom, the sanctuary of Kyoto. In a magnificent palace suspended above the clouds, 4 figures with profound and majestic auras, like gods and demons, were simultaneously looking at a data report that had just been received. The title of the report consists of only 3 words: Observer. Instantly killed the LV-10 silver boss with 1 arrow. Cleared the final trial in 5 minutes. The only winner in the world. One of the elderly men, with white hair and beard, said in a voice that was a little shocked, D-rank profession? Such potential. Unheard of. Investigate. His background. His family. Everything he has. Another middle-aged man in military uniform said firmly, those idiots at the Nanjiang Sanctuary don't deserve a Qilin child like this. I've already sent someone there, a shadowy figure uttered in a hoarse voice. Level 7 Shadow Killer, rush to Nanjiang as quickly as possible. We must bring him back and protect him before the other forces react. That's right. At any cost. Get this genius. Country M, Pentagonal Temple. D-rank Professional Observer? Dragon Nation. A blond man, his face gloomy as he stared at the red alert on the screen. Dragon Nation again. We can't let them produce another martial god. Launch the Star Destruction Plan. Send a team of S-class assassins to infiltrate Dragon Country and search for any trace of the Observer at all costs. Find him, and then assassinate him. The country of cherry blossoms, the sanctuary of Mount Fuji. Baga. The dragon people are so cunning. This observer must die. Order Aranamusha lurking in Dragon Country to mobilize with all their might. Find him and purify him in the name of Amaterasu. The undercurrent of the world has become completely turbulent because of one person's name. And at this moment, at the center of the storm. In the initial secret realm. A ray of light fell from the sky. It was neither gold nor silver, but a ray of chaotic light that seemed to contain the mysteries of the beginning of the universe. It ignored all the noise and conspiracy in the outside world, and penetrated into Su Xing's eyebrows accurately and gently. Su Xing's body shook slightly. He could clearly feel that a tiny core that could not be described in words, which seemed to contain infinite laws and mysteries, was completely bound to his soul. Hint: you have obtained the unique reward fragment of the Creation God Core 19. Creation God Core contains the secrets of professional talents above SSS level. Chapter 20 The Sacred Tree recognizes its master and judges him in public. Su Xing quietly felt the throbbing from the deepest part of his soul brought by the fragment of the core of the God of Creation between his eyebrows. It was an indescribable feeling of completeness, as if a broken puzzle had finally found its first piece. However, at this moment, an invisible call, full of intimacy and longing, came from the deepest part of the original forest. It was not a sound, nor was it a mental fluctuation. It is a resonance that comes from his bloodline and the origin of his profession, soul draining from the abyss. Su Xing's mind moved, and without any hesitation, his body turned into a shadow and rushed towards the core area of the dense forest. The deeper you go, the stronger the sense of calling becomes. Finally, he came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree that was so huge that it was unimaginable. But the tree has completely withered. The bark is dry and cracked, like the wrinkles of an old man, and the branches are bare and lifeless. It was as if the last drop of vitality had been drained away in the endless years. But Su Xing could clearly feel that beneath this dead silence, an extremely weak spark of life was echoing with the power in his body. He stretched out his hand as if possessed by a ghost and slowly pressed it on the rough, cold tree trunk. Boom! The moment his palm touched the tree trunk, a vast life energy like a sea of smoke suddenly rushed out of Su Xing's body, through the roots of earth abyss soul draining, and madly poured into the withered giant tree. The entire giant tree began to tremble violently. Visible to the naked eye, rays of emerald green light started from the place where his palm touched the tree, and like a rushing river, instantly spread to every corner of the giant tree. The cracked bark becomes plump and shiny again. The bare branches are frantically sprouting new buds and blooming green leaves at a speed that goes against the laws of nature. In just a few breaths, this sacred tree that seemed to have been dead for thousands of years regained its majestic vitality that covered the sky and the sun. At the same time, a stream of information was directly imprinted deep into Su Xing's soul. Hint: you have awakened the core of the initial jungle world tree and are deeply bound to it. You have obtained the only power, the mark of the world tree. Mark of the world tree. 1. Absolute shelter. When encountering fatal danger at any location, you can instantly teleport to the world tree to avoid harm. 2. Life resurrection. After death in the outside world, your soul will be drawn by the mark and perfectly resurrected under the world tree. Cooling time, 30 days. 3. Growth sharing. From now on, for all new students entering the initial jungle, you will receive 100% of the experience points generated by killing monsters or being killed by monsters. Su Xing slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the blood connection between him and the world tree, and finally a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Resurrection, teleportation, and idol upgrade. This is the real god-level reward. With this trump card, from now on, there is no place in the world that you can't go. It's time. He took a look at the equipment and materials in his backpack. The harvest from this initial jungle was huge. With a sudden thought, I chose to leave. Outside, Nanjiang Sanctuary Square. Under Lei Zhinshan's murderous command, teams of sanctuary guards in sophisticated armor have surrounded the teleportation array, with their swords drawn and murderous intent in their eyes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the teleportation array, waiting for the shameless cheater to appear. Swish! A white light flashed, and Su Xing's figure appeared in the center of the teleportation array. He's out. Catch him. Hand over the reward. The crowd instantly became agitated, with roars of greed and anger rising one after another. However, none of the guards who were shouting the loudest dared to be the first to step forward. They just surrounded them in a cowardly manner, forming an oppressive formation. Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who were surrounded by them, were so frightened that they retreated again and again. Others don't know, but they have witnessed Su Xing's horror with their own eyes. The scene of killing the gold-level boss with just a few arrows is a nightmare that will haunt them for the rest of their lives. They only dared to hide behind the crowd, inciting those stupid cannon fodder with the most vicious eyes. At this tense moment, a beautiful figure resolutely stood in front of Su Xing. It's Yunshang. She opened her arms and used her not-so-strong body to build a line of defense for Su Xing. Her pretty face was filled with anxiety and determination. Su Xing, stand behind me. Commander Lei. Teachers. The matter hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet, you can't do this. Lei Zhinshan looked at this scene with an even colder look in his eyes. Yunshang. Are you going to protect this shame of Nanjiang too? Get out of my way. I won't give in. Yunshang's voice was not loud, but extremely persistent. Is it worth it for a piece of trash? Li Wei screamed behind the crowd. Shut up. Su Xing finally spoke. He gently pulled Yunshang, who was blocking his way, behind him, and his eyes calmly swept over the ugly and greedy faces in front of him. Finally, he smiled. It was a smile filled with extreme contempt and pity. Ridiculous. He shook his head. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the silent square. They are a bunch of idiots who are being used as pawns. They are really hopeless. His gaze, across the crowd, accurately locked onto the two pale-faced culprits. Li Wei, Lin Xingya. Su Xing's voice became icy cold, like a judgment from the underworld. From today on, I will let you know what true despair is. I will keep your level at level 1 forever. If you dare to leave the Nanjiang Sanctuary or enter a dungeon, I will kill you every time I see you. This will last until your Taoist heart is shattered and you become completely useless. These words are not a threat, but a verdict. Li Wei and Lin Xingya were struck by lightning, their whole bodies trembling violently, with expressions of fear worse than death in their eyes. Presumptuous. On the high platform, Lei Jinshan was enraged, and a terrifying aura erupted. How dare you threaten an S-rank genius in front of me? No one can save you today. Capture you. Between the S-level genius and the D-level waste, he chose to believe the S-level genius without hesitation. He was too lazy to wait for his men to take action, and the terrifying pressure of the 5th level pressed down towards Su Xing like a mountain. He wants to personally destroy this ignorant kid. Su Xing's pupils shrank, and he instantly connected with the world tree mark between his eyebrows, ready to teleport away with Yun Shang. However, just before Lei Jinshan was about to take action, an extremely fast black shadow appeared between Su Xing and Lei Jinshan without any warning. Chapter 21. The 7th rank arrives. An invitation from a god-level guild. Clang. A light yet deafening sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Lei Jinshan's violent attack that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, and the pressure that was wrapped in the boundless anger of a 5th-level strongman. Less than half a meter away from Su Xing's face, he was hit by a palm. An ordinary-looking palm blocked it steadily. The terrifying energy shockwave spread out with the two of them as the center. Boom! The ground of the entire square was cracked into pieces by the aftermath of this escaped wave, and countless pieces of gravel were blown back into the sky. The guards who were close to them were like being hit by an invisible giant beast. They screamed, vomited blood, and flew backwards, knocking down a large number of people. The smoke and dust dissipated. The man in the black suit and with an ordinary face still stood there quietly. He didn't even move his feet. But Lei Jinshan, who was opposite him, took 3 steps back. Every step he took left deep footprints on the hard ground, and he was barely able to keep his balance. His face, which had turned purple as pig liver, was now filled with horror and disbelief. You! He stared at the man in front of him, as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat, and every word was extremely difficult to speak. 7. 7th rank? Are you a 7th rank expert? Boom! These 2 words were like throwing a nuclear bomb into a calm frying pan. In the entire square, everyone who was still standing had their minds instantly gone blank. 7th turn. What's that concept? For them, the freshmen who are still struggling for the 2nd transformation, and even for everyone in the Nanjiang Sanctuary, it is just a legendary realm. It is a godlike existence that is out of reach. The strongest person in the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary is the 5th-level General Lei Jinshan in front of him. But now, a living 7th-level strongman suddenly and quietly appeared in front of them. May I ask who you are? Lei Jinshan forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, his voice a little dry. The man ignored him and just uttered 2 words lightly. Conferred God. These 2 words seem to carry a magical power that makes words come true. Lei Jinshan, 7th rank, Shadow Killer, has been ordered to come and invite Su Xing to join the Dragon Country's #1 guild, Fengshan. To be so angry at a child is not the demeanor of a lowly sanctuary military chief. Yingsha particularly emphasized a low-level sanctuary, which made Lei Jinshan so angry that he gritted his teeth, but under the opponent's powerful aura that crushed him, he was unable to refute. The square was already dead silent, and now even the last heartbeat disappeared. Conferred the gods. The #1 guild in Dragon Country. A real behemoth. A god-level guild where even the 5th-level strongmen are said to be only considered low-level members. Everyone was stunned. They could not understand why such a top-level existence that was so elusive would suddenly descend upon their small Nanjiang sanctuary. And they invited a D-level waste to join? You must be mistaken. Is that so? Lei Jinshan's heart skipped a beat, and an idea that made him extremely excited came to his mind. He even forgot that the other party was trying to stop him. He quickly stepped forward, forced an extremely eager smile on his face, and pointed at Li Wei and Lin Xingya behind him. So it's the Lord of Fengshan. My apologies. Sir, are you mistaken? The people you're looking for should be them. Our Nanjiang class has produced several talented S-level geniuses. Li Wei, Lin Xingya, they are the pride of Nanjiang, and they are the best seedlings prepared for top guilds like yours. Yes. Li Wei and Lin Xingya were like drowning people who grabbed the last piece of driftwood. They rushed forward, crawling and rolling, with morbid ecstasy on their faces. "Sir! You must have come to invite us." Li Wei pointed at Su Xing and roared with a ferocious look on his face, "Don't be fooled by this piece of trash. He's just a D-rank trash who stole our boss. He achieved his success by relying on bugs and cheating. He's a shameless villain. He doesn't even deserve to enter the investiture of the gods." Yeah. "Sir, we are the S-level geniuses, the ones you are looking for." Lin Xingya also quickly agreed, putting on that pitiful look again. Su Xing looked at the two ugly clowns in front of him with even more contempt in his eyes. "It's so sad that you act so hard that even you believe it yourself." Noisy. The man known as Shadow Killer finally frowned impatiently. The next second, a terrifying murderous intent that was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze people's souls instantly enveloped the entire square. Plop. Plop. Li Wei and Lin Xingya were like being hit in the chest by an invisible hammer. Their eyes rolled back, foam came out of their mouths, and they fainted from fright. Everyone around felt as if a cold knife was pressed against their throats, and even their breathing stopped. "Fengshen handles things." Yingsha's voice was emotionless as he swept a cold glance at the pale-faced Lei Zhinshan. "Is it your turn to interrupt?" Lei Zhinshan's whole body froze, he was extremely embarrassed, cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and he didn't dare to fart again. He was shocked and angry. What kind of shit luck did this Su Xing have? Just when everyone was silent, that terrifying murderous intent receded like the tide. Yingsha turned around and faced Su Xing. The coldness on his face melted instantly, replaced by a scrutinizing and polite smile. "My friend, are you the observer?" Su Xing nodded calmly. "I'm from the Fengshen Guild, Yingsha." Yingsha was very humble, even introducing himself, and then got straight to the point. "Would you be willing to join us, Fengshen?" Su Xing's eyes flickered slightly. He doesn't believe that pie will fall from the sky. The 7th level strongman, the first guild in Dragon Country, values him, an apparent D-level waste, so much. Their ambition must be big. He looked the other person straight in the eyes and asked the most crucial question. "Deification? Do you also want my final reward?" Upon hearing this, Yingsha was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter, his laughter full of appreciation. "Ha ha ha. Interesting." He waved his hand and said sternly, "Don't worry, young friend. We, conferred gods, wouldn't even consider the rewards of a mere initial secret realm. What we value is you as a person, and your potential as an observer." Su Xing understood and continued to ask, "What does that require me to pay?" "You, little fellow, have a good character. You haven't let our title of God-making go to your head." The approval in Shadow Killer's eyes grew even stronger as he explained, "It's very simple. Before you reach rank 6, the guild will provide you with all the resources you need free of charge, including equipment, skills, potions, intelligence, and everything else. All you need to do is complete some tasks within your ability and contribute to the guild after your 6th transformation. We are the #1 guild after all, so we have a relatively high degree of freedom. If we are below level 6, it won't be of much help to us. Even if it's higher than the 6th level, it will only be of great help if you reach the 7th or 8th level. It depends on whether you can reach the 7th or 8th level." The words fell. The people around who had just recovered from their murderous intent, after hearing these words, their breathing instantly became extremely heavy. My eyes turned red all of a sudden. Free resources. Until the 6th revolution? Oh my god. That's 6 revolutions. General Lei, who has reached the 5th level, is as powerful as the sky in the Nanjiang Sanctuary. A 6th level expert, that is a realm they dare not even imagine. And now, the Fengshen Guild is actually willing to use its endless resources to forcibly produce a rank 6 expert? Envy. Boundless jealousy, like a poisonous snake, gnaws at everyone's heart. Moreover, this is not all. The Fengshen simply look down on ordinary 6th level strongmen. Only 7 turns will help, and it can be considered a successful investment. The 8th level will be of great help and bring huge returns to the guild. Who wouldn't want to join a guild like this? Chapter 22, Join the Conferred Gods. SSS level pet. Free resources until the 6th level? These words, like a heavy hammer, hit the heart of everyone in the square hard, and then pulled it hard. Bloody. Jealousy, like wildfire, burns wildly in everyone's eyes. They couldn't understand it and couldn't accept it. Why? Why should he, a double D rank waste and a shameless villain who relied on cheating and bugs to get to the top, to receive this kind of god-level treatment that they couldn't even dream of? Lei Jinshan's face became extremely ugly, and his heart was filled with a sense of absurdity. The person he was about to destroy with his own hands was suddenly treated as a guest of honor by the Dragon Country's #1 guild, Fengshan, and was promised to devote all its resources to him. This is more embarrassing than slapping him 100 times in public. Everyone subconsciously thought that faced with this huge pie falling from the sky, Su Xing would immediately be grateful and bow down to it. However, Su Xing fell silent to everyone's surprise. He just stood there quietly, his eyes calm. It was as if what Sha had just said was not the bright future for him, but an insignificant greeting. Time passes by second by second. The atmosphere in the square gradually changed from extreme jealousy to weirdness. Oh, you're asking for death? Does he really think he's such a big shot? He dares to make Lord Sha wait for him? He's simply courting death. Behind the crowd, Li Wei saw this scene and a vicious sneer involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth. A hint of satisfaction also flashed across Lin Xingya's pale face. In her opinion, Su Xing's foolish behavior was undoubtedly challenging the patience of a 7th-level strongman, and his end would definitely be extremely miserable. As for Lei Jinshan, his brows were furrowed. He was already full of prejudice against Su Xing, and now seeing him being so arrogant, he felt even more displeased. I have already determined that Su Xing is a fool who is dazzled by his little achievements and cannot see his own strengths and weaknesses. But how could they know that beneath Su Xing's calm appearance, there was a fierce game going on in his heart? There must be many benefits to joining Fengshan. First, shelter. Fragments of the Creator God's core, and Mark of the World Tree. If either of these two things were to be spread, it would be enough to make him a top bounty target in the eyes of assassins around the world. And having just received the final reward for the initial dungeon, he must have been targeted by someone. It would be impossible to move forward on your own. The Fengshan Guild is undoubtedly the best umbrella of protection at present. Second, resources. The resources before the 6th transformation are infinitely tilted, which can save him countless time in accumulating and searching for resources, allowing him to devote all his energy to the most core task of becoming stronger. As for the disadvantages. First, bondage. Joining any organization will inevitably lead to the loss of some absolute freedom. After the 6th transformation, he needs to complete the task, which means he must be bound by the interests of the guild. Second, unknown. He had no idea the real reason why Fengshan attached so much importance to the profession of observer. This could be an opportunity or a bottomless trap. Freedom is precious, but only if can survive. Moreover, it can grow at the fastest speed to a level where it can be fearless of any threat. The answer is already obvious. After figuring it all out, Su Xing raised his head and met Xia's eyes that were filled with a hint of expectation. He didn't answer directly, but instead asked a counter-question, confirming the final key point: the guild shouldn't interfere with the personal opportunities of guild members, such as dungeon rewards, right? Xia's gaze suddenly focused, and then he burst into laughter, with admiration in his eyes almost overflowing. Of course. According to the rules of Fengshan, all personal gains of members belong to them. We will never covet anyone's opportunities. What we invest in is always people themselves. Our ultimate goal is the same: to become gods. This is the original intention of the establishment of Fengshan. After receiving a clear answer, Su Xing no longer hesitated and nodded decisively. Okay, I agree to join. At this moment, Xia, who had been acting calm and composed, relaxed his shoulders visibly. He breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had finally completed an extremely important task. This subtle movement made Lei Jinshan's heart tremble suddenly in the distance. He realized with horror that the entire Nanjiang sanctuary, might have completely misjudged Su Xing's value from the very beginning. He is not some dispensable D-level waste at all. He is the real treasure that even a behemoth like Fengshan has to send a 7th-level strongman to come in person and carefully bring it back. Su Xing ignored everyone's shock. He has always been a pragmatic person. Now that he had made his decision, he immediately put forward his first demand. I'm now at the maximum level for my first job and urgently need to complete my second job. Could the guild provide any resources or assistance? Oh, how greedy. As soon as you agreed to join, you can't wait to ask for benefits. Li Wei immediately made a sour sarcastic remark in the crowd. However, Xia did not show any displeasure when he heard this. Instead, he slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Of course. It's just a second level quest, why would I need to go through the guild's complicated procedures? I've personally provided this resource. Consider it my welcome gift to you, my friend. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. The person who was chattering before suddenly became like a duck with its neck pinched, with its mouth open, unable to utter a word. The second level, which was as difficult as climbing to heaven for them and required the strength of the entire family to prepare for, was just a trivial matter in the other party's mouth, a gift that could be given casually. The gap between people is revealed bloodily at this moment. Before he finished speaking, Ingxia made a move that almost made everyone's eyes pop out. He raised one hand to the sky and made a casual stroke. Swish! The space, like a fragile cloth, was torn open by him to create a dark, bottomless crack. Immediately afterwards, a sound that pierced the clouds and split the rocks, as if an eagle's cry from the ancient times, suddenly came out from the crack. The next second, a terrifying giant beast with a wingspan of over 100 meters, a body as black as ink, and every feather shining with the luster of cold black iron, poked its proud head out from the crack in space. Nine heavens soaring pang! The terrifying pressure of the SSS-level beast, like a tangible tide, instantly swept across the entire square. All the freshmen, including those S-level geniuses, could not even stand in the face of this pressure. Their legs and feet became weak and they fell to their knees with pale faces. Even Lei Zhinshan, who was at the 5th level, felt a tightness in his chest, palpitations, and difficulty breathing. SSS level mount. Is this the foundation of Dragon Country's #1 guild? Nanjiang's most powerful pet is only S level. Ingxia leaped up and landed lightly on Peng's back. He turned around and looked at Su Xing. Su Xing did not leave immediately. He turned around and faced the beautiful figure who had been silently guarding him from beginning to end, and was now looking at him with shock and relief. He stretched out his hand. Teacher Yunshan, let's go together. Su Xing was worried about leaving Teacher Yunshan here, who had gone against everyone to support him. Yunshan was stunned. She looked at Su Xing's sincere eyes, her nose felt sore, and her eyes turned red in an instant. She nodded vigorously. Amid the complex gazes of envy, jealousy, regret, and fear from everyone in the square, Su Xing, along with Yunshan, boarded the legendary mount. Chapter 23, A Mountain of Wealth and a Sky-High Price for Job Change. The giant rock flapped its wings, and with a howling roar, it soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Only the pale faces of Li Wei and Lin Xingyao were left, and Lei Zhinshan's eyes, which were full of complexity and could not calm down for a long time. The world was clearly divided into two layers at this moment. The Nanjiang Sanctuary Job Changer Association is very close to the Newborn Awakening Square. Ingxia rode Dapeng around a few times and then quietly came back. To use Shadow Kill's words, since you're already preparing to leave, it would be a bit unreasonable not to show off. Dapeng is so cool, this can also kill those people's jealousy and make them envy you to death. Although Su Xing thought this behavior was childish, he also knew that Ingxia was taking care of his emotions. He was very grateful. Resource Exchange Hall. The decoration here is full of low-key luxury, and everyone who comes and goes has a calm demeanor, and it is obvious that they are all masters of the area. When Ingxia brought Su Xing and Yunshan to the exchange counter, the receptionist just nodded politely, but there was a subtle contempt in his eyes. Obviously, in his opinion, this was another rookie who relied on connections with bigwigs to see the world. Su Xing didn't care about the other person's gaze. He simply walked forward calmly, opened the system backpack, and then, under the other party's slightly impatient gaze, chose to dump everything. Next second. Crash. Crash. Like a mountain torrent bursting its dam, like the Milky Way flowing backwards. A huge amount of equipment. Black iron, bronze, and silver. Weapons and armors of various grades, mixed with countless materials shining with various colors, gushed out from the void like a waterfall. The jingling sounds were endless, attracting everyone in the hall to look over. In just a few breaths, a mountain of dazzling equipment that shimmered with brilliance had been piled up in front of the solid alloy exchange counter. The entire hall fell into deathly silence in an instant. Immediately afterwards, there was a thunderous roar. Oh! Holy shit! What was that? Did they rob some guild's warehouse? It's all equipment. Lots of silver-level gear. Oh my god. Is this something a freshman can produce? The staff member who had looked contemptuous before now had his mouth wide open enough to fit a fist, and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. He was in a panic, his face flushed red, and he screamed into the intercom, "Quick! Quick! Station 3! Check! Urgent support needed!" Yun Shang stood aside, covering her mouth in shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She subconsciously uttered a soul-searching question. "Su Xing, did you plunder the entire primordial forest?" Even Ning-sha, the 7th rank expert who had always been calm and steady, had his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already in turmoil. "When I first changed my job, I was fighting tooth and nail for a silver-level weapon. This kid is ridiculously rich. I used to think he didn't have enough materials for his job change. How is this not enough? It seems that this gift of materials required for the second job is a bit insufficient. Ingsha doesn't know yet, but he will be the one crying soon." While several staff members were busy counting the hill, Su Xing acted as if nothing had happened. He pulled Yun Shang, who was still a little dazed, and walked to the treasure exchange area nearby. "Every item here is dazzling and obviously a fine product." Without hesitation, Su Xing pointed to a necklace that looked like it was woven from moonlight and said to the staff, "This, the Tears of the Moon Goddess, has been changed." "Okay, I need 100,000 copper coins." Before the staff member finished speaking, Su Xing had already confirmed the payment. He handed Yun Shang this rare gold-grade defensive accessory that was strong enough to withstand a fatal injury. "Teacher, this is for you." "No. This is too expensive. I can't accept it." Yun Shang was surprised and happy, and quickly declined. "Take it." Su Xing's tone left no room for doubt. "Without you, I wouldn't be here." Looking at Su Xing's sincere and determined eyes, Yun Shang's eyes instantly turned red. She no longer refused and carefully and lovingly placed the Tears of the Moon Goddess on her snow-white neck. This scene made Ingsha, who was not far away, nod secretly, and he looked up to Su Xing's character even more highly. Soon, the equipment was counted and an astronomical amount of copper coins was transferred into Su Xing's account. Ingsha also fulfilled his promise and handed him a second turn scroll that emitted a faint spatial fluctuation. Su Xing took the scroll and crushed it on the spot without any hesitation. With a flash of light, he was instantly teleported to a magnificent and solemn job-changing temple. In the center of the temple, the huge statue of the goddess of job transfer lowered her eyes, sacred and compassionate. A soft starlight descended from the statue, enveloping Su Xing. Second job quest has been opened. The task panel slowly unfolded in front of Su Xing. Phase 1, reach level 10-10-10. The first turn is full level. This first phase is complete. Now it depends on what materials are needed for the second stage. However, when he saw the requirements for the second ring task, he was stunned. Phase 2, please submit the following 10 gold level materials to prove your potential. 0-10. 1. Gold level Dragon Beasts Reverse Scale 1. 2. Gold grade Deep Sea Devils Anemone Complete Tentacles X1. 3. Gold level Storm Giant Heart X1. 4. Gold grade Star Core Fragment 1. 5. Gold level. A long list of unheard of, rare gold grade materials, the names of which make one's scalp tingle, are clearly listed above. A D-level observer profession requires so many materials? You have to know that Su Xing killed a gold-level boss, and with the first kill reward, he only had a set of gold equipment. If he didn't join the guild, where would he find so many gold-level materials? But it's normal. After all, although the observer's talent is D-level, it is not worse than SSS level. Don't we have Shadow Killer to help us? With a flash of light, Su Xing returned to the redemption hall and shared the task panel. Hiss. Yun Shang gasped and exclaimed, How is this possible? Even an SSS level class upgrade only requires 3 gold materials, and only 1 of each. Ingsha was also stunned. He took a closer look out of curiosity, and the next second, the hearty smile on his face completely froze for the first time. His eyes were fixed on the list of materials, and his expression changed from astonishment to shock, and then to a hint of confusion. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Su Xing's career panel. The extremely clear, D-class, observer, seemed to be mocking him mercilessly at the top of his voice with the grand words he had just said as a gift. He originally thought that this was just a favor that could be easily done. Who would have thought that this was such a bottomless pit? The entire exchange hall fell into an eerie silence in an instant. The air seemed to have frozen. The awkward atmosphere could almost be cut with a knife. Chapter 24, Gaze Upon the Law. Peep into the Gods. The air in the exchange hall seemed to be frozen. The awkward atmosphere could almost be cut with a knife. Dead silence. The entire exchange hall fell into a dead silence that seemed to freeze time. Yunxiang clenched her fists nervously, her palms full of cold sweat. She was afraid that this 7th-level strong man would get angry and turn against her. As for Ring Sha, the expression on his face was truly wonderful to the extreme. He was silent at first, then shocked, and then deeply confused. He has been traveling around the world for decades. What kind of storms has he not seen? But today, he felt that his worldview was shattered by a 2nd-level mission for a D-level profession. This is called a 2nd-level mission? Even if there are a few SSS-level professionals, the value of all the materials for the 2nd job transfer added together is only equivalent to the list in front of us. This isn't a job change, this is clearly robbery. Cough. In the end, it was Ingsha's own dry cough that broke the eerie silence. He took a deep, deep breath, as if to absorb all the depression in his life into his lungs, and then exhaled it slowly. A trace of pain and helplessness flashed across those deep eyes. But in the end, it turned into a kind of determination, like breaking the jar and throwing it away. Forget it. He gritted his teeth, as if he had made a huge decision, and there was a sense of tragedy in his voice. I, Shadow Shah, travel the world relying on the 4 words, a promise is worth 1,000 gold. Isn't it just 10 gold grade materials? He paused, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I give. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and began to take things out of his storage ring one by one. That action was full of difficulties and obstacles. Alas, this bottle of dragon blood I stole with great difficulty from the lair of the Abyss Dragon King. He took out a crystal bottle, looked at it reluctantly for a long time, and put it on the table. Alas, this fragment of the star core I was going to use to upgrade my precious dagger. He took out another piece of metal that sparkled with starlight, and his face was covered with blood. Under Yunxiang's stunned gaze, this legendary 7th-level strongman was like an old father whose family assets had been emptied by his children. While muttering to himself, he painstakingly gathered 10 gold-grade materials that were enough to severely damage any small guild. When he slammed the last thing on the table, he seemed to have been drained of all his energy. Take it. Turn it. He yelled at Su Xing in annoyance. Fortunately, he had only agreed to help with the 2nd transfer, otherwise he would have to bear the pain. Next time, don't agree to help Su Xing change his job so easily. The job change requirements are simply too complicated. It takes too much material. Su Xing returned to the job transfer temple and handed in the materials. Phase 2, please submit the following 10 gold level materials to prove your potential. 10-10. Phase 2 completed. Moment. The entire job transfer temple is shining brightly. The starlight, which was 100 times brighter than any previous one, formed an extremely thick pillar of light that reached the sky and suddenly enveloped Su Xing. An unprecedented vast power originating from the origin of the world rushed into his eyes madly. A sharp stinging sensation came, as if it was going to completely melt and reshape his eyeballs. At the same time, a series of system notification sounds flashed across his mind like a violent storm. But the most core and crucial one made Su Xing completely stunned. Warning. Unknown career evolution path detected. The career system is undergoing data correction. Congratulations! Your class, D-level, observer, has successfully absorbed the essence of the law and completed an unprecedented level transition. Current occupation, C-level law gaze. Extra spirit bonus, 100. New skills, law analysis, space rift. Evolutionary characteristics, the whites of the eyes transform into transparent crystals, reflecting the aura of laws of different colors. Staring at the outlines of the laws symbolizes the initial understanding of the nature of the world. I see. A huge wave rose in Su Xing's heart, and he understood everything in an instant. This is not an ordinary 2nd transformation at all. Instead, it uses massive amounts of rare resources as fuel to forcibly break the iron laws of professional levels and undergo an evolution that defies the heavens. Occupations can actually evolve, which completely overturns Su Xing's decades of cognition. At this moment, he smashed a hole in the iron law of this world. You should know that the professions of ordinary professionals cannot be upgraded. S-level is S-level, unless you get a job transfer book and transfer to a higher level job such as SSS level. Su Xing can actually upgrade his career level just by completing the job transfer task. It's outrageous. Outside, Yingsha and Yunxiang also saw the brilliant beam of light that was about to break through the dome of the temple. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. A D-rank profession. How could a second-level job cause such a big commotion? The light faded. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes. His level cap has been raised to level 40. But that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, the world in his eyes has completely changed. It is no longer just a material world. He could clearly see countless basic, glowing elemental particles floating in the air. He could see that the silver moon suit on his body was emitting circles of soft moonlight power that was invisible to the naked eye. He could even see that the enormous energy belonging to a professional was slowly flowing in his body. Subconsciously, he cast his gaze towards the huge statue of the goddess of job transfer in the center of the temple. Then, he activated his new professional talent. Gaze of the Law. Buzz. In an instant, the hard stone shell of the statue became illusory and transparent in his vision. His sight seemed to penetrate the dimensional barrier between matter and reality, and enter a sacred space composed of light and law. There, he saw a perfect female body, interwoven by pure fate and luck. He is sacred and majestic, yet exudes an ultimate temptation that comes from the origin of life. Just when Su Xing was staring at it in a trance, and even subconsciously wanted to see it more clearly. A grand, majestic thought, yet with a hint of shame and anger, descended directly into his sea of consciousness like thunder from the sky. Interesting mortal. Your eyes can actually penetrate the barriers of the planes and see my true form? The next second, a system notification sound that made Su Xing's heart skip a beat suddenly rang out. Chapter 25 The Only God Level Skill, Fortune Drawing. You have glimpsed the secret of the goddess of luck. As the first mortal who dared to look him in the eye, you have aroused his intense curiosity and praise. You have received a gift from the goddess of luck, a god-level unique skill, Fortune Draw. Fortune Lottery, god-level unique. Draw your daily fortune once a day. Fortunes are categorized as minor fortune, moderate fortune, great fortune, and purple chi from the east. Different fortunes will grant you varying degrees of absolute luck within 24 hours, irrevocable and irrevocable. Su Xing was completely frozen in place. God-level skills. Fortune Draw. Su Xing stood there, stunned for more than 10 seconds before he came back to his senses from this sudden, miraculous gift. His heart was beating uncontrollably because of extreme ecstasy. Second turn. Career evolution. Level cap increased. Mental power surges. All these gains seemed to pale in comparison to the unique god-level skill that appeared out of nowhere. He read the skill description greedily, word by word, over and over again. You can draw once a day. Fortunes are divided into minor good luck, medium good luck, great good luck, and purple energy coming from the east. An absolute luck bonus that cannot be exempted by any power. The lowest are all Xiaoji? Su Xing's breathing suddenly became extremely heavy. What does that mean? This means that from today on, the word bad luck will be completely erased from his life dictionary. From then on, the only options left in his life were good luck, better luck, good luck to the point of exploding, and good luck to the point of taking off. This is more terrifying than any attack or defense skills. Su Xing forced himself to suppress the pounding of his heart and decided to give it a try immediately. After all, only practice can test whether this skill is god level. He had a thought and recited it silently in his heart. Use Fortune Draw. Buzz. An ancient and mysterious illusory fortune stick holder, as if made of bronze and starlight, quietly emerged in the sea of his consciousness. The stick box is filled with densely packed bamboo sticks, each of which is surrounded by a chaotic aura, making it difficult to see clearly. As his intention was confirmed, the entire lottery box shook violently. The next second, a fortune stick emitting brilliant golden light jumped out of the stick tube as if it was chosen by an invisible hand. 2 large golden characters written in a flamboyant style were branded on the signature. Good luck. The fortune slit paused slightly in the air, and then turned into an incomparably pure and mysterious warm current, instantly blending into Su Xing's limbs and bones, and even into the depths of his soul. There is no increase in strength, nor a surge in attributes. But Su Xing clearly felt that the whole world had become different in his eyes. It seemed as if the air became fresher and the light became softer. An indescribable and wonderful feeling arises spontaneously, as if I am loved and favored by the whole world. He even had an absurd intuition. Now, whenever he goes out, he might pick up a bag full of money on the roadside just by taking a few steps. Call. Su Xing breathed a long sigh of relief and left the job change temple. Congratulations, Su Xing. Yun Shang immediately came forward to greet him. Although Su Xing's level did not increase, she could clearly feel that the aura on Su Xing was several times stronger than before. Those eyes became as deep as stars, making people dare not look directly at them. Su Xing smiled and nodded. He subconsciously activated the professional talent he had just acquired, Law Gaze, and looked at Yingsha beside him. Moment. The world before his eyes was turned upside down again. Yingsha is no longer an ordinary person. His skin disappeared from his sight. Instead, there is a human-shaped star composed of endless, extremely condensed and terrifying energy. Inside the energy body, indestructible chains of laws that exuded an immortal aura, like divine dragons, circled the core energy source and slowly rotated. Every movement seems to stir the pulse of heaven and earth. Is this the essence of a 7th-level strongman? Su Xing was extremely shocked. However, just as he was watching intently, Yingsha, who was smiling and nodding at Yun Chang, looking like a kind senior, suddenly stiffened. A strange chill suddenly rose from the deepest part of his heart, as if he had been stripped naked, with everything visible clearly from inside to outside, from his energy core to the patterns of laws. He has lived for decades and experienced countless life and death experiences, but he has never had this feeling. Boy! Yingsha suddenly turned his head, his eyes as sharp as an eagle stared at Su Xing, his voice full of surprise and doubt. What did you just do? Su Xing's heart trembled, and he instantly realized that it was the effect of Law Gaze, and he quickly restrained his breath. The feeling of being spied on also disappeared. Yun Shang was also startled by the sudden tense atmosphere. She looked at the two of them blankly, at a loss as to what to do. Ahem, nothing much, Su Xing laughed. I just feel that Senior Yingsha, you look really good. Yingsha stared at Su Xing suspiciously for a long time, but couldn't detect any malicious intent, so he had to give up. But in his heart, his evaluation of Su Xing has quietly risen from a top genius to the level of an unfathomable monster. To ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Yingsha coughed dryly and suggested, let's go. Now that you've completed your second transformation, I'll take you two to the trading hall to see for yourself. There are quite a few good things there, especially those unidentified materials obtained from various copies. Before identification, no one knows whether they are rare treasures or just waste stones. It's like gambling on stones, which is very interesting. The trading market of Nanjiang Sanctuary is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is for ordinary transactions, the second floor is for treasure auctions, and the most lively and mixed area is the Taba area underground. Yingsha brought the two of them here, and the air was suddenly filled with noise and bustle. All kinds of strange-shaped items were piled up randomly on each stall. There is a broken sword with only half of the hilt left, a dull magic ball covered with cracks, and the scales of an unknown giant beast. There are even lumps of mud whose material cannot be seen and are wrapped in chaotic energy. These are all unidentified items, excavated from various dangerous dungeons and ancient ruins. Haha, another piece of scrap metal. I made a profit. Silver level wristband. I didn't lose out on this. Professionals gathered in front of each stall. Sometimes they sighed in frustration, sometimes they burst into cheers of surprise. The entire area is filled with a gambling-like, frenzied and exciting atmosphere. Chapter 26, Grandmaster shows off his awkwardness? We are all ants under his divine eyes. How about it, little friend, interesting, right? Yingsha introduced enthusiastically, here, vision and luck are both indispensable. Sometimes, a piece of inconspicuous trash may contain a legendary piece of equipment, and a treasure that appears to have strong energy fluctuations may turn out to be a piece of junk. In order to show off his profound knowledge as a 7th-level expert in front of Su Xing, he touched his chin, pretended to be an otherworldly expert, and went down to the battlefield himself. He walked to a stall and picked up an ordinary-looking, unidentified animal claw, covered with scratches from a pile of trash. He first closed his eyes and tapped lightly with his fingers, carefully sensing the remaining energy fluctuations. After a moment, he opened his eyes, revealing a master-like demeanor, and analyzed to Su Xing and Yun Shang. This object may appear to possess dim energy, but within it, a faint trace of dragon might remains. Although it has been severely corroded by chaotic energy, the imprint of the laws at its core is intact. I assert that its grade is at least gold. When the professionals around heard this, they gathered around in doubt. In the spotlight of everyone's attention, Yingsha generously bought the beast claw and paid an appraiser on the spot. After the appraiser's operation, the seal was released and a brilliant golden light suddenly shot up into the sky. It's gold level. Oh my god. Gold level material, claws of an adult sub-dragon. The whole audience was instantly shocked. Holy crap! You're worthy of being a big shot. Your eyesight is incredible. Grandmaster. This is the true treasure appraiser. Countless eyes of admiration and envy instantly focused on Yingsha. Yunshang's eyes were filled with brilliance, and her admiration for this senior reached a new level. Yingsha enjoyed the attention of the crowd, with a calm smile on his face, but he felt proud in his heart. However, when he turned around to see Su Xing's shocked and admiring expression, he found that Su Xing was not even looking at him. The boy was minding his own business, touching and looking around in front of a corner stall that was full of real scrap metal. Yingsha frowned slightly. How could he know that the world Su Xing saw at this moment was completely different from theirs? With the dual blessings of law gaze and good luck. These unidentified items that appear chaotic to outsiders actually reveal their true nature in his eyes. 99% of the items were covered in a thick gray fog, indicating that they were worthless. But there are only a few of them, emitting light of different intensities. A palm-sized piece of unidentified scale, mixed in the gravel, is emitting a dazzling golden light. An unidentified broken sword, that was rusty and had the blade broken in half, was also shining with golden light. What made his heart skip a beat was a seemingly tattered, unidentified helmet that was covered in thick mud, with only a corner exposed. That thing is shining like a little sun. It emits a noble and brilliant purple gold light that is far superior to gold. Platinum level. What Su Xing has to do is very simple. Just pick out all these luminous objects. He casually swiped his hand and pushed all the garbage in front of him, then said to the stall owner, who had a sly smile on his face and treated him as an ignorant newbie, "I want all of these." The stall owner was ecstatic, his eyes rolled around, and he quickly quoted a bargain price which he thought was a huge profit: 800 copper coins. The people around were also whispering, thinking that this young man must be a fool, because he only picked up the junk that others didn't want. Even Yingsha was a little puzzled. He couldn't see anything strange about these things. After paying the money, Su Xing grinned at Yingsha. "Senior Yingsha, please lend me your appraiser." The identification begins. Amidst countless watching and mocking gazes, the appraiser picked up the first item, the unidentified scale. Swish! The seal is broken. A dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. Gold level material, the reverse scale of an adult fire dragon. Worth 150,000. What? The sly smile on the stall owner's face froze instantly. The laughter around also stopped abruptly. The appraiser's hands began to tremble slightly as he picked up the second item, the unidentified broken sword. Buzz! Another golden light. Gold level weapon incomplete, the ancient paladin's sword of judgment. Worth 200,000. Gold again? The stall owner's face began to turn green. The crowd around them had fallen into complete silence, with only the sound of people gasping for breath. Oh my god, this junk that no one wants actually produced 2 gold grade items. Oh my god, this is gambling with your life. It's fake, absolutely fake. I'm so envious. 2 gold items appeared at once. That's outrageous. Yingsha's mouth had opened unconsciously. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the last item, the broken helmet covered in mud. The appraiser's hands trembled, and he used the most focused mind in his life to slowly remove the seal. Boom! An aura far beyond the gold level, noble and majestic, as if coming from above the starry sky, suddenly broke out. A platinum beam of light that was so bright that it made everyone squint their eyes involuntarily turned into a dragon of light and rushed straight into the sky. Platinum! Platinum! It's platinum level equipment. The appraiser used all his strength and roared out the most shocking appraisal result in his life. Platinum level crown of the starry sky. Worth 1.2 million. Plop! The stall owner's eyes went dark and his legs went weak. He fell straight down, foaming at the mouth. Yingsha and Yunshan were completely petrified on the spot, their minds blank. I picked up a few pieces of equipment and found a platinum level piece of equipment? Is this still a human being? Boom! The platinum beam of light that shot up into the sky looked like a sacred scepter. It hit everyone in the underground Taba area hard on the top of their head. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Time, at this moment, completely freezes. Everyone's movements were frozen on their faces. Some people opened their mouths into an O shape, some had their eyes as big as bells, and some didn't even notice that the things in their hands had fallen to the ground. In their minds, there was only a blank and a platinum light that was so bright that it made their souls tremble. Platinum. Platinum level. I don't know how long it took before someone uttered these two words in a trembling voice like a dream. Immediately afterwards, the silent square exploded like a powder keg that had been detonated. Oh my god. What did I see? It's platinum level equipment. This is the first time I've seen platinum level equipment. Chapter 27 Platinum Equipment. Get rich overnight. Worth 1.2 million? I can't even afford it even if I sell myself. From a pile of junk? How is that possible? Miracle. This is a fucking miracle. Who is this boy? He's not human. He's a god. He's the eye of God. Countless gazes filled with awe, fear, greed, and fanaticism, like physical spotlights, were fixed on Su Xing, who was at the center of the storm. Su Xing just calmly kicked the stall owner who had already fainted. Then, under the gaze of countless people, he kept the adult fire dragon's reverse scale, and that ancient paladin's sword of judgment, and only accepted the shining crown of the starry sky. He didn't even bother to look at the attributes of the platinum equipment. I'll sell these two things. He spoke calmly to Yingsha and Yunshang, who had been completely petrified. As soon as he finished speaking, a fat middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious clothes and covered with various magical accessories, who was obviously a big businessman, appeared. He had already rushed over, crawling and rolling, with an extremely flattering smile on his face. No. Master. Our Tianbao Pavilion has taken these two gold-level treasures from you. 350,000. I'll give you 350,000. No. 360,000. Su Xing didn't even frown and directly chose the transaction. Bite. A series of wealth figures that an ordinary person could not even imagine in his lifetime were deposited into his account. From being penniless to becoming rich overnight. To him, it seemed like a trivial matter. His indifference formed the most vivid and glaring contrast with the almost crazy eyes of the professionals around him. This storm mixed with platinum light quickly swept across the entire main city of Nanjing Sanctuary at an incredible speed. Naturally, it also reached the ears of Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who had just saved up enough money and were ready to try their luck at the entrance of the advanced copy. What? Impossible. Li Wei's first reaction upon hearing the news was a furious roar. He's a double D loser. How could he possibly get platinum level equipment? This must be a rumor. It's an illusion. However, as more and more vivid details came in, their disbelief quickly turned into boundless jealousy and greed. The flames almost burst out of their eye sockets, burning their sanity to ashes. Luck, it must just be luck. Lin Xingya bit her lips tightly, with a sickly light flashing in her eyes. She grabbed Li Wei's hand and said sharply, Li Wei. Listen to me. He, a D-rank loser, can get rich by relying on his shitty luck, but what about us? We are S-class geniuses. We are the protagonists of our era destined by fate. How could our luck be worse than his? This is our best chance to turn the tables. We must win back everything that belongs to us, even with interest. This stupid yet tempting logic instantly struck Li Wei's heart, which had long been twisted by jealousy. Yes. He is lucky, and we are luckier. If he can do it, we can definitely do it too. The two of them gathered all their savings, and with resentful fantasies and blind self-confidence, they rushed into the already crowded underground Taba area. When they squeezed through the crowd and came to the stall, they found that it had already become the focus of the entire market. Everyone was waiting for the next good show with an expression of watching a show. Li Wei and Lin Xingya, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, held their heads high and began to pretend to choose. They imitated the master's style of Yingsha that they had heard before. Sometimes he picked up a stone to sense the energy, and sometimes he picked up a bone to observe the patterns. Finally, after spending their last copper coin, they confidently selected several unidentified items that they believed had extraordinary energy fluctuations and excellent quality. Just wait and see, what we offer is definitely better than that cheating jerk. Li Wei announced loudly to the people around him. Amidst the boos and mocking gazes, the appraiser began his work listlessly. The first item is a stone that Li Wei asserts contains the essence of the earth. A flash of gray light. No grade, ordinary rock of no value. The first burst of suppressed laughter broke out in the crowd. The second item was a bone that Lin Xingya believed retained the aura of an ancient ferocious beast. Still gray light. No grade, wild boar's leg bone. Ha 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 ha. The laughter around them could no longer be suppressed and drowned the two of them like a tide. Li Wei and Lin Xingya's faces instantly turned purple. They refused to believe in evil and pushed the last item, the unidentified treasure chest, which was the one they had staked their entire fortune on, in front of the appraiser. Open. Open it for me. There must be gold-level equipment in here. Li Wei roared. Under the teasing gaze of the entire audience, the appraiser unsealed the treasure chest. There is no golden light, nor white light. There was only a bang. An indescribable stench gushed out from the treasure chest, and inside was only a pile of dried feces of an unknown creature. With the appearance of this pile of feces, Li Wei and Lin Xingya's last dignity and fantasy were completely shattered. Their faces changed from liver color to deathly gray, and finally to a pale white. The whole audience erupted in thunderous, undisguised laughter. They lost everything, their reputations were ruined, and they became the biggest and stupidest laughingstock in the entire Nanjiang sanctuary. And Su Xing, the instigator of all this, was now sitting leisurely on the sofa in the VIP room on the top floor of the Job Changers Association. Holding a cup of fragrant tea, I admired the shining one I just bought. Platinum-level equipment, starry sky crown. The hustle and bustle and madness of the trading hall downstairs seemed to belong to another world. Yingsha handled some subsequent handover matters and walked into the room. Boy, you made quite a commotion today. He glanced at Su Xing, who was leisurely sipping tea, and said with a half smile, I have to go deal with the flies from other national sanctuaries that have come sniffing over the scent. By the way, I'll help you arrange the upgrade tasks after the second job. He paused and added, tomorrow morning, I'll take you to a good place. I guarantee you'll reach the maximum level of the second transformation within a day. During this time, please take care of any personal matters you may have at the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Afterwards, follow me directly to the Kyoto Sanctuary. That is where you belong. It's also relatively safe. Su Xing nodded, understanding. Indeed, he still needed to say goodbye to teacher Yin Shang. By the way, to fulfill his promise to those two clowns. After Yingsha finished his instructions, his figure flashed and he disappeared silently from the spot like a drop of ink dissolving into water. Su Xing was the only one left in the room again. Chapter 28 Assassination. Exclusive leveling service for the 7th level boss. Su Xing's mind moved, and the starry sky crown, which was still emitting brilliant divine light, quietly floated above his palm. Star crown, platinum. Wearing requirements, LV.40. Attributes, spirit plus 800, constitution plus 500, agility plus 500. Introduction. Legend has it that this crown was not forged by mortal craftsmen, but rather formed from the core of a fallen star, interwoven with the solidified light of the Milky Way. It is said that those who wear it will be able to hear whispers from the depths of the universe, their eyes becoming as deep as the starry sky, perceiving the trajectory of all things. Hiss. Even though Su Xing was a calm person, he couldn't help but take a breath after seeing the properties of this crown. So strong. This attribute is so strong that it is unreasonable. The huge attribute bonus perfectly matches his two professions of observer and earth soul drainer. He couldn't wait to put it on and feel the power. However, the line, wearing requirements, LV.40, was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his enthusiasm. Grade. Su Xing clenched his fists. There had never been a moment when he was so eager to upgrade as he was now. The next day, dawn. When the first ray of morning light shone into the room through the window, Su Xing opened the door on time. Outside the door, Yingsha was leaning against the wallboard, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Xing coming out, he yawned and said in a casual tone as if saying, there were a lot of mosquitoes last night. Let's go, get ready to go. Oh, by the way, last night I cleared out a few rats who wanted to sneak into the Nanjiang Sanctuary and cause trouble for you. Their strength was average, and even among the 7th rank, they wouldn't be ranked high. Su Xing was about to take a step, but suddenly stopped. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out of his back. Killer? He had just come out of the initial secret realm less than a day ago. Have those assassinations from abroad arrived yet? Moreover, judging by Yingsha's tone, there was more than one coming, perhaps even a rank 7 expert? A biting chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He instantly understood that if Yingsha had not been here, if he had not made the wisest decision to join Fengshen, he probably didn't even know how he died last night. Even if you were lucky enough to escape back to the original secret realm through the Mark of the World Tree. That also means that he will be trapped in that novice village forever and will never be able to set foot in the real world again. At this moment, Su Xing felt a real sense of belonging and gratitude for the first time towards the guild, Fengshen, which he had only joined verbally. When he was at his weakest and most dangerous, it was this guild that, without asking for anything in return, blocked the fatal assassination attempt for him. Senior Ing Sha. Su Xing's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of sincerity and solemnity. Thank you. Shadow Killer waved his hand and said with a nonchalant smile, "It's a small matter. Protecting the seeds of the guild's future is my mission." He looked at the blazing fire that suddenly ignited in Su Xing's eyes, as if it was going to set the whole world on fire, and nodded with satisfaction. If you passively accept protection, you will never become a truly strong person. Only when this young man truly bursts out with the most primitive desire to become stronger in order to escape the feeling of powerlessness whose life and death are controlled by others. He had truly embarked on the path to the throne of God. Outside the Nanjiang Sanctuary, the level 40 training area, Howling Canyon. This place is shrouded in dark clouds all year round, and strong winds blow through the canyon like the howling of ghosts and wolves. On the ground, countless skeleton warriors and ghost mages, emitting an ominous aura, were wandering aimlessly. For the vast majority of new professionals in Nanjiang Sanctuary, this place is an absolute restricted area. However, today, a god arrived in this restricted area. Swish! Ingsha brought Su Xing and appeared at the entrance of the canyon silently as if teleporting. In order to show off his swift efficiency as a rank 7 expert in front of Juan, he boldly started the team building mode and assured Su Xing. "Boy, hold on tight. Look at what efficiency means." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually waved his hand towards the densely packed group of monsters in front of him, which numbered more than 100. Domain, Shadow Realm Annihilation. Buzz. A huge dark area that swallowed up all light, like an upside-down bowl, instantly enveloped the space of hundreds of meters ahead. In the area, the shrill wailing sounded for only a moment before it stopped abruptly. Countless shadow blades as sharp as knives were madly shuttling and cutting in the darkness. 3 seconds later, the darkness dissipated and the sun shone again. The hundreds of monsters that were bearing their fangs and claws before have now all turned into flying ashes, without even a bone left. The whole process was devastating, yet also free and easy. Ingsha stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, looking like a calm and composed man who could wipe out the invaders in the blink of an eye. He turned around, ready to accept Su Xing's endless admiration like a surging river. However, what he saw was Su Xing's strange expression and the experience bar that barely moved. Su Xing's level only jumped from level 10 to level 12. The masterful demeanor on Ingsha's face froze in an instant. What's going on? In disbelief, he called up the system log and read it carefully. Due to the large level gap, experience gained is reduced by 99%. Because your teammates instantly killed the monster, experience gained has been reduced by 99%. Because a series of system punishment prompts, like loud slaps in the face, hit the face of this rank 7 warrior. His old face turned red, he coughed twice, and hurriedly covered up his embarrassment. Ahem, a mistake, a pure mistake. Looks like we need to find another way. He made a prompt decision and decisively withdrew from the team. Then he waved to Su Xing and said in an unquestionable tone. Next, I'll be responsible for injuring him, and you'll be responsible for finishing him off. As soon as he finished speaking, Ingsha's figure turned into a black shadow that could not be captured by the naked eye, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of a level 40 elite monster, the Skeleton General, which was over 5 meters tall and holding a huge bone blade. Faced with the ferocious blow that was powerful enough to split rocks, Ingsha did not dodge or evade. He just held up a finger. Seemingly casually, he tapped the center of the Skeleton General's eyebrows. Buzz! The pale bone fire burning all over the Skeleton General's body dimmed in an instant, like a candle in the wind. The long blood strip on its head suddenly cascaded down like a waterfall, and in an instant it dropped until only the last trace of blood remained. Shadow Killer waved his hand again, and a solid shadow chain appeared out of thin air, tightly binding the elite monster that was already completely stunned, making it unable to move. After doing all this, he raised his chin towards Su Xing, who was not far away. The meaning is obvious. It's your turn. Chapter 29, Thorns Break Through the Ground. The qualitative change of hidden occupations. Su Xing understood what he meant and immediately walked up. With a light arrow from the Silver Moon Bow in his hand, he quickly and efficiently killed the elite monster that had been so majestic just now. A crisp reminder sound rang in his mind. Ding! Killed LV.40 Skeleton General Elite, EXP plus 8000, free attribute point plus 1, Abyss Soul Sucking Progress plus 0.8%. Su Xing's eyes lit up instantly. This is good. As long as he finishes off the enemy, he will gain all the experience and free attribute points. Next, the entire Howling Canyon staged the most bizarre and extravagant scene in history. A 7th level boss who could shake a whole area with just a stomp of his feet, at this moment, looked like the most efficient butcher and the most caring nanny. He shuttled through the monster swarm like a ghost, and every time he pointed his finger, he accurately brought a level 40 monster to the brink of death. Then, like a package takeout, it was tied up with shadow chains and neatly presented to Su Xing. And Su Xing has become the happiest gourmet in the world. All he needed to do was stand still, draw his bow, gather the energy arrow, and shoot. Then close your eyes and enjoy the supreme joy of the triple harvest of experience points, free attribute points and career evolution progress. Ding! Kill the Wraith Mage, experience plus 4000. Ding! Kill the Skeleton Warrior, experience plus 4000. Ding! Kill! The system prompt sound formed the most beautiful and melodious symphony in his mind. His levels soared up like crazy at a rocket speed. Level 15. Level 20. Level 30. Level 35. Yingsha, who was standing aside, looked at the younger generation in front of him whose level was rising like a plane, and whose aura was getting stronger every minute. The emotions in his heart also gradually changed from the initial helplessness and loss of value to deep shock and infinite expectations for the future. Every person who joins Function is at least an SS level talented professional. The D level professional in front of him was valued by the guild's top management. I don't know how far I can go on the road to becoming a god in the future. All those below the god level are ants. Becoming a god is the ultimate goal of every member of the Function guild. Just one day. When the afterglow of the setting sun dyes the entire canyon golden. A crisp system notification sound brought this crazy leveling journey to a perfect end. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 40, reaching the current level cap. Su Xing felt the surging power in his body like a river, and his heart was filled with emotion. The harvest of this day is almost equivalent to the crazy monster killing of an ordinary genius in a month. It's so unreasonable to have a god-level nanny to take care of you. Not only did he reach the maximum level of the second transformation, but he also gained a massive amount of free attribute points. During the entire leveling process, the only one who worked hard was Senior Yingsha. He really does it himself. All the monsters with low health were fed to Su Xing's mouth. 8 hours straight. Repeating the two simplest actions of drawing the bow and shooting the arrow. Even with Su Xing's temperament that was far superior to that of an ordinary person, he felt a trace of mental fatigue from the depths of his soul at this moment. He glanced beside him. Senior Yingsha still looked calm and composed. It was as if he had dealt with 8,000 monsters in a row, but to him, it was just like dusting off his clothes without even frowning. Su Xing's heart was filled with an indescribable gratitude and a deep sense of guilt. A 7th level strongman who can shake an area with just a stomp of his feet. A big shot from the Dragon Country's #1 guild, Function. She is actually like the most dedicated nanny. He personally beat 8,000 monsters to a pulp, and then fed them one by one to his mouth. This favor is too great. However, when he opened his attribute panel, all his emotions were completely washed away by a huge sense of achievement like a volcanic eruption. Free attribute points, 8,000. A full 8,000 points. This is a number that is enough to drive any professional crazy. What is more important is that the progress bar in his hidden profession column finally stopped steadily at 100% after absorbing the energy of the last monster. Ding! The energy of the hidden profession Earth Soul Drainer has reached 100%. Do you want to upgrade it? Yes. Su Xing did not hesitate and confirmed it silently in his heart. Boom! A tremendous life energy that was 10 times more powerful than the last time he evolved into a professional, like a dormant volcano, suddenly erupted from the depths of his heart. In his spiritual world, he seemed to see a seed taking root in endless darkness. Its tenacious young shoots finally broke through the thick, dark soil that symbolizes prejudice and ridicule. It grows wildly towards the sky with a will that would rather die than give in. On the new leaves, mysterious and ancient runes are faintly visible. It seemed as if it was greedily absorbing the cold power of the moonlight in the void. System prompt: It is detected that your hidden profession is undergoing a second-level jump. Evolutionary direction confirms survival and counterattack. Congratulations! Your hidden class has successfully evolved into Unyielding Thorns rank B. Extra Constitution bonus, plus 300. New passive skill, Life Drain restores 5% of maximum health per second. New active skill, Thorn Armor covered with keratinized bark, significantly increasing physical and magical resistance. Evolutionary characteristics, sprouts break through the surface of the earth, rune patterns appear on the surface of the leaves, and they can absorb moonlight to strengthen their physical fitness. Grade B. Feel the huge vitality that is constantly flowing out of your body. And a sense of security as if there is an extra layer of tough bark under the skin. Su Xing's heart was beating violently because of the huge surprise. Life Drain. This means that as long as he is not killed instantly, he will have terrifying sustained combat capabilities. Thorn Armor. It also directly made up for his biggest shortcoming as a D-level talent, his fragile body. The transformation from a highly sensitive and fragile shooter to a Thorn warrior who can fight, resist, and recover health is officially completed at this moment. He took a deep breath and his eyes fell on the full 8,000 points of free attributes. Without any hesitation. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy tricks are meaningless. Maximizing output is the best way. Strength, add 4,000 points. Agility, add 4,000 points. Boom! As his intention was confirmed, an indescribable explosive force instantly filled his limbs and bones. He felt as if every inch of his muscles was injected with lava, filled with enough power to tear everything apart. The reaction speed of the nerves has reached an incredible extreme. He slowly opened his final attribute panel. The terrifying long string of numbers made his own heart skip a beat. Chapter 30, A Narrow Encounter. Instant kill. You call this level 40? Su Xing. Occupation, law gaze, sea level. Level, 40. Constitution, 1517 strength, 5873. Agility, 5450 spirit, 1645. HP, 30340 MP, 16450. Attack, 23492 defense, 6068. Initial skills, weakness analysis, energy scan, energy siphon passive, root entanglement, law analysis, space rift, life drain, thorn armor. Hidden class, unyielding thorns, B rank 0%. Attack power, over 20,000. Health volume exceeds 30,000. The attack power is almost catching up with the health. It's outrageous. This is a level 40 professional. Is this the expected stats? No. This is simply a humanoid beast in the skin of a level 40 monster. Just as Su Xing was immersed in this explosive feeling of power. On the side, Ingxia had been resting with his eyes closed. Those eyes, as calm as an ancient well, suddenly opened. His body subconsciously tensed up, his eyes sharp as a knife, staring intently at Su Xing, and he shouted in a deep voice. You kid! There's something wrong with the aura around you. A huge wave was set off in Ingxia's heart. At that moment, he actually smelled a hint of a trace of sharp energy that even made him, a 7th-level strongman, feel palpitations. The feeling was like a dozing rabbit, but suddenly an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex awakened inside its body. His expression changed completely. From being optimistic about the younger generation, it has become a kind of the look you give to monsters of the same level, or even scarier ones. However, Su Xing just smiled awkwardly and played it off. His career panel information had been hidden for a long time, but the moment when his career upgrade and attributes skyrocketed, the sharp-eyed 7th-level boss still caught a hint of something wrong. It seems that I will have to upgrade it quietly in the future, or learn a skill that can disguise the panel data. If someone discovered the secret that his profession could be upgraded, or the secret that he had a high number of free attribute points, he would be assassinated by evil forces. Just because Senior Ingxia didn't force the investigation out of respect doesn't mean others won't do it. A big boss at the 8th level or above might be able to investigate directly. When Su Xing and Ingxia walked out of the gloomy exit of Howling Canyon and breathed the first breath of fresh air, head-on, we ran into a group of people who looked dusty and exhausted. The leader was Li Wei, whose face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of it, and Lin Qingya, whose pretty face was full of resentment, was beside him. Behind them, there were several middle-aged professionals with strong auras. Each of them was well-equipped and had an arrogant look on their faces. It was obvious that they were the players their families had hired at great expense. The air froze the moment the two sides met. Li Wei and Lin Xingya, after experiencing the double blow of bankruptcy and public execution. I finally managed to scrape together enough money to hire someone and worked hard to raise my level to 10. The fatigue and embarrassment on their faces formed a stark contrast with Su Xing's relaxed expression and restrained aura. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. When Li Wei's investigative gaze swept across Su Xing's glittering level of LV.40, his eyes instantly turned red. The poisonous fire of jealousy, like magma, erupted from the depths of his heart, burning away the last shred of his sanity. Su Xing! He let out a hysterical roar, pointed at Su Xing's nose and cursed. You damned piece of shit! You shameless cheating dog! One day! How the hell can you reach level 40 in one day? You must have used some shameful bug again. And the revenge for me going bankrupt gambling on materials. It's all because of you. Today I will repay you 100-fold. He has gone completely crazy. He did not recognize the shadow killer who had hidden his face and aura and looked like an ordinary old butler. In his opinion, Su Xing was just lucky enough to have hooked up with a powerful force with some strength. He turned his head suddenly and shouted to a burly, calm middle-aged man beside him in an almost crazy tone. Second uncle. It's him. It's this bastard. Destroy him for me. Reset his level to 0. Send him back to level 10. No. Send him back to level 1. The man known as Second Uncle is a genuine third-level S-class professional with a level of 100. Hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Su Xing with contempt. In his opinion, teaching a lesson to a mere second-level D-class newcomer was just a matter of a snap of a finger. It's good to vent my anger for my beloved nephew. For a moment, several malicious gazes were all focused on Su Xing. However, there was no trace of fear or panic on Su Xing's face. He didn't even glance at the so-called third-turn, 100-level second uncle. His gaze, calmly, passed over everyone. It fell on Li Wei, who was already in a state of madness. There was a hint of pity in those eyes. It's like looking at a hopeless idiot. He spoke slowly, repeating the promise he had made at the Nanjiang Sanctuary's job transfer square. I think I did. Just let me meet you in the wild. Just wait until the level is reset to 0 and then return to the city. These extremely calm words are more intimidating than any angry roar. This sentence completely angered Li Wei's second uncle. He felt that his authority was challenged. You still dare to be so arrogant? He waved his hand fiercely and shouted to the thugs from several families behind him. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Break this kid's limbs first. Yes. Those A-level professionals who were also level 40 grinned fiercely and rushed towards Su Xing like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. In their opinion, dealing with a D-level waste is the easiest task. However, what they were facing was a humanoid monster that had just completed an epic transformation. Just when they were halfway through the rush, Su Xing moved. He didn't even take a step back. He took out the gold grade, silver moon bow behind him and started using it instantly. Draw the bow and condense the energy arrow. With an agility attribute of over 5,000, his movements are so fast that they cannot be captured by the naked eye. In the eyes of everyone, only a blurry afterimage was left. Next second. Whoosh. 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 5 silver arrows containing terrifying energy were like meteors tearing through the night sky, with extremely sharp sounds of breaking through the air, and they arrived first. 5 arrows in 1 second. Extreme attack speed. Puff. 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 The arrows, accurately and without error, hit the fatal weaknesses of every enemy that rushed up. That sturdy armor was as fragile as paper in front of the arrows. A series of blood-red critical damage numbers, enough to make any level 40 player feel despair, floated up madly from above their heads. 83,848. 84,012. 93,965. Chapter 31, The Power of the Third Transformation? Kill with 1 arrow. The grim smiles on the faces of those A-level warriors froze instantly. Their bodies didn't even have time to unleash any skills before their health bars were emptied in an instant by the horrific damage. Not even a scream could be uttered. It turned into 5 brilliant white lights and was forcibly teleported back to the city. Flash sale. A complete, crushing instant kill. The entire canyon exit instantly fell into deathly silence. The only one left was the young man who slowly put down his longbow. And Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who were standing opposite them like dumbfounded chickens. The grim smile on his face had not yet faded, but at this moment he was completely frozen. The pupils of the level 103rd transformation's second uncle contracted violently due to extreme shock. Dead silence. It was as silent as a cemetery. The wind in the canyon seemed to be frozen at this moment. Li Wei and Lin Xingya, like two wooden sculptures whose souls had been sucked out, stared blankly at the place where the 5 white lights disappeared. Their brains have completely shut down. Flash sale. Another instant kill. 5 genuine level 40 grade professionals didn't even touch the corner of each other's clothes, and just evaporated? And Su Xing, the person they always called a waste and a cheater, just stood there quietly, slowly put down the longbow in his hand, and even his breathing was not disordered. Fear. A fear that comes from the deepest part of the soul and cannot be described in words. Like a cold tide, it instantly drowned their hearts. They finally realized that the person they provoked was not a loser who relied on luck at all, but a real monster. However, the second uncle, who was a level 103rd level strongman, quickly calmed down after experiencing the initial shock. After all, he is an S-level professional who has experienced many battles and has seen scenes that are far beyond the reach of a greenhouse flower like Li Wei. He stared at Su Xing, whose breath was steady and not even a trace of energy fluctuation could be detected, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Then, a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He saw through everything. Snort. He snorted in his heart and quickly made a reasonable analysis. I see. You're using some kind of instant explosive, but extremely costly forbidden technique or scroll, hoping to scare me off with one move? It's a little clever, but it's just cleverness after all. I absolutely can't use this kind of outburst a second time. Boy, you're too naive. After that wave of attacks, you must be exhausted now. You can hardly even stand, right? The pride of this powerful man made it impossible for him to accept the fact that he was frightened by a mere second-level newcomer. So, he forced himself and Su Xing to find the most reasonable reason. Thinking of this, his heart, which had been beating violently due to shock, instantly calmed down. Boy, you've used up all your cards. At the same time, Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who had just been frightened. After hearing my second uncle's explanation, I instantly came to my senses. It had to be their second uncle, who had rich combat experience and discovered Su Xing's flaw in an instant. I was almost scared by Su Xing. Okay, I knew it, how could Su Xing be so strong? That's right, this is definitely the life-saving skill given to Su Xing by the Yifengxin Guild. Stupid Su Xing, he's using a forbidden technique now. I wonder how he's going to explain it to that shadow killer later. Yingsha, who had hidden his appearance next to Su Xing, was so angry that his teeth were itching. These little guys are so impolite. I'll have to reset their levels to 0 and send them back to the sanctuary soon. At this time, Uncle Li Wei straightened his back again, and the powerful aura of a rank 3 expert burst out from his body. He announced condescendingly. Now, it's my turn. He roared, being a level 100 warrior with the bonus of platinum level equipment. Prepare a move to completely get rid of this mischievous kid and regain his status as a strongman. However, what responded to him was neither a plea for mercy nor fear. Instead, Su Xing slowly pulled the golden longbow in his hand again. Wind Step is activated. The first attack will definitely be a critical hit. This time, he didn't fire quickly. The movement was slow and solemn, as if it was not the bowstring that was being pulled, but the power of the entire heaven and earth. Buzz. The air around began to vibrate. Countless dark green energy spots, symbolizing life and thorns, emerged from the void, as if summoned by the emperor, and madly gathered towards the arrow in his hand. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed to come alive, and traces of pure earth power flowed along his feet and into the arrow. The originally ordinary energy arrow gradually became darker in color, like the finest black jade. On the tip of the arrow, a point of extremely sharp light became brighter and brighter. A dangerous aura that made even the level 100 experts' scalps tingle and their souls tremble suddenly spread out. This is impossible. The hideous smile on Li Wei's second uncle's face froze instantly. He felt a fatal threat. It was a terrifying pressure from a higher level that was enough to kill him instantly. He no longer dared to be arrogant and directly used the strongest attack he had ever made. Raging Lion. His eyes were wide open, and all the energy in his body burst out without reservation. In front of him, a lifelike energy lion with a body size of more than 10 meters instantly gathered together and roared as it rushed toward Su Xing. The strongest attack of a level 100 S-class professional is enough to move mountains and fill the sea. As for Su Xing, his eyes fixed at the moment when the energy lion pounced in front of him. Release the bowstring. Call out. The dark green arrow flew out of his hand. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any devastating sound. There was only a moment of absolute silence. Only one arrow from the suppression of absolute power. That dark green stream of light, like the light of judgment that cuts through the darkness, shot into the gaping mouth of the energy lion with incredible precision. Then, passed through it. The next moment. Ouch! The invincible energy lion let out an extremely shrill wail. Countless dark green cracks appeared on its body, starting from the core, and instantly spread throughout the body like a spider web. Bang! The huge energy lion exploded in mid-air. It turned into spots of light all over the sky. And the power of that dark green arrow has not diminished at all. Still carrying the sharp edge of death, it shot straight into the face of Li Wei's second uncle. No! Li Wei's second uncle let out the most terrified scream of his life. He was so horrified that he frantically activated all his life-saving skills and props. Layer upon layer of shields lit up in front of him like eggshells. However, it's useless. Puff! The arrow easily pierced through the first, second, and third layers of shields. In the end, it hit hard on his last defense. Chapter 32, The Dignity of a Third-Level Expert? Bullshit. His kneeling shocked the whole audience. Boom. 60,000. Plus 1. At the last moment, Uncle Li Wei's forced life-saving props took effect. This prop cost him 800,000. Li Wei's second uncle was knocked back more than 10 meters by the huge impact force. He rolled on the ground in a panic for several times before he finally stopped. Puff! A mouthful of boiling hot blood could no longer be suppressed and spurted out. He raised his head, his face filled with the fear of surviving a disaster and the extreme disbelief that could not be described in words. The energy arrow that was originally deadly in front of his chest was disappearing under the influence of the prop rules. And not far away. The shadow killer who had his arms crossed over his chest, watching the show boredly. The relaxed look on his face had long since disappeared. Instead, his pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and was filled with boundless shock. He muttered incoherently, his voice trembling with an imperceptible tremor. This arrow? How could there be such a horrific injury? What a powerful force, what a high attack power. Could it be that it contains a trace of the power of law? What the hell? How is this possible? One arrow. Just one arrow. A level 100, third-turn S-class expert was severely beaten in public by a level 40 newcomer. This scene that subverted cognition was like an invisible hammer, hitting Li Wei and Lin Xingya's hearts hard. As for the second uncle who was forced back by an arrow and whose blood was boiling at this moment, the waves of terror in his heart were more turbulent than anyone else's. He could clearly feel that the bones in his chest were broken. The gold-grade breastplate that he was so proud of and had spent a huge amount of money to get was now emitting bursts of wailing as it could not bear the weight, and its spirituality had been greatly lost. If it hadn't been blocking it, if it hadn't smashed an expensive life-saving prop. The arrow just now was enough to completely pierce his heart. He raised his head and stared at the young man in the distance who was slowly putting down his bow, his expression still terrifyingly indifferent. Fear. An unprecedented fear, as if facing a natural enemy, instantly seized his entire mind. His brain, at this moment, was working frantically at a speed he had never experienced before. Escape. Must escape. It seems that he made an error in judgment. He was 100% certain that the opponent's terrifying amplification effect, which was comparable to a forbidden technique, had not disappeared at all. That arrow was definitely not his limit. In his mind, the precious platinum-grade weapon on his body flashed quickly, as well as the rare materials he had spent a lot of effort to collect in order to reach the 4th level. And he worked so hard and endured for more than a year before reaching level 100. Once you die, all of this will become nothing. Level dropped back to level 40? Explode the equipment on your body? No. He simply can't afford this price. It is absolutely unbearable. In the face of the immense fear of death and the tragic loss of everything, what is the so-called dignity of the strong? Can it be eaten as a meal? Can he be resurrected? In a flash, this powerful warrior of level 100, who was so majestic and murderous a second ago, died. The next second, he made a move that made Li Wei and Lin Xingya's eyes almost pop out. Thump! A muffled sound. He did it without hesitation. He fell heavily to his knees on the ground. His kneeling had created a clear dent in the hard rocky ground. He raised his head, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying, full of flattery and fear, and his voice trembled violently with extreme fear. This, sir. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real talent. I was blind and listened to the slander of the treacherous man, and I provoked you. Please be magnanimous, just treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. I'm willing to compensate you. I'm willing to use all my savings to compensate you for your emotional loss. I only beg you to be merciful and spare my life. This scene is so impactful. Li Wei and Lin Xingya were completely stunned. Their brains were completely unable to process the extremely absurd scene before them. Their second uncle, the one who has the final say in the family. The level 100, third-turn powerful warrior who was like a god in their eyes. It turns out. Kneeling? And he knelt so firmly. So thorough. Second uncle. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Li Wei finally recovered from his shock. He rushed forward and yelled, "He's definitely out of mana this time. He's just trying to scare you. How could a D-rank loser possibly unleash such a powerful move in succession? Second uncle, get up and kill him." He naively thought that his second uncle had been deceived. However, his reminder did not bring about his second uncle's awakening. Bang! There was a slapping sound so clear and loud that it echoed throughout the canyon. Li Wei's second uncle suddenly turned around and gave a powerful and heavy punch. He slapped Li Wei hard and firmly on the face. The enormous force knocked Li Wei so hard that he spun a full circle and a half on the spot, and then he fell to the ground like a top. Half of his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a steamed bun made of leavened dough. No blue, no blue. Fuck your ultimate move. Fuck your forbidden technique. If you want to die, don't fucking drag me with you. This powerful warrior of level 100 had bloodshot eyes and looked like a mad tiger. He roared at his own nephew in a hysterical voice. Rage and fear made his roar extremely powerful. At that moment, all his fear, humiliation, and anger were poured out in this slap and this roar. Could he not know that the opponent might have run out of mana? I need you, a young boy, to remind me here. If you die, you die. You poor bastard have nothing to fear. He has a full set of equipment and materials. This is all his hard work. He doesn't dare to gamble. This slap completely shattered Li Wei and Lin Xingya's last fantasy. They stared blankly at their second uncle who was kneeling on the ground and roaring like a mad dog. Looking at the person in the distance, he didn't even move his eyebrows from beginning to end. Su Xing's eyes were indifferent, as if he was watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. An indescribable, biting chill instantly rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Their brains finally realized a fact that made their souls tremble. The people they provoked were not D-level trash at all. But a demon that they, and even their second uncle, could not understand at all, let alone contend with. He saw his second uncle, whom he relied on the most, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy like a stray dog. Li Wei and Lin Xingya felt like the sky had collapsed on their heads. Chapter 33, Equipment Explosion. Nanjian's #1 laughingstock. However, Su Xing's response completely shattered the last bit of hope in the heart of the 100-level expert kneeling on the ground. Compensation? Su Xing tilted his head, a cold arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. I don't like compensation. I just like to cut the grass at its roots. The moment the words fell, the flattery and fear on Li Wei's second uncle's face instantly turned into the most extreme hideousness and madness. He knew that today, nothing could be done peacefully. You little bastard. Don't get so cocky. He suddenly leaped up from the ground and roared with an extremely resentful voice, My Li family will never let you go. Just expect endless pursuit. While yelling, he frantically activated all the life-saving items in his backpack. Swish. 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 Absolute Defense Scroll. Earth Guardian Potion. Holy Light Protection Rune. Layer upon layer of colorful light shields, like a huge rainbow eggshell, instantly wrapped him tightly. At the same time, a random teleportation scroll, emitting strong spatial fluctuations, appeared in his hand, and he began to read the bar urgently. He wants to delay time. As long as he can hold on for these few seconds, he will survive. He just didn't believe that the opponent could destroy his defense that was as strong as a tortoise shell with just one arrow. Will Su Xing give him this opportunity? The answer, of course, is no. Faced with the outrageously thick turtle shell, Su Xing was too lazy to even recharge his strength. He just calmly pulled the silver moon bow in his hand again. 5 arrows in 1 second. On the bowstring, 5 silver energy arrows instantly condensed into shape. Whoosh! The bowstring trembled slightly, and 5 arrows, without any fancy moves, turned into streams of light that could not be captured by the naked eye. With a difference of milliseconds and incredible precision, it hit the same point on the rainbow light shield. Snap! The first layer of holy light shield shattered. Snap! The second layer of earth shield collapsed instantly, like glass hit by a heavy hammer. Snap! 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 In the horrified eyes of Uncle Li Wei, all the defenses he was proud of seemed as fragile as pieces of thin paper in front of that streak of light. The last arrow pierced his chest without any hindrance. A blood-red number, which made him completely despair, floated above his head. 22,588. The teleportation scroll in his hand, with the reading bar, remained forever at the last moment. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, his body exploded silently. The death of the level 100, level 3 expert brought about an unprecedented rain of light from equipment. Crash! More than a dozen pieces of equipment and materials shining with different lights were scattered all over the ground like flowers scattered by fairies. Among them, a breastplate shining with brilliant platinum light and a piece of unknown material that is also platinum grade are the most dazzling. Su Xing didn't even look at Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who were already frightened and collapsed on the ground. He simply casually drew his bow and shot 2 insignificant arrows. 2 white lights flashed by. These 2 enemies who had just reached level 10 returned to their familiar level 1 again. After doing all this, Su Xing walked forward slowly, like a farmer taking a walk in his backyard. All the spoils on the ground were collected without leaving a single piece behind. There are actually platinum-grade equipment and platinum-grade materials. Well, it's another auspicious day indeed. I made a lot of money. Nanjiang Sanctuary, Resurrection Point. There was a flash of light, and a figure staggered out. It was Li Wei's second uncle. However, at this moment, his level has dropped from the majestic LV.100 to LV.40. The originally gorgeous equipment on his body was almost completely stripped off, leaving only a few basic linings. He looked even more miserable than a beggar. He stared blankly at his empty equipment bar, feeling the extremely weak strength in his body. After a moment of dead silence, he let out a shrill roar like a dying beast. Ah! The next second, another white light flashed. Li Wei, whose level was displayed as LV.1, appeared beside him with a confused look on his face. Second uncle. You're such a troublemaker. Seeing Li Wei, all the rationality of this third-level strong man was instantly swallowed up by boundless anger and regret. He rushed up like a madman and started punching and kicking his nephew, hitting him hard. My platinum-grade weapon. I spent a whole 8 million on that freaking platinum-grade weapon. And the Titan Iron, I spent half a year preparing for my rank 4. It's gone too. All gone. Why should I believe your words, you idiot? Why should I accept your order? He fought and cried at the same time, his voice full of despair. Li Wei could only hold his face, which was rapidly swelling into a pig's head, and cry out in grievance, resentment, and powerlessness. Su Xing. Su Xing. I will never forgive you. Just wait. You must die. Su Xing. I will definitely get my platinum level weapons and materials back. This sudden fight between uncle and nephew instantly attracted the attention of all professionals around the resurrection point. Countless pointing fingers, mocking and contemptuous gazes were like countless steel needles, piercing their bodies fiercely. Uncle and nephew of the Li family. On this day, he completely became the biggest and most tragic laughingstock of the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary. The tragic farce between the uncle and nephew of the Li family came to an end with a few beams of white light. Outside, Howling Canyon, silence finally returned. Insha stood not far away, watching the young man who was slowly collecting all the platinum and gold equipment on the ground. His heart, which had been alive for decades, was still beating violently and uncontrollably. The shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. Just now, he witnessed with his own eyes a miraculous, cross-level kill that was enough to subvert the entire professional system's cognition. At this moment, he finally understood everything. The guild leaders, those old guys standing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom pyramid. Why would he value this newcomer who was only D-level at such a high price? I see. Ingsha sighed in his heart with endless emotion. What they're after isn't a D-class observer at all. But this monster, wearing the skin of a D rank, but possessing god-level potential. He quickly reviewed the battle in his mind. 5 arrows in 1 second. That's not some forbidden technique, but pure, terrifying attack speed generated by pushing agility to the extreme. Moreover, the power of each arrow was enough to severely injure an ordinary rank 3 expert. Chapter 34. The third transformation begins. Su Xing, why is it you again? The damage inflicted by 5 arrows simultaneously hitting a weak spot has completely surpassed the defense limits of most third-level professionals. What a terrifying attack power and what precise control. The look in Ingsha's eyes when he looked at Su Xing changed completely. From the initial optimism and investment, it has become a way of looking at the future of the guild with great solemnity and seriousness. No. He made up his mind instantly. Until Su Xing fully grows up, or before he is escorted to Kyoto, this brat must not leave my sight for even a single step. Any potential threat must be nipped in the bud. Su Xing naturally didn't know the complicated psychological activities of the 7th level boss next to him. He hadn't expected that his explosive power would be so terrifying. But he quickly calmed down and clearly analyzed the reasons. It's very simple. A full 8,000 points of free attributes bring overwhelming and unreasonable strength and agility. Combined with the precise law analysis provided by Law Gaze, and the powerful bonus of the gold level weapon, Silver Moon Bow. The combination of these three creates this unsolvable formula, the instant kill formula. Any enemy that cannot withstand his first wave of attack will be killed instantly. Call. A fulfilling and exciting day finally comes to an end. Looking at the senior Ingsha next to him, who was fulfilling his babysitter duties diligently from beginning to end, Su Xing felt really guilty. He thought about it, smiled and extended the invitation. Senior Ingsha, you've been busy all day. How about I treat you and take you to a nice place to relax? Under Ingsha's somewhat puzzled gaze, Su Xing brought him to Tinjiaxuan, the top-level and most expensive entertainment club in Nanjiang Sanctuary. At the beginning, Ingsha still had a stern face and acted like a 7th-level strong man, muttering that people who practice cultivation should be pure-minded and have few desires, so how could they indulge in such decadent music? However, when he was half-pushed and half-pressed by Su Xing to sit in the top VIP seat, when the professional and skilled technician began to massage his shoulders and neck, which had been tense for decades, when the classical music that sounds like nature comes to my ears, when he saw those top-notch delicacies that he had never tasted before, this veteran cadre's defenses were completely corrupted. He went from sitting upright at first to gradually relaxing his body. Finally, he sank completely into the soft sofa, squinting his eyes, humming a little tune with an intoxicated look on his face, and muttering to himself incoherently. This method is very good, very good. When it comes to cultivation, one should also combine work and rest, that is the way to success. Well, I've decided that before leaving Nanjiang, I'm going to enjoy myself for a few days here. The next day, Su Xing, feeling refreshed, found Ingsha, who was still savoring the enjoyment he had yesterday. As usual, he first drew a fortune for himself. Shaji. It's neither good nor bad, but it also means that nothing bad will happen today. Senior Shadow Killer. Su Xing spoke with familiarity, as if he was borrowing some soy sauce from the neighbor. I'd like to borrow your 3rd job transfer scroll. I'll ask the guild to reimburse me later. Upon hearing this, Ingsha laughed and took out a high-quality scroll that exuded a strong spatial aura from the professional's backpack and handed it to him without hesitation. Su Xing took the scroll and went straight to the familiar job change temple. Under the compassionate gaze of the goddess of job transformation, he crushed the scroll without hesitation. Boom! The starlight, which was 10 times brighter than the 2nd transformation, poured down like the Milky Way, instantly submerging him. A brand new task panel, exuding a grand atmosphere, slowly unfolded before him. Su Xing's 3rd level task panel exudes a more majestic and grand light than the previous 2nd level task panel. 3rd level trial, the road of cause and effect. First ring, reach level 40 completed. Second ring, the foundation of cause and effect. Please submit 20 designated gold level materials to prove your eligibility to access higher level laws. 020. Third ring, proof of strength. Kill a platinum level boss of level 40 or higher alone. 01. There are 3 tasks in the third transfer. As usual, the first level mission has been completed. The material submission task has doubled. But there is also an additional task of killing the boss outside the job transfer temple. Looking at the long list of gold level materials with various rare names such as Tears of the Deep Sea Naga and Crystal of the Storm Titan, even the spectator Ingsha couldn't help but nod slightly and commented, "This difficulty is several times higher than the third level of an ordinary SSS level profession. It seems that the system's judgment of you far exceeds your displayed professional level." However, for Su Xing, who had just robbed a level 100, rank 3 expert, this sky-high price list did not make him feel embarrassed at all. And there is also the support of the Fengshan Guild. Su Xing can now go to Senior Ingsha to borrow the materials first. Su Xing counted the materials and asked Ingsha to borrow the few remaining ones. Ingsha once again demonstrated her professionalism as a god-level nanny and lent it to him without hesitation. As for who to ask for it from, of course we have to wait for the guild to reimburse us. But I don't know when the guild will reimburse me. After all, the process is a bit slow, which is understandable. Returning to the job change temple, Su Xing simply opened his system backpack calmly. He submitted all the rare materials inherited from Li Wei's second uncle, the stock he had accumulated before, and the materials borrowed from Senior Ingsha one by one, like pouring beans. Ding! 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 The crisp prompt sound never stops. In the blink of an eye, he completed the list of 20 materials. Second ring, the foundation of cause and effect. Please submit 20 designated gold level materials to prove your eligibility to access higher level laws. Completed. At this point, the third level trial only had the most difficult and crucial part left. Slay the dragon. This senior shadow killer was also helpless and had to be killed by Su Xing himself. However, platinum level bosses are extremely rare. That is already a terrifying existence that can cause devastating disasters to a small sanctuary, and no one knows when each one will refresh. Ingsha took Su Xing and flew over the various high-level training areas for a whole day, but found nothing. Just when they were getting a little impatient with their search and were about to move to the next wild area, a violent energy fluctuation came from a volcanic area below. The two stopped and looked down. I saw a gold-level boss, the lava lizard, which was over 30 meters long and covered with lava-like scales, wreaking havoc. Not far from the boss, a team of 7 or 8 freshmen was struggling to resist and was on the verge of collapse. In that team, a familiar figure stood out. It was Lin Xingya. Obviously, after the uncle and nephew of the Li family became a laughingstock, she quickly found a new backer and reorganized the team. When Lin Xingya was desperately trying to avoid the boss's dragon breath, she accidentally looked up. When she saw the figure in the sky that haunted her dreams and made her hate it to the core, the color disappeared from her face in an instant. The fear that penetrated deep into her bones, like an icy poisonous snake, instantly grabbed her heart. It's him! How come he is here? Could it be he's here to kill me again? However, after just a second of panic, her green tea instinct, which could be called an art form, instantly took over her body. She suddenly stopped the weak healing technique in her hand, as if she had completely given up resistance. She didn't look at the golden boss, but turned suddenly to Su Xing in the sky. That pretty face covered in dust instantly showed a weak look as if about to cry and with tears in her eyes. She cried out loudly in a voice filled with grief and indignation, and filled with endless grievances. Su Xing! Why are you here again? How can you be so stingy? How did I offend you? Why do you have to follow me around like a pervert? Chapter 35, Get another green tea level reset package. Good luck is coming. You've already caused me to be wiped out twice. What else do you want? Please, let me go, okay? I just want to level up properly. She was in tears and her acting was superb. The teammates around her were already under great pressure from the boss and were not in a clear mind. After hearing these words, he immediately glared at Su Xing in the sky, not knowing why. It seemed as if Su Xing was the villain who was committing the crime. However, faced with this ridiculously clumsy one-man show, Su Xing in the sky didn't even raise his eyebrows. In his eyes, from beginning to end, there was only one goal. The gold-level boss, Lava Lizard. its health bar, its weaknesses, its movement patterns. As for the woman who was performing at the top of her lungs below, in his sight, it was just a blur, standing between him and his prey, making a buzzing sound. Obstacle. Or rather, flies. He slowly pulled the silver moon bow in his hand. It's not about responding to anyone or proving anything. I just simply want the world to be quieter. Also to clear the field of vision between him and his prey. Whoosh! A silver streak of light, like lightning that cuts through the sky, arrives first after coming from behind. Before Lin Xingya could finish her crying, and before the flower-guarding messengers around her could react, the arrow had pierced through her forehead with incredible precision. All her performance, viciousness, and unwillingness were forever frozen on her face. A flash of white light passed by. The world is pure. The aftermath of the explosion sent all of her flower-guarding messengers back to the resurrection point of the Nanjiang sanctuary. Su Xing didn't even look at the white light. His fingers seemed to be playing the music of death, and the bowstring was trembling. Whoosh! 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 Several arrows with even more terrifying power shot out in succession, drawing deadly arcs in the air. In an instant, the roaring golden boss was shot into a hedgehog. 60,000. 45,000. 48,000. Ouch! Kill the gold-level boss, Lava Lizard LV10, gain 20,000 experience points, plus 40 free attribute points, and plus 5% progress towards unyielding thorns. Obtain, Lava Breastplate, Gold Level, Lava Leggings, Gold Level, Lava Dragon Lizard's Reverse Scale, Gold Level, Copper Coins X 2000. The Lava Monitor let out a shrill wail, and its huge body collapsed to the ground, exploding into a pile of golden materials and equipment. Yingsha was watching from the side, amazed. He walked forward and asked curiously, "That girl seemed to be talking to you just now?" Su Xing was slowly jumping off Da Peng's back and picking up the spoils on the ground. Hearing this, he raised his head and was stunned for a moment, as if he was trying to recall something. Then, with a hint of doubt in his tone, he asked back. "Yeah? It seems like there is indeed a fly buzzing all the time. It was a bit noisy, so I just shot it to death." "Oh? I'm lucky, the things that exploded are just enough to pay off the debt, haha." He handed a piece of the gleaming, Lava Dragon Lizard's Reverse Scale to Senior Yingsha. This was exactly one of the materials he borrowed from Senior Yingsha, and he could just return it in advance. He is not a person who likes to owe favors to others. At the same time, he opened the property panel. Looking at the newly added, free attribute points, 1000, and hidden occupation, unyielding thorns, level B 10%, he nodded with satisfaction. It was worth it that he hunted hundreds of wild monsters today. Although the level has not increased, the progress of free attribute points and hidden professions has been significantly improved. Well, this day wasn't wasted after all. The next day, early morning. The sun is shining. Su Xing woke up in the top suite that Yingsha had prepared for him, and habitually, he recited in his heart. Use, fortune draw. Buzz. In the sea of consciousness, the ancient fortune stick box appeared again. But this time, before it even shook. A fortune stick with golden flames burning all over, as if cast by the sun, and even engraved with two lifelike auspicious clouds and dragon patterns, could not wait and jumped out of the fortune stick box with a whoosh. Two dazzling large characters were branded on it. Good luck. Boom. A mysterious warm current, 10 times stronger than the last auspicious day, instantly swept through Su Xing's whole body. This time, it was no longer as simple as feeling that the world was kind to him. He even clearly felt that there seemed to be an invisible red line in the dark, composed of the pure law of luck, connecting him to some faraway place. An extremely clear thought suddenly emerged in his mind without any warning. Go to Howling Canyon. There, I have what I need. Su Xing's heart moved and he understood instantly. Today, there will be great harvest. Sure enough, just as he pushed open the door, before he could go looking for Yingsha, the alarm system of the entire sanctuary city started to sound overwhelmingly. A loud mechanical sound echoed in every corner of the city. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. A massive energy fluctuation has been detected in Howling Canyon. A level 40 platinum boss, Abyssal Demon Knight, is expected to spawn in half an hour. Professionals, please proceed with caution. When Su Xing and Yingsha arrived at the Howling Canyon slowly. This place is already crowded with people and the barriers are clear. In the sky, various precious flying mounts circled and neighed. On the ground, the flags of the major guilds fluttered in the wind, clearly distinguishing each other. Almost all the prominent guilds and family forces in Nanjiang Sanctuary were present at this moment. On the high ground on the east side, hundreds of members of the Slaying Sun Guild were wearing fiery red standard armor, and their momentum was as great as a rainbow. At the canyon entrance on the west side, the members of the Sanglong Alliance all had fierce eyes, like a pack of wolves ready to attack. Various other small and medium-sized forces, like sharks smelling blood, kept cruising around the periphery, trying to find an opportunity to take advantage of. Without exception, they all sent out the top third-level strongmen in their respective forces to lead the team, and they were determined to capture this rare platinum-level boss. As the boss refresh time approaches, the already tense atmosphere between the major guilds becomes even more solemn. Clearing the area has begun. A level 100 berserker from the Liangyang Guild, wielding a giant axe burning with flames. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense, and just swung his axe violently, smashing the open space in front of him. Boom! A bottomless ravine was cut into the ground, and the violent airwave blew away a group of individual players who tried to approach. This place is reserved by us, Liang. The berserker pointed his axe at the group of stragglers, shooing them away like flies, and roared, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Overbearing. Arrogant. This is the style of the Nanjiang Sanctuary Grand Guild. Su Xing, as a lone ranger without any guild logo on him, was naturally affected by this violent airwave. He and Shadow Killer were forced to the outermost corner, a corner where they couldn't even see the refresh point in the center of the canyon. Chapter 36, Su Xing. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Ingsha didn't care about this at all. He watched it all with interest and didn't intervene. He was very curious, considering that he was being targeted by the entire guild. Su Xing, how do you plan to break the deadlock? Right at this moment. Su Xing saw a few old acquaintances in a team not far away. It was the Li family. The leader of the team was none other than Li Jiang, Li Wei's second uncle, who had just been killed instantly by him with one arrow and whose equipment had been exposed by him yesterday. At this moment, Li Jiang was wearing a brand new set of gold-level equipment, which was obviously urgently collected for him by his family. Li Jiang originally led the team out to level up, in order to make up for the levels cleared by Su Xing. I happened to encounter a boss refresh, so I went to defeat the boss and share some equipment. Li Wei, on the other hand, followed him closely like a follower, obviously here to gain some experience. They actually wanted to get a piece of the boss's pie. Almost at the same time, Li Jiang also saw the figure that made him hate so much and made him the laughingstock of the entire Nanjiang. That moment. Li Jiang rubbed his eyes in disbelief at first. After confirming that it was not an illusion, the expression on his face instantly became extremely distorted. The fear of being killed instantly in public. Being humiliated by being forced to kneel down and beg for mercy. The resentment of losing all my wealth. New revenge. Old grudge. At this moment, like a volcano, it exploded from the bottom of his heart. All rationality was instantly swallowed up by endless anger and murderous intent. Stop the fucking thing. He turned his head suddenly and spoke in a hysterical, almost crazy voice. He roared at his family members, interrupting the ongoing deployment to seize the boss. His voice became sharp and piercing due to extreme anger. Platinum level boss. We don't want it anymore. Everyone. Everyone. He pointed at the calm Su Xing in the far corner and roared like a mad tiger. Surround that little bastard. Today, either he dies or I die. Everyone in the Li family, including another strong man who was also at level 100, level 3, were stunned. They couldn't understand why Li Jiang would give up the huge benefits of fighting for the platinum level boss just for a seemingly ordinary teenager. But Li Jiang's order is everything. The next second, all the forces in the audience looked at each other in astonishment, confusion, and anticipation. The Li family's team gave up the advantageous terrain they had occupied with great difficulty. They came in a huge crowd, like making dumplings, and surrounded Su Xing. In an instant, Su Xing became the focus of the whole audience. The Li family, the notorious mad dogs and local snakes in Nanjiang Holy Land, actually came out in full force. They gave up the platinum level boss that was within their grasp, just to surround an unknown boy? This dramatic scene instantly became the focus of the entire audience. Those individual players who were squeezed to the periphery by the major guilds and were already full of resentment, now became energetic and stretched their necks. Oh my god. It's going to be a good show. Who is this young man? He's so bold. How did he get involved with these mad dogs from the Li family? It's over, it's over. He's dead now. Li Jiang is a level 100, third level transformation guy, and he's known for his ruthlessness. I'm afraid this young man will be slaughtered back to level 1. What a pity. He seems to be of a high enough level, but he doesn't know his place. Voices of regret and gloating arose among the crowd. The top leaders of other major guilds, such as the leaders of Liang and Sanglong, were even more happy to watch the show. They folded their arms, with playful smiles on their faces, watching the farce with interest. The Li family is quite powerful, so let them fight this tough guy who came out of nowhere and caused both sides to suffer losses. You can reap the benefits yourself, so why not do it? Being stared at by thousands of people, Li Jiang felt that his dignity, which was shot through by Su Xing's arrow, was regained. He forced himself to suppress the uncontrollable fear deep in his heart and kept hypnotizing himself in his mind. He can't possibly have that kind of forbidden technique. Absolutely not. A move like that would be extremely costly, and using it once is the limit. He must be nothing but a shell now. He's trying to scare me. After giving himself enough mental preparation, he felt that he was able to do it again. He extended his finger, pointed at Su Xing in the distance with a condescending, alms-giving gesture, and shouted sternly. Boy! Now, immediately, right now. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Give me back all the equipment and materials you stole from me. Perhaps I can show mercy and spare you this time, just sending you back to level 10. He put himself in the highest posture, as if he had control over Su Xing's life and death. However, facing his clownish shouting, Su Xing smiled. He said in a voice that was not loud, but loud enough for everyone around who was listening to the gossip to hear clearly. It seems that he was in the wild the day before yesterday. You didn't drop enough equipment. That platinum-grade weapon is very easy for me to use. With such a bad memory, no wonder your level dropped so quickly. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted from sympathy for Su Xing. He turned his gaze towards Li Jiang, a mixture of astonishment, shock, and extreme mockery. What? Li Jiang, a level 100, third-level warrior, had actually suffered a heavy loss at the hands of this brat? And he was killed in the wild? Lost all the equipment? All the platinum-level equipment dropped? No wonder his level looks a little off. No wonder he was like a madman, desperate to cause trouble for this kid. It turned out that he was a defeated general who came to seek revenge. Feeling the undisguised mocking gazes around him, Li Jiang's face suddenly turned the color of liver. He felt like his last piece of fig leaf was ruthlessly torn off by Su Xing in public. You're looking for death. Furious and humiliated, he no longer cared about his disguise and madly roared at his younger brother, who was also at level 100, level 3, third brother. Kill him. Chop him into pieces. Roar. His brother also had a bad temper and roared. A dazzling light suddenly lit up on the sword in his hand, and he swung it with a powerful and heavy, raging wave slash. With the sword light like waves, he chopped down towards Su Xing's head. However, this time, Su Xing was too lazy to even draw the bowstring to its full length. Too slow. He shook his head slightly. The figure flashed. The skill, Wind Step, with the rhythm of wind is activated instantly. The whole person turned into a green afterimage that was impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. At the moment before the violent knife light was about to hit the body, he appeared beside the opponent like a ghost. Too fast. Almost as fast as possible. Chapter 37, Do I Need a Forbidden Technique to Kill You? Desperately Wei. Su Xing's speed was so fast that the strongman who was at the third level of level 100 didn't even have time to turn the grim smile on his face into surprise. Are you looking for me? The swift shadow silver bow in Su Xing's hand has been stretched into a full moon. The mysterious power of good luck, fortune, swift wind step, as first attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit, with a terrifying attack power of over 20,000 points. Everything, at this moment, is concentrated on this arrow shining with silver light. Whoosh! The arrow has been released. A silver light that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye flashed across the air. Phew! A soft sound. There is not even time to activate life-saving skills. The arrow had accurately penetrated the chest of Li Jiang's third brother and exited from his back. A terrifying number that made all the third-level strongmen in the audience feel numb slowly floated up from the top of Li Jiang's third brother's head. 80,000. Weak point critical hit. Flash sale. It even dealt a bright red critical hit plus weak point damage. The whole audience was in dead silence. No one could see clearly what happened. A powerful warrior at level 100, rank 3, just like that. Gone? A tank class at level 100, third level, known for its defense, had its health bar emptied by a single arrow from an archer who seemed to be at level 1. A white light flashed, and Li He's burly body turned into points of light and dissipated on the spot. 2 pieces of equipment shining with platinum luster also exploded on the ground. At this moment, the world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Everyone stared with wide eyes and open mouths, staring blankly at the young man who slowly put down his longbow, their minds blank. You actually have a forbidden technique? How is this possible? Li Jian looked at his brother who turned into white light, his levels cleared, and his equipment scattered all over the ground. He was so scared that even his voice changed. He couldn't understand. Totally incomprehensible. And Li Wei behind him was quietly preparing to slip away step by step. Do I need a forbidden technique to kill you? A cold voice, like the sentence of the god of death, rang in Li Jiang's ears. No, you're not worthy yet. Su Xing sneered and slowly pulled the bowstring. In Li Jiang's opinion, that smile was scarier than the devil. His fingers moved lightly, as if playing the music of death, and the bowstring trembled. Whoosh! 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 1 second, 5 arrows. 44,078. Weakness. 44,201. Weakness. 93,996. Weak point critical hit. The arrows, like the scythe of the god of death returning from hell, brought with them cold murderous intent, instantly wiping out all the remaining members of the Li family team who had already been frightened. Screams rang out one after another. Those second-level elites who were unattainable in the eyes of ordinary players, at this moment, were like cut wheat, turning into white light in large pieces and being sent back to the resurrection point. Just a few seconds. The so-called elite team brought by Li Jian was completely wiped out. Only he and the frightened Li Wei were left standing there alone. With the blessing of good fortune, the ground was covered with gold coins, materials, equipment. The golden light is so dazzling that it makes people dizzy. Now, do you still think I need to use forbidden techniques? Su Xing stepped on the spoils all over the ground, step by step, slowly walking towards Li Jiang, who was already pale. Nanjiang Sanctuary, Resurrection Point. White light flashed continuously. Li Jiang, Li He, and dozens of other members of the Li family appeared here with pale faces. My platinum grade, dragon scale blade. My, earth boots. Ah. Li He looked at his empty equipment bar and howled like a pig being slaughtered. That was the top-grade equipment he had saved up for half a year to buy. Li Jiang was struck by lightning and was completely dumbfounded. It was cleared again. For 2 consecutive days, my level was reset to 0 and all my equipment exploded. He could even feel that the other resurrected players in the sanctuary were pointing at him, their eyes full of mockery and ridicule. It's over. His reputation was completely ruined. Li Wei, who was at level 1 and was standing next to him, collapsed to the ground, his eyes dull and mumbling to himself. It's over. It's all over. My second and third uncles, who were at level 100 at level 3, were killed by a single arrow. Is this the kind of damage a human can inflict? What kind of monster have I gotten into? This is meeting a living father. Revenge never leaves overnight, each time more brutal than the last. A chill that penetrated deep into their bones made the uncle and nephew of the Li family completely frightened. All around, the freshmen who were being resurrected were pointing at Li Wei with reverent eyes. Look! Look! It's him again. The last ranked S-class talent among the freshmen in Nanjiang. He's back again. Amazing. He's been awakened for 3 days and is still at level 1. I'm impressed by his perseverance. I'm already level 2, and he's still at level 1. This is ridiculous. Did he meet his real father? Why does he always get sent back to level 1? Dead silence. The entire Howling Canyon seemed to have been drained of all sound. Only the sound of the wind and Su Xing's unhurried footsteps remained. Su Xing walked straight to the area of explosion that was glittering with golden light, bent down calmly, and began to pick up the spoils. His movements were light and casual. Ding! Obtained platinum level equipment earth boots. Ding! Obtained platinum level equipment dragon scale knife. Ding! Obtained gold level material molten core X3. 1, 2. The light all over the ground was collected by him one by one. The explosion rate with the blessing of good fortune is terrifying. He stripped almost all of the dozens of elites in the Li family, and even found 2 pieces of platinum level equipment. Dozens of gold level equipment. Good. Su Xing weighed the platinum sword in his hand, which still carried Li He's body temperature, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This time, the money for the 3rd level materials has almost been recovered. His relaxed and contented look sent chills down the spines of the leaders of the major guilds who were watching from afar. The air seemed to have frozen. That kid. What kind of monster is that? 1 arrow. I didn't even see the shadow of the arrow, and Li He was gone? Li He is a level 100, 3rd rank Templar Knight. Is his Vajra indestructible, life-saving skill made of paper? That damage number. 80,000? What a joke. My health isn't even a fraction of his. Whispers arose in the crowd and then quickly died down. Everyone stared at the young man, afraid that if their voices were a little louder, they would attract the attention of the killing god. In their eyes, every strand of Su Xing's hair seemed to have the words "extremely dangerous" written on them. After collecting the spoils, Su Xing slowly stood up. His gaze, like a sharp knife, swept across the entire audience. Finally, it stopped at the eastern high ground, the fiery red camp belonging to the Liangyang Guild. Chapter 38, One man forces the guild to retreat. The Abyss Demon Knight makes a stunning appearance. He didn't speak. He just took a step forward and walked in that direction, step by step. Boom! 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 Every step seemed to be stepping on everyone's heartbeat. The Liang Guild camp was in an uproar. Captain! He's coming! He's coming towards us! One guild member's voice was shaking. Hundreds of elites from the Liang Guild instantly felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, their palms holding their weapons covered in cold sweat. The scene where dozens of people from the Li family evaporated in an instant is still vivid in my mind. How many arrows can the other side shoot with such a small number of people? The captain of the Liang Guild, a berserker with a hot temper. Seeing that Su Xing dared to come over on his own initiative, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, and his face was full of humiliation and anger. Shut up, I'm not blind, I don't need you to remind me. Damn it! Does this guy think we're soft persimmons? Does he really think our Liang Guild is made of mud? He roared, picked up the giant axe and wanted to rush forward to fight, but was held back by the deputy captain beside him. Captain! Calm down. Didn't you see how Li He died? If we go up now, it would be like committing suicide. The deputy captain was sweating profusely from anxiety. He lowered his voice and advised, as long as there is life, there is hope. Retreat first. We don't need to sacrifice the entire guild for that idiot from the Li family. The berserker captain's chest heaved violently, and his breathing was as heavy as a bellows. He stared at the figure that was getting closer and closer, his eyes changing constantly. In the end, all the anger and unwillingness turned into deep fear. He is not a fool. He knew that the deputy captain was right. Withdraw. A word was almost squeezed out from between teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of members of the Liang Guild were pardoned. They crawled and tumbled as they evacuated the eastern high ground they had just occupied, looking as miserable as a stray dog. From beginning to end, they didn't dare to say a single harsh word. When the members of the Sanglong Alliance in the West Canyon saw this scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he's not coming for us. Oh my god, I was so scared. My legs were weak just now. With one person's strength, he scared off a top guild in Nanjiang. That's too damn powerful. The captain of the Sanglong League frowned at this moment, staring at Su Xing's back, with a turbulent mood in his heart. Something's wrong. This is definitely not the strength a D-rank rookie can possess. Instantly killed a rank 3 guild, and completely repelled the entire guild. When did such a figure emerge from the Nanjiang Sanctuary? Could he be a core member of a hidden family, seeking experience? Among the peripheral individual player groups, there has long been a sea of amazement and admiration. Oh my god. Who is this guy? He's so awesome. That's what a real man is. One man is a guild. Wait. Do you think this figure looks familiar? Now that you mention it, damn. I remember. Isn't he the Su Xing with double D level talent at the freshman awakening ceremony? It's him. It's definitely him. Su Xing, this name, at this moment, was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. Amidst a complex gaze of awe, fear, and worship, Su Xing, leisurely strolling in the garden, climbed up to the east side high ground with the best view. He stood there, looking down at the entire canyon. The entire canyon fell into an eerie silence because of him alone. Senior Ingxia, who was following Su Xing, stroked his beard and looked at the figure, and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Cool. It's so fucking cool. This guy usually looks quite low-key, but I didn't expect that when he starts to act cool, he's really good at it. In this extremely oppressive silence. Rumble. The earth, without any warning, began to shake violently. The rubble rolled down the mountain wall, and the whole canyon was buzzing. Everyone's expression changed, and they all steadied themselves, their eyes all looking towards the huge cave in the deepest part of the canyon. Here I come. It's time to refresh. Platinum level boss, Abyssal Demon Knight LV.40, is about to appear. On the high ground, Su Xing narrowed his eyes, feeling the violent vibration coming from under his feet. He slowly raised his hand and placed the silver moon bow on the string. I'm here today not just to clear a few flies. The real prey is about to appear. Roar. A roar that seemed to come from the abyss of the underworld suddenly exploded in the depths of the howling canyon. The earth is shaking. The rocks are rolling down. The huge cave at the deepest part of the howling canyon was originally pitch black. At this moment, a heart-pounding black fog mixed with the smell of sulfur and death gushed out wildly. Depressed. Asphyxia. All the professionals present, whether they are second-level or third-level strongmen. It felt like a huge rock was pressing on my chest, making it difficult to breathe. That is a fear that comes from the instinct of life. Tread. 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 Heavy and rhythmic footsteps came from deep within the cave. Every step made the entire canyon tremble. Finally, a dark figure as huge as a mountain slowly walked out of the black fog. Its entire body was covered in a hideous set of heavy black armor that seemed to be made of cold iron from the abyss. An ominous scarlet light flickered in the gaps of the armor. In its hand, it tightly grasped a black spear taller than a human, the tip of the spear flashing with a cold light that was enough to tear apart the soul. Beneath the helmet were a pair of scarlet eyes burning with the fire of hell. Cold, cruel, without a trace of emotion. Just by standing there, the terrifying pressure of dominating the world made everyone present turn pale and their hands and feet cold. A third-rank scout from the Tsanlong Alliance, with trembling hands, cast a detection skill at the fastest speed. The next second, a string of data that made everyone's scalp explode appeared before everyone's eyes. Abyss Demon Knight LV.40, Platinum Level Boss. HP, 430-2000-430-2000. Attack Power, 29,280. Defense, 57,360. Skill. Abyss Dash, lock onto a target and perform a devastating charge that cannot be dodged, dealing massive physical damage and knocking them back. Shadow Stomp, the skeletal warhorse stomps the ground, releasing a circular shadow shockwave that deals damage and slows all enemies within range. Death Gaze stares at a random target, causing them to fall into a state of fear that lasts for 3 seconds, during which they are unable to move or use skills. Introduction: a fallen knight from the abyss, once a hero protecting the kingdom, was corrupted by darkness and the battle with demons and became a killing machine wandering the world, guarding his long-forgotten treasure. Chapter 39, Horror. One arrow deals 39,000 damage. Dead silence. There was a dead silence of more than 10 seconds. Hold. Someone uttered a desperate curse, instantly breaking the frozen air. 4,300,000 blood? 57,000 defense? What a joke. I tried my best, but my attack power couldn't break the defense. How the hell are we going to fight this thing? Are we going to let it just stand there and let us chop it down? Despair, like a plague, spread wildly among the people. The captains of the major guilds who had been so arrogant just now looked uglier than if their fathers had died. Among these guild elites ranging from level 40 to level 100, only a few have an attack power of over 5,000. Facing that terrifying defense of 57,000, what's the difference between their attack and scraping? Everyone. Long-range probing attack. The president of the Tsanglong League gritted his teeth and gave the order. He just doesn't believe that this boss is really invincible. All of a sudden, fireballs, ice arrows, wind blades. The colorful skills, like a rainstorm, bombarded the Abyss Demon Knight. Boom! 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 The explosions of skills came one after another, and the light almost illuminated the entire canyon. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the Abyss Demon Knight still stood quietly in the same place, without moving an inch. A series of bright red and glaring damage numbers slowly floated up from above its head. 1. 1. 1. 1. All of the same color, neatly arranged, forced blood deduction. Even those team leaders who were at level 100 and at the third level tried their best to attack. It could only leave a tiny white mark on its heavy armor and cause a pitiful single-digit damage. It's over. It's completely over. This defense is impossible to break. 4 million health points. Even if we can deal 100 points of damage per second, it would take us 12 hours without food or water. 12 hours? Stop dreaming. Look at our blue bar, can we hold up? Just when everyone was at a loss and in despair, the captain of the Tsanglong League rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a despicable idea. He cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly to the individual professionals on the periphery. My fellow brothers, I know you all came here to fight for a better future. Now, our chance has arrived. As long as everyone attacks together and depletes this boss's health, the final spoils of battle will be yours. All our major guilds will take the materials, and any equipment that drops will be yours. Divide it equally. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of those individual players who had already considered quitting because of the strength of the boss instantly ignited with greed. Equipment dropped by a platinum-level boss. Any one of them is enough to save them several years of hard work. On the high ground, Su Xing looked at this scene and couldn't help but sneer. It's the same old routine. Use random people as cannon fodder to consume the boss's skills and health. He could tell there was something wrong with this kind of thing even with his toes. What is the difference between this and just painting a pie in the sky? As expected, when there is a big reward, there will always be reckless people. Brothers. Charge. Platinum-level equipment. I'm coming. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Let's fight. Hundreds of independent professionals, as if they were injected with chicken blood, screamed and rushed towards the Abyss Demon Knight frantically. The scene was quite spectacular. However, what greeted them was the death gaze from the Abyss. Abyss sprint. A trace of disdain flashed across the scarlet eyes of the Abyss Demon Knight. It didn't even move the spear in its hand, but its body sank slightly. The next second, it turned into a black afterimage that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and rushed into the fearless crowd. Puff. 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 20,000. 22,000. 21,000. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Wherever the black afterimage passed, people and horses fell to the ground, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Horrifying damage figures of over 20,000 exploded one after another in the crowd like fireworks. A charge. Just a charge skill. There were more than 30 individual players who turned into white light and were sent back to the resurrection point before they could even scream. I fuck. This hurts. Run. Run. The people who had managed to survive were suddenly awakened from their dreams. They were so frightened that they ran back crying for their parents. But it was too late. The Abyss Demon Knight is like an emotionless killing machine, shadow stomp, death gaze. After a few area of effect skills, those hundreds of scattered people were slaughtered like grass. The whole process didn't even take more than 30 seconds. Looking at the white light all over the ground, the expressions of the people from the major guilds became even uglier. If we can't even rely on cannon fodder, how can we defeat this boss? On the high slope, Su Xing watched all this quietly, his face calm. He did not rush to take action, but watched patiently. Observe every movement of the boss, the starting style of each attack, and the intervals between skill releases. The talent of weakness analysis had already clearly presented every flaw of the Abyss Demon Knight to him. Su Xing looked at it for a long time and shook his head helplessly. With this efficiency, how long will it take to fight? I didn't expect that the level 40 platinum boss would be so difficult to defeat. If the level is higher, wouldn't it be possible to directly attack the Nanjiang Sanctuary? No wonder we need to be vigilant. What if it is a diamond level or an epic level boss? How can the Nanjiang Sanctuary resist? Wouldn't it be directly washed away? If all the professionals in Nanjiang Sanctuary lose their resurrection points, they will be doomed and will surely die. At this moment, Senior Ingsha beside him seemed to see his confusion and explained with a smile. Young friend Su Xing, there's no need to be surprised. Nanjiang Sanctuary, to put it bluntly, is just a novice village. In large sanctuaries like Kyoto and Magic City, there are diamond level and even epic level world bosses around them. A platinum level monster like this is just like a large elite monster in Kyoto. As soon as I came out, I was immediately swiped by everyone. The Nanjiang Sanctuary is small, so there aren't any powerful bosses around. Even if there were, members from other large sanctuaries and guilds would come and deal with them. Hearing this, Su Xing's heart was shocked. It seems must become stronger as soon as possible. Becoming stronger at a speed beyond anyone's imagination. Otherwise, if I go to Kyoto, I won't have any strength and won't be able to move forward. Su Xing took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. Silver armor, activate. Wind step, activated. Buzz. A layer of brilliant silver light instantly covered his entire body. In his pupils, there were countless mysterious golden runes flowing rapidly. Analysis of the rules. In his sight, the indestructible armor of the Abyss Demon Knight seemed to become transparent. Chapter 40 Terrifying Speed, Crazy Output. Su Xing clearly saw the location of the heart under the dark breastplate. There was a fist-sized, dark red light spot like a branding iron, jumping violently. Fatal weakness. Right there. Su Xing slowly pulled open the silver moon bow in his hand. The bowstring was drawn to the full moon, an arrow formed entirely of starlight. Above the bowstring, there was a buzzing sound, emitting terrifying and heart-pounding energy fluctuations. This arrow condensed all his strength. Whoosh! A flash of silver light. The arrow seemed to tear through space, ignoring distance, and drawing a straight, dazzling trajectory of death in the air. Accurately and without error, it hit the flickering dark red light spot on the chest of the Abyss Demon Knight. Weak point attack. Critical hit. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in the canyon. The Abyss Demon Knight's body, as huge as a mountain, was knocked back several steps by the terrifying force of this arrow. A terrifying damage number that almost made everyone's eyes pop out slowly floated up from above its head. 39,008. The whole audience was in dead silence. Everyone seemed to be petrified, staring blankly at the bright red 5-digit damage number, their minds blank. 339,000? The president of the Xanglong League opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it, and his voice was trembling. Am I not seeing things? Is this the kind of damage a human can inflict? They worked so hard, sacrificed their lives, and spent half an hour, but the total damage they inflicted was less than a fraction of the boss's. The result is people. Just one arrow can deal as much damage as all of them combined. The gap is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. However, Su Xing himself, the instigator of all this, frowned slightly. Nearly 40,000 damages seemed terrifying. However, this was only achieved after triggering the weakness in critical hit, which resulted in a 4-fold damage bonus. If we only attack the weak points, I'm afraid it won't be able to break the defense. In that case, you can only rely on the critical strike bonus per minute of wind step to cause damage. It seems that if you want to easily solo a platinum level boss, you need even more power. Just then. Roar! The Abyss Demon Knight, who was severely injured by an arrow, let out a deafening roar. Its scarlet eyes, burning with the fire of hell, suddenly turned and locked onto the golden figure on the high slope. A cold and brutal murderous intent rose into the sky. You angered me. A low, thunderous sound echoed in the canyon. The Abyss Demon Knight gave up all the ants in front of him and took heavy steps. The earth roared and charged straight towards the high slope where Su Xing was. Looking at the terrifying figure rushing towards him with the power to destroy the world, a smile appeared on the corner of Su Xing's mouth. Did you finally notice me? Very good. Then let's try and see which is faster, your iron hoof or my arrow. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Boom! The Abyss Demon Knight's charge, with every step he took, caused the entire high ground to tremble violently. Its huge spear, burning with hellfire, slashed down fiercely towards the place where Su Xing had just stood, with a sharp scream that tore through the air. The earth was cut open with a terrifying gully more than 10 meters long, with gravel scattering and smoke and dust rising into the sky. However, this attack missed. Su Xing's figure had already turned into a faint green shadow a second before the spear was swung, floating dozens of meters to the side. The violent wind from the gun only blew up the black hair in front of his forehead. What kind of speed is this? In the distance, a level 3 assassin from the Tsanglong League had his eyes almost popping out of his head. He prided himself on his extraordinary speed, but at this moment, he couldn't even fully capture Su Xing's movement trajectory. It didn't feel like humans were moving, but more like an unrestrained breeze. The Abyss Demon Knight missed the attack, and the rage in his scarlet eyes grew even stronger. He suddenly twisted his huge body, trampled the ground with his iron hooves, and charged towards Su Xing again. But Su Xing did not retreat but advanced. He was like a falcon gliding close to the ground, moving at high speed around the Abyss Demon Knight in an arc that violated common sense of physics. As he walked around, the silver moon bow in his hand had turned into a silver afterimage. The humming sound of the vibrating bowstring was almost connected into a continuous sharp beep. Swish, swish, swish. Almost within a second, 5 star-colored arrows shot out in succession, turning into 5 streams of light. It accurately hit the weak point of the Abyss Demon Knight's heavy armor. Ding! 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 A series of scraping-like sounds were heard. 5 insignificant damage numbers floated up from the boss's huge body. 45. Weakness. 48. Weakness. 51. Weakness. 47. Weakness. 52. Weakness. Seeing this scene, the onlookers who had just been frightened by Su Xing's terrifying speed suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! I was so scared. I thought it was some kind of god descending to earth, but it turns out he's just a scraping master. Yeah, this damage is not even as high as my basic attack. It seems that all his attributes are focused on agility. What's the point of being fast? If you can't break through the defense, you're just a sitting duck. Once his mana runs out, you'll be dead. Some people even smiled in a gloating manner, as if the nearly 40,000 critical damage they had just seen was just an illusion. However, the captains of the Tsanglong League, Liang and other guilds did not relax at all, but their expressions became more and more solemn. Wrong. The leader of the Tsanglong Alliance stared at the battlefield intently, calculating in a dry voice, 5 arrows per second, that's 300 arrows per minute. Even if each arrow only does 50 points of damage, the total damage in 1 minute is over 15,000. Oh my god. He alone is equivalent to the combined damage dealt by our entire guild's elite soldiers. Berserker gasped, muttering to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. This attack speed. This control of distance and timing. This kid. Is he really a newcomer? He's a monster born for battle. On the battlefield, the chase between a man and a demon has reached a fever pitch. Su Xing's figure turned into a green tornado that circled around the Abyss Demon Knight. And that endless rain of arrows is the deadly blade sweeping out from the tornado. The Abyss Demon Knight went completely berserk. He waved his spear wildly, trampled the ground, and unleashed all kinds of skills as if they were free. Shadow Trample. Abyss Sprint. The entire plateau was turned upside down by it, and the ground was covered with criss-crossing gullies and deep pits burning with demonic flames. But no matter how crazy it gets, Su Xing can always find the most perfect evasive route in the gaps between its attacks like a slippery fish. 58 seconds had passed since the battle began. 59 seconds. 60 seconds. A gleam of light flashed in Su Xing's eyes. Now is the time. Chapter 41, Strength Attribute Surges. Look at the boss's health bar. His figure, which had been moving at high speed, suddenly stopped. The moment the Abyss Demon Knight swung his spear again, he did not retreat, but instead took a sudden step forward. The whole person leaned back to the extreme, almost sticking to the gunblade that was burning with blazing demonic flames, and slid under the Abyss Demon Knight. Wind step, cooldown completed. Activate again. An even more powerful force erupted from under his feet. The silver moon bow in his hand was instantly pulled into a full moon. All the strength, all the focus, all the timing, are concentrated on the bowstring at this moment. Bang! An extremely crisp sound of a critical hit resounded throughout the entire battlefield. A blood-red damage number with a deadly aura, like a volcanic eruption, shot up into the sky from the head of the Abyss Demon Knight. 39,008. Dead silence. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence again. Everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. 39,000? A third-level berserker, looking at his own attack power panel, which only had a maximum of 5,000, felt his entire worldview flipped upside down. This is the kind of damage a second-level class can deal? Monster. He's absolutely a monster. Once a minute. A burst of 39,000 damage per minute. This boss. He doesn't really want to solo it, does he? At best, it will only take 80 minutes to kill the boss. Just when everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by this devastating arrow, an even more angry and violent roar shook the entire canyon. Roar! The Abyss Demon Knight is completely crazy. As a high-level monster from the Abyss, how could it have ever suffered such humiliation? Being toyed with by a tiny human being like playing with a mouse. Its scarlet eyes no longer stared at Su Xing. Instead, it suddenly swept its eyes towards the ants around it who were watching the show and were equally annoying in its eyes. Endless anger requires more blood to quench. I saw it raise its hooves high, and then stomped hard on the ground. Shadow trample. Boom! A circle of black and red shock waves visible to the naked eye, centered on the Abyss Demon Knight, spread out in all directions. No! Run! It's a range attack. However, it was too late. The speed of the shock wave was so fast that no one had time to react. In an instant, it swept across the entire highland. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Dozens of professionals from various fields were standing on the periphery, close to the enemy, and had no time to escape. Instantly hit by this terrifying shock wave, his health bar was emptied instantly, turning into white light, and he was forced back to the resurrection point. For a moment, the entire battlefield was in chaos, with people and horses falling to the ground and wailing everywhere. Those who had managed to survive were scattered all over the place, looking miserable and running away in panic. There was only one figure that stood out from the rest of this chaotic doomsday scene. Su Xing. He still stood there calmly. The terrifying shock wave, thanks to the damage reduction of thorn armor and super high physical fitness, only took away a few drops of his blood. It's not even as fast as his passive recovery of life drain. He looked at the figures fleeing in panic, and then looked at the Abyss Demon Knight in the distance who was briefly stiff because of releasing his ultimate move. A hint of decisiveness flashed in his eyes. We can't wait any longer. Yesterday and today, he painstakingly accumulated 1,200 free attribute points, but he was reluctant to use them. The purpose is to deal with this kind of emergency. Now is the time to harvest. System. All free attribute points will be increased to strength. Without any hesitation, he invested all the 1,200 free attributes he had painstakingly accumulated over the past 2 days into strength at once. Boom! A golden beam of light that only he could see fell from the sky and instantly poured into his body. His attribute panel began to jump wildly at an unprecedented speed. Power, 6,023 7,223. Attack power, 24,092 28,892. An indescribable, explosive feeling of power surged wildly through his limbs and bones. He could even hear the bones in his body making excited cries of exhaustion due to the influx of this power. Angsha in the distance, his pupils suddenly shrank. He keenly noticed that the aura of Su Xing suddenly surged again in an extremely abrupt way at this moment. This brat! What trump card did he use again? New skills? He was deeply shocked. And Su Xing has answered his doubts with his actions. He drew his bow. 1 second, 5 arrows. An endless rain of arrows once again poured down towards the Abyss Demon Knight, who had just recovered from stiffness. Puff! 5 arrows hit the target. A bright red damage number, completely different from the previous one, suddenly floated up. 424. 427. 430. 444. 434. It's no longer just a few dozen points of force damage. But it's genuine, defense-breaking damage. Although the single damage is still not too high, the meaning it represents is a world of difference. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Su Xing's mouth. 5 arrows in 1 second, over 2100 damage per second. The boss's remaining health is less than 4 million, which means that I can completely kill it by myself in less than half an hour. This is what a surge of power feels like. An extremely strange scene appeared on the battlefield. The elites of the major guilds were still in shock in the distance, scrambling to reorganize their formation. However, the mysterious master in their eyes had already begun to suppress the platinum-level boss madly alone. Holy crap! Look at the boss's health bar. A sharp-eyed professional was receiving treatment when he suddenly let out a scream as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone looked over subconsciously and saw the terrifying health bar of the Abyss Demon Knight. At this moment, it is falling steadily and continuously at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Who's outputting? The captain of the Liang Guild was bewildered. This blood loss rate, something's wrong. It's too fast. The strong men of the Sanglong Alliance also frowned. Soon, they found the source. The boy who was fighting with the boss alone. A rank 3 assassin quickly calculated, then said in a trembling voice filled with boundless fear and shock. His current DPS is over 2,000. Adding the 40,000 critical hits, that means he can deal nearly 160,000 damage to the boss every minute. 160,000. This number, like an invisible hammer, hits everyone's heart hard. All of them combined, after fighting for a long time, their output was not as high as that person's in 1 minute? What the hell is this monster? Right now! The Abyss Demon Knight, who had been unable to defeat the enemy for a long time, let out another earth-shaking roar. It gave up physical attacks, and its scarlet eyes, burning with the flames of hell, suddenly lit up. Death Stare. Chapter 42, Damn D-Level Talent. You call this D-Level? An invisible force carrying the laws of death and fear instantly locked onto Su Xing. Su Xing's body suddenly stiffened. Can't move. The 3 full seconds of fear made him completely lose control of his body. Oh no! It's a control skill. Yingsha's heart tightened. Yingsha also cheered up and prepared to save Su Xing at the critical moment. Otherwise, your level will be reset to 0 and you will have to level up again. That would be troublesome. That would mean he had failed in his duty and failed to protect Su Xing. Ha ha ha. Great. This kid is dead. In the distant enemy guild, someone let out a roar of gloating joy. As long as Su Xing was killed instantly. By then, the boss whose health is running out will be theirs. Everyone saw that after controlling Su Xing, the Abyss Demon Knight raised high its magic spear that was powerful enough to create the world and began to accumulate power. Abyss Sprint. A fatal blow. As everyone watched with bated breath, the dark afterimage, carrying the power to destroy the world, slammed heavily into Su Xing's seemingly thin body. It's over. This thought emerged in everyone's mind at the same time. However, an unremarkable, even somewhat ridiculous, damage number. Slowly, it floated out from above Su Xing's head. 433. Then in an instant. Plus 433. Recover 5% of your maximum health per second. Dead silence. The entire audience fell into eternal silence again. Everyone's brain was completely frozen because of the scene that overturned their worldview. 3 digits? 433 damage? Is the boss slacking off? No. That's not right. Look. The boss's attack power hasn't changed. It's that guy's defense. His defense is ridiculously high. This is fake. The boss finally dealt enough damage, and this guy healed it instantly? When this guess, which was closest to the truth, was shouted out in a trembling voice, everyone completely collapsed. An archer. An archer with devastating attack power. Surprisingly, he possesses terrifying defensive power that even shield warriors can't match? Is this going to make people live? At this moment, everyone has a deep-rooted understanding of the professional system. Su Xing smashed it to pieces in the most brutal and unreasonable way. Fuck. What the hell is going on? On the outskirts of the canyon, dozens of professionals who had managed to survive were preparing to watch a fight between trapped beasts. When they saw the unremarkable damage number, 433, they were all petrified. Their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. After all this time, it turns out it's not that the boss's attack power is too high, but that we are too fucking weak? A third-level shield warrior who was also level 40 had a trembling voice. He looked at his health bar that was less than 15,000 and felt that his professional beliefs had been completely crushed at this moment. This Su Xing. His second job is too fucking outrageous. High attack. High agility. Now even the defense and health are off the charts. How the hell is this a second-level archer? This is clearly an all-around war fortress in an archer's guise. The crowd erupted in exclamations of absurdity and disbelief. Wait. I remember, according to the ban order issued by the Nanjiang Sanctuary Military Department, wasn't he a D-level talent? A young wizard swallowed hard and asked in a dreamy voice. D rank? A berserker beside him, as if hearing the funniest joke of the century, immediately burst into curses. Fuck you, D rank. You call this D rank? I won't believe it even if you kill me. With such perverted performance, I would believe it if you told me he has SSS level talent. Yeah. With such ridiculous defense, why was he showing off his positioning? Couldn't he just stand there and fight the boss head on? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. His controls, his attributes, his profession. I don't understand any of it. Just when everyone was still feeling the collapse of their worldview because of Su Xing's terrifying defensive power. What happened next completely overturned their cognition. Su Xing, after enduring the boss's abyss sprint, actually stopped moving. He just stood there with an expressionless face. Let the furious Abyss Demon Knight swing its spear, which is powerful enough to pierce through steel, at him madly. Boom! 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 Every strike was accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Each strike is enough to instantly kill any professional below level 4. However, when it fell on Su Xing, it only produced a series of ridiculous damage numbers that made everyone feel despair. 427. 335. 442. Plus 1,600. Su Xing, however, withstood the boss's crazy attacks without even a tremor in the silver moon bow in his hand. He is outputting steadily, ruthlessly, and efficiently. 464. 421. 476. 39,008. Oh, damn. A third-level archer looked at his panel, then at the damage floating above Su Xing's head. He felt like he had been living like a dog for the past few decades. The boss's attack power, seriously, is at least 20,000. He only lost a little over 300 HP? And look at his attacks. Normal attacks are around 400-500, and critical hits are close to 40,000. These stats are even more outrageous than the DPS of us level 103rd job DPS. Under the gazes of everyone who looked as if they had seen a ghost. Su Xing's health bar remained almost motionless under the passive effect of life drain. Meanwhile, the health bar of the invincible platinum level boss opposite him was falling madly and precipitously at a speed visible to the naked eye. HP 200,000 432,000. HP 150,000 4,302,000. HP 100,000 4,302,000. When the boss's HP finally fell below 50,000 and reached the kill line, someone in the crowd was so overwhelmed by the huge wealth that was about to be obtained that he shouted hysterically with all his strength. Seize the boss. This roar was like a spark thrown into a powder keg, instantly setting the whole place off. Go! He's the only one. If we can grab him, we'll win. Who cares if it's Su Xing or not? There's strength in numbers. The drops from the platinum boss are enough to make us rich for the rest of our lives. Dozens of third-level professionals whose minds were completely devoured by greed, with red eyes, rushed towards the low-health boss from all directions like mad dogs. However, when Su Xing saw this, a cold sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. He had expected this. The human heart is always the thing that cannot stand the test of time in this world. He didn't even bother to look at the boss again. He turned slowly, and the bowstring in his hand was pulled into a full moon in an instant. Whoosh! 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 5 silver arrows flew out from the bowstring almost at the same time. In the air, 5 perfect arcs were drawn, representing death. The next moment. 121,847. 111,963. 131,254. 121,576. 111,887. 5 brilliant white lights suddenly lit up in unison at the front of the charging crowd. The 5 strongest third-level warriors who were rushing in the front had their health bars emptied before they could even react, and were teleported back to the resurrection point of Nanjiang Sanctuary. The scene was instantly silent. All the professionals who were about to rush forward stopped in unison, as if they were cast under a spell. Their faces turned pale and cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Chapter 43, the 4th-ranked patriarch of the Li family attacks Su Xing? The queen has arrived. Su Xing's cold gaze swept over everyone present, as if he was inspecting his own territory. His voice was calm, yet intimidating. Those who want to die, want me to send them away right now. Can you come up and try? There was also a berserker who refused to believe in evil. He relied on his thick skin and toughness, gritted his teeth, and wanted to take advantage of Su Xing's speech to grab the final blow from the boss. I don't believe it. Call out. In response, he was shot with an arrow that was swifter than any before. 104,521. A white light flashed, and the berserker, with his foolish confidence, disappeared on the spot. The whole audience was silent. No one dared to take another step forward. Su Xing looked at the cooldown time of his skills. Wind step, 3 seconds left. He was neither anxious nor impatient. He just let the boss attack him leisurely in front of everyone without fighting back. For others, it may take a long time to fight for the remaining 40,000 health points. But for him, it was just a matter of one arrow. The moment the icon of Wind Step has finished cooling down and lights up again. It's over. Su Xing's figure flashed, and he instantly closed the distance with the boss. Close to the boss's face. Pull the longbow in your hand to its full length again. Die. An arrow that condensed all his strength flew out from the string. 39,847. Weak point critical hit. Abyss Demon Knight, with a body as huge as a mountain, let out an unwilling wail and fell to the ground with a bang. The exploded equipment and materials were scattered all over the ground like the brightest stars. The entire canyon returned to silence. Kill the platinum level boss Abyssal Knight LV40, gain 120,000 experience points, plus 60 free attribute points, and plus 10% progress towards Unyielding Thorns. Obtain Abyssal Demon Armor, Platinum, Abyssal Leggings, Platinum, Abyssal Demon Lance, Platinum, Abyssal Demon Boots, Platinum, S-Rank Abyssal Demon Horse Pet 1, Copper Coins 12,000. The dazzling platinum light completely ignited the most primitive greed in the hearts of every professional present. Just when Su Xing collected the entire set of Abyss Demon Armor, and was about to turn around and leave this troubled place, a sudden change occurs. Buzz. 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 3 powerful and terrifying auras far surpassing those of anyone before them, like 3 towering mountains, descended without any warning. The air in the entire, howling canyon, seemed to freeze at this moment. In mid-air, the space rippled like water waves, and 3 figures emerged out of thin air. The man in the middle, wearing fiery red armor and holding a flaming sword, was none other than the president of the Liang Guild, Lizhan. The man on the right, wearing a gray wolf cloak and with gloomy eyes, is the leader of the Ganglang Alliance, Langya. The man on the left is a burly man holding a thunder hammer, the president of the Thunder Guild, Thunderstorm. These 3 people, without exception, are all genuine, 4th-level powerhouses with a level of up to 200. They are at the top of the pyramid of the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary. Their appearance made all the professionals present feel a shudder from the depths of their souls. What's going on? Why is the president here in person? Oh my god. The presidents of the 3 major guilds have arrived. This is going to be a big deal. Obviously, the news that their elites were wiped out by Su Xing and the platinum boss was snatched away had been reported back to the guild headquarters immediately. Young people. Liang, President Lizhan spoke first. He looked down at Su Xing, his voice filled with unquestionable majesty. As a person, one should not be too greedy. This, Abyss Demon Knight, is a resource of our Nanjiang Sanctuary. You are just a lone soldier. If you eat the meat, you should at least leave the soup, right? That's right. Wolf Fang of the Sanglong Alliance said with a sinister smile, hand over that set of Abyssal Demon Armor, and we can pretend that what happened today never happened. The pressure from the 4th-level strongman rushed towards Su Xing like a real tide. If it were any ordinary 2nd-level professional, his legs would have gone weak and he would have knelt down and begged for mercy by now. However, there was no trace of fear on Su Xing's face. He sneered in his heart. With Senior Ing Sha here in the Mark of the World tree as his final trump card, he is not at all vulnerable. Besides, as long as he can't be killed in seconds, he can return to the original jungle at any time. These people seemed powerful, but they couldn't do anything to him. Your resources? Su Xing raised his head, his eyes calm, as if he was looking at three idiots. I killed the boss and I picked up the equipment. Why, your names are engraved on it. Presumptuous. The presidents of the three major guilds had never been confronted like this before, and they immediately flew into a rage. Just when they were about to take action and teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Roar! A roar, more filled with resentment and madness than any previous one, came from afar. There were only the head of the Li family, Li Hai, with his two useless brothers, Li Jiang and Li He, and a level 1 son. He came over with great momentum. His aura is also at level 200, fourth transformation. But unlike the presidents of the three major guilds, the murderous intent in him was not concealed at all, it was as real as day. Little beast. Li Hai's eyes were blood red. He didn't waste any words with Su Xing. The murderous intent in his heart was 10 times more terrifying than that of all the people before him combined. It was like an invisible ancient demon mountain, smashing down heavily on Su Xing. Su Xing's body suddenly sank. He felt as if he was poured with tons of cement. Every cell in his body was under tremendous pressure. Even moving a finger became extremely difficult. Is this the level suppression of a rank 4 expert? Compared with the third level, there is a world of difference. Little bastard. I want you to pay for my equipment with blood. Li Jiang also shouted wildly. Li Hai's gaze was as if he was looking at a dead person, and his voice was extremely cold. Hand over everything you have. Then, commit suicide to apologize. I can leave you an intact body. Overbearing. Furious. He didn't even take the presidents of the three guilds next to him seriously. However, just when Li Hai couldn't wait to take action and crush Su Xing completely. Swish. A dark, deep space crack silently unfolded above everyone's heads. A pair of perfect jade feet wrapped in the finest black stockings and stepping on scarlet high heels slowly stepped out from the crack. Next came a stunning woman wearing a tight professional suit that outlined her extremely hot figure, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and long straight black hair casually draped behind her. She just floated quietly in the air, with a pressure that was countless times more terrifying than that of all the people present combined. Like a spring breeze and rain, it instantly eliminated the pressure that Li Hai put on Su Xing. Chapter 44, I see, who of you dares to touch him? Third level B-level talent. Her gaze was cold and indifferent as she swept across all the fourth-rank experts present. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice was cold, yet it carried with it the unquestionable majesty of a queen. Let me see, who among you dares to touch him? Howling Canyon. The deathly silence was completely broken by gasps filled with awe and fear. Everyone seemed to be watching the most absurd drama. The dignified head of the Li family, the existence at the top of the pyramid of the Nanjiang sanctuary, was actually frightened to the point of being unable to move by just one sentence from a mysterious woman? Li Hai's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. He stared intently at the graceful woman in midair, yet emitting a terrifying aura that made even his soul tremble, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Yun Shan? He just couldn't understand why the man in the sanctuary was so famous for being aloof from the world. How could a beautiful teacher who only knew how to teach and educate possess such terrifying strength? Being also at level 200 in the fourth transformation, he could clearly feel that his S-level, Furious Bloodlion, profession was like a house cat encountering a prehistoric beast in front of the opponent. It was an absolute crushing force that came from the level of life and the rank of occupation. SS level. Even higher. Yun Shang. Li Hai suppressed his shock and asked in a hoarse voice, as the mentor of the sanctuary, "Are you really going to interfere in our family's private affairs for a mere layman?" He tried to exert pressure through status and rules. However, Yun Shang just gently pushed the pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, and the phoenix eyes under the lenses didn't even look at him. Her gaze, from beginning to end, fell gently on Su Xing, as if to check if he was injured. Then, she responded in a cold and emotionless tone. My students. If I don't protect you, who will? It's just a simple sentence, but it's full of unquestionable dominance and determination. Li Hai's face instantly turned the color of liver. He knew that with this woman here today, he couldn't possibly touch a hair on Su Xing. Good. 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 He said the word good 3 times in a row, and the resentment and murderous intent in his eyes almost turned into reality. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Su Xing with a venomous gaze. You little bastard. You're lucky. I, Li Hai, swear an oath here today. If you dare to take even a single step out of the sanctuary, my Li family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Fight until death. After saying these harsh words, he no longer had the face to stay here. He grabbed the 2 frightened useless brothers and left in a panic without looking back like a stray dog. He had no idea that today might be the day of his life. This is the only chance to arm wrestle with Su Xing. From now on, he will lose even the qualification to look up at Su Xing's back. Seeing that the Li family's biggest enemy had left in disgrace, the presidents of the remaining 3 guilds naturally would not seek trouble. They are not fools. An SS level mentor with unfathomable strength strongly protects his protege. To offend this behemoth for a piece of platinum equipment that you may not be able to get is simply a fool's wit. Well, it's just a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Liang, Guild President Lisan laughed dryly, clasped his fists, and immediately escaped with his men. The other 2 major guilds followed suit and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The canyon was bustling with people and tense just now. At this moment, only Su Xing, Yun Shan, and Ing Sha, who had been silent the whole time, were left. Teacher. Su Xing looked at the beautiful figure standing in front of him, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Are you okay? Yun Shan turned around and looked Su Xing up and down, her beautiful eyes full of concern. Su Xing smiled, very happily. It feels so good to have someone care about you. He shrugged and said in a joking tone, what could possibly happen to me? But you, if you hadn't arrived in time, that Li Hai would have had to go back to the sanctuary to level up again today. Loquacious. Yun Shang rolled her eyes at him in reproach, but her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. She looked at Su Xing, feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. With the help of strong men like Senior Ing Sha in leveling up, he also joined the Yifengxian Guild as a backer. This student who was once despised by everyone now finally has the capital to make a living. The 3 of them returned to the job transfer temple in Nanjian Sanctuary. Su Xing stood in front of the goddess statue, opened the task panel, and chose to submit the task. Ding! A kill record for the platinum level boss, Abyss Demon Knight, has been detected. 3rd ring, proof of strength. Please kill a platinum level boss of level 40 or higher alone. Completed. Conditions met. The 3rd level trial has been completed. Boom! The starlight was brighter and more sacred than any time before, pouring down like the Milky Way in the sky, completely submerging Su Xing. His body and his soul are undergoing a brand new, earth-shaking transformation in this vast power. Warning! Detected that the observer class is undergoing a 2nd level transition. Evolutionary direction confirmed. Fate and cause and effect. Congratulations! Your class has successfully evolved to causal Libra level B. Extra spirit bonus, plus 300. New skill, causal deduction, can predict the probability of a specified event occurring within the next 10 minutes. New skill, causal chain, can forcibly mark a target, causing them to suffer the causal backlash of all their actions for a period of time. Evolutionary signature, ancient bronze gear patterns have emerged around your eye sockets, and you have begun to perceive the subtle changes in the flow of time. You have gained the ability to weigh cause and effect and make preliminary interventions in the trajectory of fate. In the job transfer temple, the starlight gradually dissipated. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes, feeling the new mysterious power in his body that seemed to be able to pluck the strings of fate. The main profession is upgraded to B-level profession, cause and effect Libra. His eyes, involuntarily, fell once again on the majestic and sacred statue of the goddess of job transfer. An idea so bold as to be almost blasphemous suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. Since Lagaze can see his true form, then, cause and effect chain, can it also establish a small cause and effect relationship with him? After all, I invested so much gold grade materials in order to upgrade my rank. Now, it's time to collect some fruit as interest, right? Do it when you think of it. Chapter 45, The God's Shame. God level passive, Chaos's favor. The corner of Su Xing's mouth curled up into a wicked smile as if he had succeeded in a prank. With a thought, he activated his new skill directly at the goddess statue. Chain of cause and effect. Buzz. An illusory chain made up of ancient bronze gears instantly shot out from Su Xing's palm. Ignoring the distance in space, it connected to the goddess statue with incredible precision. Ding. Target locked successfully. Analyzing cause and effect. Warning. Warning. You are attempting to establish a causal connection with an unknown great being. This behavior is extremely dangerous. Please stop immediately. However, instead of interrupting, Su Xing increased the energy output. Next second. It was a grand, majestic thought, yet it carried a hint of shame and anger that could not be concealed. Once again, like thunder, it blasted into his sea of consciousness. It's you again. You audacious mortal. Your offense against him has angered the gods. You will suffer. The system prompt suddenly got stuck here. After a moment, a brand new prompt with a completely different style slowly emerged. The great goddess of luck feels deeply, deeply helpless in the face of your persistent offense. In order to prevent you from doing something even more outrageous next time, he has decided to grant you the favor of chaos to completely isolate you from prying eyes. Congratulations! You have obtained the God-level unique passive skill, Favor of Chaos. Favored by chaos, God-level uniqueness. 1. Invulnerability. You will be permanently immune to any negative effects such as curses, poisoning, fear, confusion, etc. 2. Appearance of chaos. No being including gods can, through any skill or means, discern any true information about you. In the eyes of others, you are a god, a mortal, and an indescribable chaos. Su Xing was completely delighted when he saw this new god-level passive skill. Still quite shy? This isn't a punishment at all, this is clearly an embarrassment. You've gifted me another magical skill. Every time I look at it, I give away a skill. It makes me feel a little embarrassed. But I'll dare to watch it next time. Su Xing left the job change temple with satisfaction. Outside the palace, Yun Xiang and Ing Sha were waiting for him. Su Xing, congratulations. Yun Xiang's face was filled with genuine joy, but deep in her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of imperceptible sadness. Teacher, thank you very much this time. Su Xing said sincerely. If Yun Xiang had not appeared in time, although he was not afraid, he would probably be forced to use his biggest trump card, the Mark of the World Tree. However, what Su Xing didn't expect was. After hearing his thanks, Yun Xiang shook her head slightly. The pair of phoenix eyes that always wore a gentle smile were now filled with an inextricable sadness. Su Xing, I. She took a deep breath, as if she had exhausted all her strength, and then she said softly. I came to say goodbye to you. What? The smile on Su Xing's face froze instantly. The family has issued a mandatory recall order, and I must go back. Yun Xiang's voice carried a hint of irresistible powerlessness. It was too sudden. This news was like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Xing's heart hard. For a moment, his mind went blank and he didn't know what to say. In this silence, Yun Xiang suddenly took a step forward. She stood on tiptoe. Under Su Xing's astonished gaze, she gently pressed her soft, cool, and faintly fragrant red lips against his. That touch was fleeting. But it seemed to have a hint of indescribable salty taste. Take care of yourself. After leaving these two words, she never looked back. His figure turned into a stream of light, tearing through the space and disappeared in an instant. Only a crystal teardrop was left, sliding quietly in the air, reflecting the dazed figure of the young man. Well. A long sigh broke the silence. Ing Sha had covered his eyes with his weathered hands before he knew it, muttering seriously. Don't look at what is indecent, don't look at what is indecent. It's the gap between the fingers that seems to be a little wider than the city gate. Su Xing ignored this disrespectful guy. He just looked quietly at the direction where Yun Xiang disappeared for a long time before slowly looking away. The voice had returned to its usual calmness, but with a hint of firmness. Senior Shadow Killer. What is the origin of teacher Yun Xiang's family? Ing Sha's eyes, which always showed a hint of mockery despite being disrespectful towards the elderly, became extremely solemn for the first time after hearing Su Xing's question. He looked deeply at the direction where Yun Xiang disappeared and sighed deeply. There was a hint of fear in his voice that he himself was not aware of. Kyoto, Yun family. Apart from us, Fengshan, the top forces in Dragon Country are the four major families, and the Yun family is one of them. Ing Sha said slowly, each of these four families has a deep foundation. They are full of powerful people and have complicated relationships. Even the conferred gods often have to give them some face. I should have thought of it earlier. He showed a hint of realization and a wry smile on his face. At such a young age, He has already reached the 4th level of cultivation, and his professional rank is at least SS level. Apart from those ancient families who never follow reason, who else could cultivate such a monster? Kyoto Yun family. Su Xing's heart sank suddenly. He finally understood where the unremovable sadness and the irresistible feeling of powerlessness in teacher Yun Shang's eyes came from. What she has to face is a behemoth. Will she be in danger if she goes back? Su Xing's voice was a little dry. Ingxia was silent for a moment, then shook his head. It's hard to say. Things in a large family are 100 times more complicated than the monsters in any dungeon. But judging by her expression, it's clear that this forced recall is definitely not a good thing. Su Xing's fist clenched quietly without realizing it. An unprecedented, strong desire grew wildly from the bottom of his heart. Go to Kyoto. A must visit in Kyoto. No matter what she faces, this time, it's my turn to protect her. Late at night. Su Xing lay on the soft big bed in the top suite that Ingxia had prepared for him, but he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. What kept echoing in my mind was Yun Shang's resolute back and the teardrop that quietly slid down her face when she left. Just when he was upset. A faint, extremely familiar fragrance drifted into his nose without any warning. Then, his quilt was gently opened by a cool warmth. A soft, smooth, naked body came in silently. Su Xing's body froze instantly. Chapter 46, Su Xing's First Blood. The terrifying bonus of platinum-level equipment. He suddenly opened his eyes and was about to speak when a soft and cold little hand, with an irresistible determination, gently covered his mouth. With the moonlight coming in from the window, he could see the face of the person coming. It's Yun Shang. She actually came back. At this moment, she was completely different from the cold and majestic queen who shouted away the enemies during the day. Her long, smooth, black hair cascaded down on the white sheets like a waterfall. There was no trace of blood on that beautiful face, only 2 lines of unstoppable tears, sliding silently down the corners of the eyes. The pair of phoenix eyes that always showed tenderness and encouragement were now filled with something Su Xing had never seen before, a mixture of deep despair, boundless sorrow, and a hint of crazy determination. Woo! She didn't say anything, but just let out an extremely suppressed whimper like a wounded little animal. Then, with tears in her eyes and a madness that left no way out for herself, she completely gave herself to the young man under her in the most clumsy and resolute way. Su Xing was completely confused. He could feel the violent trembling of that delicate body, and could feel the cold yet hot tears dripping down his cheeks. He wanted to speak, to ask her what had happened. But he couldn't say anything. Because he understood everything from her eyes. It is a kind of silent entrustment, before heading to a tragic ending, of wanting to leave one's most precious thing to the person one cherishes most. Su Xing stopped struggling. He simply stretched out his hand and used all his strength to hold the trembling body in his arms tightly. The next day, early morning. When the first ray of sunlight illuminates the room. Su Xing suddenly woke up from his sleep. He subconsciously reached out and touched the pillow. There, however, it was already cold and empty. There was only a faint, familiar body fragrance left in the air. It seemed as if everything that happened last night was just an extremely real, beautiful, and sad dream. But when his eyes fell on the white sheets, his pupils suddenly contracted. There, I saw a dazzling crimson, like a winter plum blossom quietly blooming in the snow, silently telling the truth of everything that happened last night. Su Xing's mind went blank with a buzz. His whole body was numb. The next second, he jumped up from the bed like crazy, and rushed out of the room without even having time to put on his clothes. He found Shadow Killer. He used all his authority to search for Yun Shang's whereabouts. However, the result he got was like falling into an icy cave. Yun Shang has already left. Just this morning, she returned to Kyoto through the most core teleportation array of Nanjiang Sanctuary. And, all means of communication were cut off. Su Xing stood in the busy hall of job changers, feeling that the whole world had become empty. At this moment, Su Xing's heart, which had become a little impetuous due to the recent surge in strength, completely turned cold. He finally understood how ridiculous his attack power of only 28,000 was in front of a real behemoth like the Yun family. He didn't even have the qualifications to allow Yun Shang to stand up straight and refuse the family's arrangements. Become stronger. I must become stronger at an unprecedented speed. Strong enough to confront the Yun family head-on. Strong enough to trample the entire Yun family under his feet. Strong enough to ensure that no one and no force in this world dares to make her shed a tear. This thought, like a red-hot iron, was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. Return to the suite. Su Xing forced himself to suppress the turbulent emotions in his heart and began to count his recent gains. He placed the platinum-level equipment that exploded from the Abyss Demon Knight, which exuded an ominous aura, in front of him one by one. Abyssal Demon Armor, Platinum Level. Wearing requirements, LV.40. Attributes, Constitution plus 600, Strength plus 600, Spirit plus 600. Introduction: This breastplate is forged from the bones of an abyssal knight in the stoic lava, ablaze with the eternal flames of the abyss. It is said that those who wear it can hear whispers from the abyss, while those with weak minds will be devoured by the will of the demon god. Abyssal Leggings, Platinum. Wearing requirements, LV.40. Attributes: Constitution plus 600, Agility plus 600, Strength plus 600. Introduction: These indestructible leggings are crafted from the scales of the abyssal pony. Each scale imbues the dragon's tyrannical aura, allowing the wearer to charge into battle with unstoppable, dragon-like momentum. Abyssal Spear, Platinum Level. Wearing requirements, LV.40. Attributes: Strength plus 600, Agility plus 600, Spirit plus 600. Introduction: The spear tip is forged from the purest dark crystals of the abyss, capable of easily tearing through all light and order. When wielded, the wind blasts with the demon's roar, dragging the soul of those pierced into the endless abyss. Abyssal Boots Platinum. Wearing requirements, LV.40. Attributes: Constitution plus 600, Agility plus 600, Strength plus 600. Introduction: These boots are tanned from the hide of an abyssal pony and reinforced with abyssal iron. They allow the wearer to walk silently in the shadows, each movement like a ghost, deciding the fate of the enemy before they even notice. Without hesitation, he put on the Platinum Grade, Starry Sky Crown, Abyss Demon Armor, Abyss Leggings, and Abyss Demon Boots. The Abyss Demon Spear was a melee weapon. Su Xing felt that a bow and arrow would be more useful, so he threw it into his backpack first. Boom! The moment the 4 pieces of platinum-level equipment were put on, a force much greater and purer than any before instantly filled his whole body. He opened the Properties panel. Su Xing. Occupation, Causal Libra, B-Level. Level 40. Physique, 2917. Strength, 8473. Agility, 6550. Spirit, 2345. HP, 58340. Mana, 23450. Attack, 33892. Defense, 11668. Attack power is close to 34,000. Health volume is close to 60,000. Defense, over 10,000. 4 level 40 professionals. Very strong. But, that's not enough. This level of strength is still like a firefly to the bright moon in front of the entire Yin family. There is no time to waste. A hint of cold determination flashed in Su Xing's eyes. He pushed open the door and walked straight towards the leveling area outside the sanctuary. I'm only level 40 and will be going to the Kyoto Sanctuary soon. I went to the Kyoto Sanctuary and didn't even have a say. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. The moment he left the sanctuary. In the darkness, Yingsha's figure quietly emerged. Chapter 47, Su Xing forcibly seizes the Li family copy. Li Hai is furious. Yingsha looked at the young man who was in a hurry and exuded a cold aura that kept strangers away, and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that what happened with that girl last night had a great impact on him. Not bad, not bad. Instead of being defeated by the setbacks in love, you turn them into motivation to become stronger. This is what plasticity is all about. Well, it seems that love does have some benefits. At least, it can make people feel a sense of crisis. However, just as Su Xing stepped out of the gate of Nanjiang Sanctuary, deep in the Li family mansion, a man who was meditating with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. It was the head of the Li family, Li Hai. Master. The spy reported that Su Xing just left the sanctuary alone. Good. 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 Li Hai stood up suddenly, with an extremely ferocious smile on his face. The murderous intent that had been suppressed for 2 days suddenly burst out. There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you break in. Pass my orders. Calling the entire clan, all masters above level 3. Today, I will make sure this little beast dies without a burial place. Su Xing didn't know that the head of the Li family was about to come to hunt him down. Following the instructions on the map, he soon arrived at the entrance to a high-level dungeon controlled by the Li family, the Fallen Mine, which was suitable for third-level professionals. Two arrogant Li family members who were guarding the entrance to the dungeon immediately stepped forward to stop Su Xing when they saw him alone. Stop! This is the Li family's territory. If you want to enter the dungeon, you must first pay the entrance fee of 10,000 copper coins. One of them said in a condescending tone. Su Xing didn't even look at him. He just calmly raised the silver moon bow in his hand. Call out. A flash of silver light passed by. The Li family member who was still waiting to receive the money had a tiny bloody hole between his eyebrows, and the arrogant expression on his face was frozen forever. 66,000. In a flash of white light, he was sent back to the sanctuary. Su Xing picked up a ticket engraved with the words Fallen Mine from the debris he had exploded. Then, under the terrified gaze of the other guard, as if he had seen a ghost, he took a step forward. The door of the copy slowly closed behind him. Fallen Mine. This was once one of the most important strategic resource points of the Nanjiang Sanctuary, but after an abyss invasion, the entire mine was completely contaminated by demonic energy and turned into a forbidden area where monsters bred. As soon as I stepped in, a cold, damp air mixed with the smell of sulfur and decay hit me in the face. The mine tunnel was pitch black, with only the crystals embedded in the walls, which were infected by demonic energy, emitting a faint, strange purple light. He he he. A strange, tooth-grinding laugh came from the depths of darkness. Venomous Miner LV.80. Crypt Lurker LV.90 Elite. Magic Overseer LV.95 Elite. Dozens of monsters of different shapes, with scarlet light flashing in their eyes, pounced towards Su Xing from all directions. If any normal third-level team faced an attack from monsters of this number and level, they would probably be in a panic and on high alert. However, Su Xing just raised his eyelids slightly. Analysis of the laws, open. In an instant, in his eyes, all the monsters' movements turned into slow-motion replays. Every fatal weakness of theirs is as clear as a firefly in the dark night. A bunch of experienced babies. He was even too lazy to use the swift wind step. He just stood there and drew his bow. 1 second, 5 arrows. A rain of arrows pours down. Puff. 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 Those monsters that seemed hideous and ferocious in the eyes of ordinary professionals now looked like wheat waiting to be harvested in the fields. Every arrow of Su Xing hit the fatal weakness of a monster accurately and without deviation. 55,021. Critical hit. 54,899. Critical hit. Ordinary monster. Kill with 1 arrow. Elite monster. Kill instantly with 1 arrow. His entire body is like a moving war fortress that never stops. Wherever he passed, monsters fell in droves, transforming into pure experience points and massive amounts of free attribute points, which madly poured into his body. Kill a LV.95 Demonic Overseer Elite, gain plus 190,000 experience, plus 1 free attribute point, and plus 1% progress towards Unyielding Thorns. Kill a LV.90 Crypt Lurker Elite, gain plus 180,000 experience, plus 1 free attribute point, and plus 1% progress towards Unyielding Thorns. Your level has been raised to LV.41. Your level has been raised to LV.42. Just a dozen minutes. Su Xing, with a bulldozer-like, rude and unreasonable attitude, directly killed his way through the entire copy. His level also soared from level 40 to level 55. At the deepest part of the mine is a huge throne made of countless bones. On the throne, Abyss Mine Master LV.100, gold-level boss who was over 5 meters tall and holding a giant pickaxe suddenly opened his giant eyes that looked like lava. You lowly ant! How dare you step into my slumbering place? The earth-shaking roar caused the entire mine to tremble violently. It was about to say more pretentious lines. However, what responded to it was Su Xing's emotionless words. So much nonsense. Whoosh! The next second, an arrow containing terrifying power tore through the air and came in front of it. The boss didn't even have time to react before he was shot in the center of his eyebrows by an arrow. 122,110. Weak point critical hit. Then came the second arrow, the third arrow, the fourth arrow. 55,000. 60,000. 1 second, 5 arrows. The violent rain of arrows forced the gold-level boss to retreat repeatedly, emitting bursts of helpless and furious roars. Facts have proved that under Su Xing's terrifying attack power, a gold-level boss is no different from an ordinary monster. Just a dozen seconds later, with a wail full of unwillingness and frustration, the gold-level boss, who had not yet had the chance to show his majesty, fell to the ground with a loud bang, and a dazzling golden light burst out. Kill the gold-level boss, Abyss Mine Master LV100, gain 2 million experience points, plus 400 free attribute points, and plus 15% progress towards unyielding thorns. Your level has been raised to LV.60. Obtain Earthwalker Breastplate, Gold, Earthwalker Leggings, Gold, Miner's Echoing Hammer, Gold, Copper Coins x 200,000. Su Xing picked up the equipment and materials. He is too lazy to even look at the gold level ones now. But the main gain this time is free attribute points. I gained a total of 600 points from killing the monsters, and 400 points from the gold level boss, which adds up to a total of 1000 points. This is an important treasure. Outside the copy, when Su Xing's figure appeared again in front of the trembling Li family doorman, he simply stretched out his hand. One more ticket. How could the Li family's doorman dare to disobey? He put on a sad face and handed over another ticket. Su Xing's figure disappeared again at the entrance of the copy. And it happened less than a minute after he entered the copy. Rumble. Li Hai, the head of the Li family, finally arrived at the scene with dozens of masters of the family who were above the third level, in a threatening manner. Among them were his two younger brothers Li Jiang and Li He, who had suffered defeats at the hands of Su Xing several times. There is also a disappointing son, Li Wei, who has not yet completed the second transformation and is still at level 10. He is a disgrace to the Li family. Li Modu has a demon in his heart. This is a good opportunity to get rid of Li Wei's inner demons. Master, please make the decision for me. The doorman sought his savior and scrambled over to him, crying, "A robber just showed up. He not only killed Xiaolu, but also, he stole 2 tickets. What?" Li Hai's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This is too much. This Su Xing is really going too far. Do you really think his Li family is made of clay? He hadn't gone to settle the score with Su Xing yet, but that kid just robbed his Li family. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with Yunshang protecting you? He has already found out that Yunshang is not in Nanjiang Sanctuary today. Let us see who can save him this time. Subconsciously, he looked up at the stone tablet recording the clearance at the entrance of the dungeon. When he saw this, he was completely stunned. Fallen Mine Clearance Record. First place, Su Xing. Clearance time, 18 minutes and 34 seconds. This record is several times faster than the fastest record that Li Hai set when he personally went to clear the game. Impossible. Li Hai's first reaction was disbelief. This kid must have discovered a dungeon bug that we're all unaware of. Otherwise, how could a rank 2 junkie like him be so fast? There was a glint of greed in his eyes. As long as they could catch this guy and force him to reveal the method of finding the card bug, wouldn't the Li family be rich? Everyone listen up. Li Hai showed a ferocious smile on his face. Set up the heavenly net ceiling formation. Today, even a fly can't fly out of here. I'm going to make sure this little bastard has no way to go up to heaven or down to earth. In the copy, Su Xing was completely unaware of anything happening in the outside world. With his previous experience, he was familiar with the process, and this time, he killed monsters even faster. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived in front of the boss's throne again. Still too lazy to talk nonsense. It still takes 10 seconds to send it to the west. Your level has been raised to LV.70. Since it was not the first time I completed the game, the rewards this time were much smaller, with only 1 piece of gold level equipment dropped. Su Xing didn't care about this. His main goal was to upgrade. Well, if I do this 10 more times, I should be able to reach the maximum level of the third transformation. The higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade and the more experience points are required. Su Xing relied on the terrifying panel data, solo dungeons, and exclusive experience to be able to level up quickly. He walked out of the copy with satisfaction. However, as soon as he stepped out of the dungeon door, he keenly sensed something was wrong. The air around seemed to become sticky. The space was completely blocked by a powerful force. Even the connection between him and the World Tree Mark has become vague. But it can still be transmitted, it just takes time and cannot be transmitted instantly. He raised his head. Li Hai, accompanied by dozens of Li family masters, had a cruel smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse, surrounding the entire copy exit. Seeing this, Su Xing raised his eyebrows slightly. He had only one thought in his mind. Is this guy really so stingy? Isn't it just? I borrowed his copy and used it twice? He actually came here in person to kill me with such fanfare. Chapter 48, All-Round Crushing. You tell me this is a D-level talent? I just borrowed his copy and used it twice? As for such a big event? Su Xing looked at the heavily net ceiling array in front of him that covered the entire sky. He looked at Li Hai again, who had a ferocious look on his face, as if he had dug up his family's ancestral grave. There is only endless restlessness in my heart. He has neither the time nor the interest to waste his breath on these flies. Yun Shan was still waiting for him in Kyoto. Anyone who dares to block his way of leveling up, killing monsters and becoming stronger. All must die. You little bastard. How dare you come out? Li Hai was even more furious when he saw Su Xing's indifferent expression that said, "Are you sick?" He pointed at Su Xing and shouted arrogantly in a condescending voice filled with boundless superiority. I don't care what magic you used. Right now, immediately, you must hand over the bug you used to clear our dungeon, as well as all the equipment and materials you have. Then cut off your arms and kneel before me to repent. I might consider not hunting you down next time. Li Wei behind him saw his father and dozens of family masters. The fear dominated by Su Xing instantly transformed into the most vicious resentment and arrogance. Relying on Li Hai's support, he jumped up and down, cursing with the most obscene language. Su Xing! You bastard! You're a piece of trash! Aren't you crazy? Go even crazier! Today, my father is here. I want to see you cut into pieces with my own eyes. I will torture you to death. I want you to know that offending me, Li Wei, is the stupidest thing you have ever done in your life. However, the only response to his mad dog-like roar was Su Xing's words, which were cold and emotionless. So much nonsense. Boom! These few words were like a spark that ignited a powder keg, instantly breaking Li Hai's sanity. You're looking for death. He was furious. Come on. He swung his hand violently. Use your skills to wear him out. Overwhelm him. I want to see how much mana he has left. At the command. The dozens of third-level warriors who had been ready for action launched an attack in an instant. Blade Flash. Sword Shadow. Fireball. Ice Cone. For a moment, a colorful torrent of skills, like a tsunami bursting through a dam, with the power to destroy the world, poured down madly towards where Su Xing was. However, when the torrent of skills that was enough to flatten a hill exploded on Su Xing like brilliant fireworks, everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. 2. 1. 1. 2. A series of dense, red damage numbers filled with endless mockery slowly floated up from above Su Xing's head. No defense broken. All of them are forced to deduct blood. The entire battlefield instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on? How could my flame slash only deal 1 point of damage? Mine too. Single digits? Are you kidding me? His defense. How terrifying is his defense? Is this a fucking D-level talent? I know. This guy must be a coward. Afraid of pain. That's why he put all his attribute points into defense. No. Look at his level, why can't you check it? This guy is definitely a level 3 player. He's probably almost level 100. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to clear this dungeon solo. Li Zhong's eyes were sharp. He stared intently at the words, LV, above Su Xing's head. He screamed in a voice filled with fear and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Yesterday he was only level 40. Now he has successfully achieved the 3rd level. This terrifying upgrade speed is even more despairing than his abnormal defense. Due to the passive ability, favored by chaos, Su Xing's level naturally cannot be checked. Although Li Hai was also shocked, he was more uncontrollable in his greed for Su Xing's equipment. It must be the equipment. This kid definitely has a set of armor of unimaginably high quality, at least diamond grade or above. A fiery light burst out from his eyes, and he uttered another harsh word. Kid. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your equipment. I promise that today's matter will end here. Otherwise. You're so slow. Su Xing interrupted him impatiently. He moved his hands and kept whining like a woman. For the first time, Li Hai was completely ignored. Good. 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 He laughed in anger. You forced me to do this. He suddenly rushed out from the crowd, with a blood-red light shining on the sword in his hand. He used the full strength of a 4th-level strong man, blood lion earth-splitting slash, with the power to split mountains and split rocks, and slashed fiercely on Su Xing's body. However, a damage number that made his pupils tremble and shattered his worldview floated out. 3,000. Then, before he could recover from the ridiculous injury, a warm, emerald-green current filled with the breath of life rose from under Su Xing's feet. Plus 3,000. His health bar is full. Li Hai was completely stunned. 4 turns versus 3 turns. Huge level suppression. S-class versus D-class. Absolute professional talent crushing. In the end, this is the only damage? Moreover, this pitiful damage isn't even as fast as the opponent's health recovery? Is this a fucking human? You told me this is a D-class? Oh my god. Even this fucking SSS level talent isn't this outrageous. Li Hai doesn't believe in evil. He roared again, swung his sword, and chopped it down fiercely again. 2,999. Su Xing's health bar shook. Plus 2,999. A second later, it was full again. Su Xing looked at Li Hai, who was performing like a clown, and finally raised his eyelids and asked, "Have you cut enough? Is it my turn?" Chapter 49, Instantly kill an SS level 4th level strongman. This moment. Looking at those eyes that were calm and indifferent, yet seemed to contain an endless abyss. Li Hai, the 4th level strong man, is the local emperor of Nanjiang Sanctuary. Really, it's scary. Is it my turn? This sentence is extremely plain, as if it is a rhetorical question like, have you eaten? What fell into Li Hai's ears was no less than the final judgment of the god of death from the abyss of the underworld. Fear. An unprecedented fear, enough to completely freeze his entire soul, instantly gripped his heart. His pride as a 4th level expert, and the ironclad understanding that high-level professionals can easily control low-level professionals that has been ingrained in his bones for decades. At this moment, the ridiculous amount of damage Su Xing suffered, and the even more ridiculous amount of blood healed, shocked him and caused him to collapse. Broken. His heart of Taoism, which he was so proud of, was completely shattered. Not just him. Behind him were the Li family members who were originally aggressive, Li Jiang and Li He who were just clamoring, and Li Wei who had already become numb. At this moment, they all looked like chickens with their necks strangled. Their faces were pale, they were at a loss, and their whole bodies were shaking violently. Head of the family. In their eyes, the godlike, invincible 4th turned 200 level warrior. Lead the family to dominate the existence of Nanjiang Sanctuary. It turns out. Can't even break the opponent's defense? What the hell is wrong with this world? Is there a bug in the job transfer system? Or, from the very beginning, they provoked a true demon god so powerful that even the head of the family couldn't contend with him? They would rather believe that the world has gone crazy than accept the answer that makes them feel endless despair. The scene was completely silent. All the professionals who were attracted by the Li family's movements and came to watch held their breath, not even daring to breathe. They were afraid that any slight movement of theirs would disturb the young man who was being executed, thus bringing about a catastrophic disaster. However, it seems too late to say anything now. Judging from what these idiots from the Li family have done, it is obvious that they have offended this gentleman to death. Now, the only hope they can place on is that this gentleman can act more efficiently. It's best not to affect them. Insha, who was hiding in the dark, was also completely shocked by Su Xing's extremely abnormal defense. For the first time, his face, which always had a hint of playfulness, showed an extremely solemn expression. He withstood the full force of a level 200 S-class talent, and only lost 3,000 HP. This kid's physique and defense are completely beyond common sense. It's only been a short time. If he grows a little longer, wouldn't even I be able to control him so easily? The figures of those old monsters from the Yun family in Kyoto involuntarily emerged in Insha's mind. He suddenly became extremely excited. He wanted to see what a spectacular show it would be when this little monster really grew up, went to Kyoto, and attacked the Yun family. Well, when the time comes, as someone who has become a god, I'll have to call a few old friends to go and support him. In Li Hai's eyes that were filled with fear and on the verge of collapse, he saw that Su Xing, who was standing opposite him, still had that expressionless and indifferent look on his face. He thought Su Xing was angry. After all, his repeated provocations had completely angered the other party. In fact, Su Xing was not angry at all. There wasn't even a hint of emotion. He just felt annoyed. As his strength increased, Li Hai, in his eyes, was no different from a stone on the roadside. The only thing that can really make him feel pressured right now is the behemoth in Kyoto, the Yun family. This Li Hai is not even worthy of carrying teacher Yun Shang's shoes. But Yun Shang faces pressure from the entire Yun family. If I still take him seriously, how can I face the entire Yun family in the future? So, he just simply felt it. This guy is wasting his time, blocking him from leveling up, killing monsters, and improving his strength. And the person who stopped him from going to Yun Shang, it is equivalent to a death sentence. Su Xing slowly raised the silver moon bow in his hand. Seeing this action, Li Hai's fear nerves completely broke. He screamed subconsciously in a distorted, begging voice. Hashabi sack. Etc. Misunderstanding? This is definitely. However, Su Xing's arrow had already arrived. 117,880. Weak point critical hit. A blood-red, huge, 6-digit terrifying damage shot up from above Li Hai's head. His plea for mercy was stuck in his throat forever. His body, along with his dignity as a powerful 4th-level warrior, turned into a brilliant white light. Everyone in the Li family was dumbfounded. The head of the family, their Li family's most powerful pillar, killed instantly by one arrow? Li Jiang and Li He were once again enveloped by boundless fear. Their legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground. Li Wei was completely numb. My dad was killed in seconds, what's the point of fighting? Just give up. In this life, as long as Su Xing is around, there is no way I can achieve a second transformation. Ing Sha was so frightened by the explosive damage that he almost fell out of the shadow where he was hiding. 110,000? He calculated rapidly. As an S-level 4th-level strongman, Li Hai's basic defense attribute is at least 16,000. Coupled with a set of gold and platinum mixed equipment, the total defense is definitely more than 20,000. This kid could actually deal over 110,000 damage with a single arrow? This fucking. The attack power must be at least 35,000. Is this the attack power a 3rd-level job should have? Chapter 50, Cut the Grass at its Roots. The Li family's Doomsday Elegy. One arrow, kill instantly. When Li Hai's body, which symbolized the top combat power of Nanjiang Sanctuary, turned into a sky full of white light, the dozens of Li family masters behind him completely collapsed. Their faith, their support, the pillar of their family, just like that, gone? Fear, like an invisible plague, instantly infected everyone. However, Su Xing did not give them any time to recover from their fear. On his face, which had been slightly impatient because he wanted to see Yun Shang quickly, there was now only cold, impatient murderous intent. He slowly drew his bow. On the bowstring, 5 silver energy arrows condensed again. No. Devil. He's the devil. The children of the Li family let out the most desperate and powerless wail of their lives. They wanted to escape, but their legs felt like they were filled with lead and they just wouldn't obey them. They could only watch helplessly as the 5 streams of light representing death flew towards them like an invitation from the god of death. Whoosh! The bowstring trembled slightly, and then again. Su Xing's movements were extremely fast, elegant, and deadly. He seemed to be playing a waltz of death. Every time he plucked the bowstring, 5 brilliant white lights shot up into the sky in unison in the Li family's camp. 1 second, 5 kills. Just 4 or 5 seconds. Outside the entire, fallen mine, the Li family army, which was originally so powerful and arrogant, was slaughtered. Only. The copy of the doorman who had been hiding in the corner from beginning to end, had already been frightened to the point of incontinence and was limp as mud. Su Xing picked up all the equipment and materials scattered on the ground, including several platinum-level equipment and materials. Then he took a step forward, slowly, and walked up to the frightened doorman. Reached out his hand. The doorman was shaking violently all over, tears streaming down his face. He looked up blankly, totally unable to understand what this demon before him was trying to do. Su Xing frowned impatiently. Tickets. Oh. The doorman was as if he had been pardoned. He didn't even bother to wipe the dirt off his face. He crawled over and took out all the copy tickets in his backpack. He handed them to Su Xing with trembling hands. Su Xing looked at this fairly sensible boy and nodded with satisfaction. Well, the boy is teachable. Then he raised the bow and aimed it at the doorman's eyebrows. Call out. The doorman looked stunned, puzzled, and even with a hint of gratitude. One arrow, send him back to the city. We can't favor one over the other. Su Xing thought. Otherwise, when Li Hai checks at the resurrection point and finds that this kid is the only one who survived, he will definitely not let him off easily. I saved his life. Su Xing was deeply moved by his meticulousness and helpful character. He picked up the pile of loot on the ground and stepped into the door of the copy again. Nanjiang Sanctuary, Resurrection Point. A flash of light. Li Hai's figure staggered out. His level has dropped directly from level 200 to level 100. Several key pieces of equipment on his body even exploded. Years of hard work, all wasted in one day. Su Xing. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar that was not like a human voice, but was filled with endless hatred and regret. However, after the roar, what replaced it was the boundless fear that penetrated deep into the bones. He was scared. He was really scared. The terror of that young man was completely beyond his comprehension. That was not someone that he, or even the entire Li family, could afford to provoke. What to do? Two paths lay before him. Or, turn hostility into friendship, abandon all the dignity of the family, offer all the wealth, and beg for forgiveness from that demon god. Otherwise, he would have to give his all and ask those killers who were truly standing in the darkness to wipe him out completely at all costs. But, what if it can't be abolished? With that kid's talent, if they give him a little breathing space, after he grows up, their Li family will face a real disaster. No. Now it is a disaster for the Li family. Who on earth was it that provoked that kid for no reason? Li Wei in the corner was trembling and didn't dare to speak. Li Hai is not a fool. He knew that no matter which path he chose, his Li family's status in the Nanjiang Sanctuary would plummet and become history. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. At this moment, the local emperor of Nanjiang seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. His jet-black hair was turning gray rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. White hair overnight. Block the news, must block the news. He gave the order in a trembling voice. However, it was too late. Today, outside the Howling Canyon, there were thousands of people who witnessed that miracle. The Li family, a behemoth that has been arrogant and domineering in Nanjiang for decades, has heard the news that a 4th-level strongman was crippled and dozens of 3rd-level masters were slaughtered in one day. Like a plague with wings, it spread throughout the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary in an instant. After hearing the news, those enemies who had been bullied and humiliated by the Li family all bared their fangs. Kill him while he is ill. A bloody reckoning against the Li family has quietly begun. And the instigator of all this was Su Xing. He was in the fallen mine, enjoying his boring yet efficient leveling journey. At the end of the day, when he walked out of the dungeon again, his level had been successfully raised to level 90. As time goes on, the experience points required to level up are indeed increasing. Su Xing clearly felt the slowdown in the upgrade speed. Looks like I need to find a higher level dungeon to grind tomorrow. Chapter 51, All Things Are in the World. Nanjiang, goodbye. The leveling journey in Fallen Mine is boring, but extremely efficient. When Su Xing used up the last ticket in his backpack and walked out of the dungeon, the growth value of his hidden profession, Unyielding Thorns, finally, with the infusion of massive experience, remained steadily at the top of 100%. Ding! The energy of the hidden class Unyielding Thorns has reached 100%. Do you want to upgrade it? Yes. An unprecedented brilliance burst out from Su Xing's eyes. Boom! A force of life and space that was more magnificent and mysterious than any previous one, like the Big Bang, exploded in his spiritual world. He saw the tough sprout that had broken through the surface of the earth, representing the origin of his profession. At this moment, it is growing wildly towards the sky, towards all directions, and even towards the invisible dimensional barrier at a speed that goes against the common sense of life. Countless branches sparkling with an ancient bronze luster began to emerge from the trunk. What shocked him the most was that the end of each branch seemed to have pierced an invisible film, and at the tip, there were actually extremely tiny micro space cracks floating there that emitted terrifying spatial fluctuations. It seems that the growth of this tree is no longer satisfied with the single material world. It wants to sink its roots into the vaster and more mysterious multi-dimensional space. System prompt: it is detected that your hidden profession is undergoing the third level upgrade. Evolutionary direction confirms space and clones. Congratulations! Your hidden class has successfully evolved to Wanshan Senluo A level. Extra constitution bonus, plus 2,300. New active skill: Shadowwood clone instantly creates 3 physical clones with 50% of the original's attributes and capable of fully utilizing all the original's skills. The clones disappear upon death or after 30 minutes of existence. New active skill: Space Vine, summon vines imbued with spatial power from any shadow, tearing through space to teleport short distances or bind enemies. Evolutionary signature: bronze branches branch out from the trunk, each end revealing a microscopic spatial fissure. These branches extend into multidimensional space, symbolizing your power dimension, completing your first true leap. Finally, the third level upgrade. Grade A. Clone. Teleport. Feeling the new and powerful force in his body, which seemed to be able to manipulate space at his fingertips, Su Xing's mouth curled up in a cold arc. With these 2 skills, from now on, his tactics and his survivability will be elevated to a whole new, outrageous level. At the same time, Su Xing also gained an additional 2,300 points of physical bonus. Physical fitness has exceeded 5,500. The health volume reached a terrifying 110,000, and the defense reached 22,000. It's outrageous. Now, even if he stood there and let Li Hai chop him, Li Hai could not break his defense. The gap between the two has become huge as Su Xing's hidden profession has been upgraded again. The explosive improvement in the attribute panel made Su Xing feel a little unreal. But he quickly calmed down, as this was still a long way from a real face-to-face conversation with the Yin family. With this level of strength, you are not qualified to speak for Yin Shang. You still have to keep getting stronger. At the same time, Nanjiang Sanctuary, the highest command room of the military. Lei Xinshan was looking at the detailed report on the Howling Canyon and the Li family incident that had just been delivered to him with a gloomy face. Bang! He punched hard on the hard alloy desk, making a loud muffled sound. Asshole! What a bastard! His majestic square face was now filled with raging anger. For personal vendettas, he eliminated the entire elite of the Li family, including a rank 4, max-level warrior. Does he know how much damage this will cause to the overall defense strength of our Nanjiang Sanctuary? And Li Wei. Lin Qingya. They are the only S-level geniuses in our Nanjiang class. Our hope for the future. Just because of a minor altercation, he launched a retaliatory attack, preventing them from even completing their second transformation, completely slowing down their upgrade pace. This boy is vindictive. Narrow-minded. He has no sense of the bigger picture. The more Lei Xinshan thought about it, the angrier he became, and his chest heaved violently. Admittedly, he also disliked Li Hai's arrogant and domineering personality. But it is undeniable that in the possible war against the monsters of the abyss in the future, the Li family is still an indispensable and powerful force. Now, this power was directly destroyed by Su Xing in the most brutal and unreasonable way. The most hateful thing is that he is now a God-enshrined person in Kyoto. He just left for Kyoto and enjoyed the best resources. Will he come back to care about the life and death of our Nanjiang Sanctuary? This kind of selfish genius, with incredible strength yet no sense of belonging or responsibility, is not an opportunity for us in Nanjiang, but a cancer. A hint of cold determination flashed in Lei Xinshan's eyes. He took out an order from the drawer that had been drafted earlier but not yet officially issued. That was directed at Su Xing, highest level ban order. He picked up the seal representing the highest military authority in Nanjiang and stamped it down without hesitation. The vermilion ink looks like solidified blood. Pass my orders. From now on, Su Xing will be listed as a permanent persona non grata in Nanjiang Sanctuary. Permanently ban them from setting foot in the Nanjiang Sanctuary, even half a step. Su Xing didn't know that he had been completely expelled from his hometown. After finishing the last dungeon and collecting all the spoils, he habitually prepared to return to the sanctuary for a good night's rest. However, when he came to the familiar and magnificent gate of the sanctuary, the 2 guards guarding the city stopped him with their halberds crossed, looking nervous. I'm sorry, Master Su Xing. One of the guards said, his voice trembling. According to General Lei Xinshan's highest order, from now on, you are forbidden to enter the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Su Xing's footsteps suddenly stopped. The calmness on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by coldness. He didn't even bother to ask why. With a quick glance using law gaze, he easily saw the ban order with a bright red seal on the surface of the two guards' memories. Oh! Su Xing laughed out of anger. It's really hard for him to be so short-sighted. But that's okay. Since your Nanjiang sanctuary can't accommodate me. From then on, I will no longer have any concerns about this land where I was born and raised. It's time to go to Kyoto. Go to that bigger stage. Go meet the person who haunts him. But before going, Su Xing glanced at his level 90 panel, and an obsessive thought came to his mind. You still have to raise your level to 100 and complete the third transformation first. That night, he did not return to the headquarters of Fengshan, but came with Senior Ingxia to the vicinity of Nanjiang Sanctuary, a swamp that was listed as a restricted area by all professionals and was shrouded in the fog of death all year round. Crying Ghost Swamp. This is the paradise of level 100 elite monsters. As soon as I stepped in, a cold and foul smell hit me in the face. In the swamp, white bones can be seen everywhere, as well as ghost lights emitting a pale green phosphorescent light in the dark night. Swamp Corruptor LV.100 Elite, an elemental creature composed of silt and resentment, capable of spitting highly corrosive venom. Ghost Lurker LV.100 Elite, a crocodile-like undead creature that excels at lurking in murky waters and launching deadly sneak attacks. Withered Dryad LV.100 Elite, transformed from dead demonic plants in the swamp, it has extremely high defense and can bind enemies with vines. In the eyes of Nanjiang professionals, any one of them is a terrifying elite monster that is enough for them to form an elite team and carefully attack. At this moment, in Su Xing's eyes, there was only one common name. Experience points. He slowly drew his bow. A hunting feast that belongs to him alone has officially begun. Ding! Killed LV.100 Swamp Corruptor Elite, EXP plus 200,000, free attribute point plus 1, Vientiansen Luo progress plus 0.1%. Chapter 52, Longing turns into a demon, and arrows rain down on the ground. 128,450. Weak point critical hit. Phew. A LV.100 Elite, Ghost Lurker, just popped its head out from the muddy swamp, ready to launch a sneak attack. Before its huge mouth, which was powerful enough to crush steel, could fully open, a silver arrow came like a divine punishment from the sky. Precisely and without hindrance, it pierced through its hard skull. The huge body exploded without even having time to let out a wail, turning into spots of light all over the sky. And this is just the beginning. Su Xing has completely turned into a war machine without any emotions, only with the desire to kill and become stronger. 1 second, 5 arrows. His extremely fast figure was like a ghost. In this Weeping Ghost Swamp, which is considered a forbidden area by all professionals in Nanjiang Sanctuary, an unprecedented, bloody hunting feast was launched. His attack speed is even faster than the speed at which monsters refresh and gather. His movement speed was even faster than the monster's reaction speed. He was even too lazy to pick up the equipment and materials that had exploded on the ground, which would have caused a lot of scramble in the outside world. At this moment, all his thoughts, all his will, all his anger and unwillingness were integrated into the silver moon bow in his hand. Yun Shang. The figure who always stood in front of him without hesitation when he was most desperate and helpless. Like a brand, it kept reappearing in his mind. In the job transfer square, facing everyone's ridicule, it was she who stood firmly by her side. Outside the canyon, facing the joint pressure from the Li family and the 3 major guilds. It was also she who descended from the sky like a queen, and forced back powerful enemies from all directions with just one word. Not long ago, under her wings, Su Xing felt for the first time what was called a sense of security. But now, facing the pressure from the family, there is the woman who always stands strong and supports him. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore. What a huge pressure this is. It would make her, who is so innocent and loves to laugh, cry. Crying like a pear blossom in the rain. And myself. This man who always says he wants to protect her. But he could only watch her, covered in scars and despair, rushing towards that unknown and cruel fate alone. Not enough. It's far from enough. The current strength is simply not enough. Kill. 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 Su Xing's eyes were red. The silver moon bow in his hand even began to emit faint green smoke from the bowstring due to the extremely high frequency of pulling. The monsters in the Weeping Soul Swamp never figured it out until they died. What damn hornet's nest did I stir up today? In the past, they were the lingering nightmares in the hearts of Nanjiang professionals. But today, this human-shaped natural disaster made them experience for the first time what despair is. A newly refreshed, swamp crocodile, whose strength is comparable to that of a gold-level boss, has not yet finished its arrogant roar. What greeted it were more than a dozen arrows that instantly pierced through its weak points. I couldn't even last a minute. 500,000 damage per second. In 1 minute, that's a terrifying 30 million damages. Just imagine, who in the small swamp could withstand such devastating damage? Su Xing's experience bar was soaring upwards at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. LV.91. LV.92. LV.93. LV.95. LV.99. Yingsha, who was hiding in the dark and in charge of protection, was stunned when he saw this world-destroying scene in front of him. His calm old face was filled with shock and stupor. Crazy. This kid is completely crazy. Is this the legendary saying that love drives people crazy? He's converting all his thoughts about his lover into DPS, right? Su Xing had already been completely immersed in the crazy pleasure of killing and upgrading. He didn't notice at all that behind him, there were only scattered monster corpses. At this moment, it has already piled up like a mountain. The entire ecosystem of the Weeping Soul Swamp. He completely defeated it with his own strength. Monster, in death. Then, refresh. After refreshing, he was killed instantly again. In just a few hours, the total number of monsters that spawned and died here has even exceeded the total number of monsters that spawned in the past few years. A certain limit threshold hidden in the deepest part of this forbidden area has already been quietly touched. The resentment of countless monsters, those ghosts that cannot be dispelled, are crying. They are converging. It transformed into a terrifying resentful force that was invisible to the naked eye and was enough to make even gods frown. This makes this already strange swamp even more eerie and more dangerous. Chapter 53, Disaster Strikes. The God of Wailing awakens. Kill the gold-level boss, Withered Tree Demon LV100, gain 2 million experience points, plus 400 free attribute points, and plus 5% to the progress of the myriad aspects of the forest. Obtain Withered Vine Armor, Gold, Rotten Root Leggings, Gold, Rotten Wood Staff, Gold, Withered Core, Gold, Withered Vine Cage, Gold Skill Book, Tree Spirits Annual Ring Fragment, X3, Copper Coins X500 000. Your level has been raised to LV.100. Congratulations on reaching level 100 and reaching the current level cap. Please change your job as soon as possible. When the huge body of the last gold level boss, Withered Tree Demon LV100, exploded under Su Xing's rain of arrows. A brilliant golden beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping him. Surging. An unprecedented surging force, like a river flowing into the sea, was surging wildly through his limbs and bones. Su Xing slowly stopped the bow in his hand, feeling the transformation in his body. For a moment, he felt unreal. Too fast. All this happened so fast that it seemed unreal. How many days have passed since I woke up? He had actually reached the 3rd level, a level that an ordinary professional would never be able to reach in his lifetime. The 4th level trial can be started at any time. Of course, rank has never been his biggest trump card. He slowly opened the attribute panel, and his eyes fell on a number that was enough to drive any professional crazy. Free attribute points, 10,000. A full 10,000 points. This number silently tells the story of the past few hours. This swamp, which was designated as a forbidden area by the Nanjiang Sanctuary, experienced what a horrific, one-sided bloody massacre. Su Xing is no longer a newcomer. He is a human-shaped natural disaster walking in the world. In secret. Yingsha looked at the young man who was bathed in golden light and whose aura had surged again. His calm old face was already filled with numb shock. In 1 day, no, less than 1 day, I went from level 90 to level 100. This speed is simply unreasonable. He had seen countless geniuses. The Fengshen guild is full of evildoers. However, in his memory, there were very few upgrades that were so ridiculously fast. Even the past presidents who were conferred gods, when they were young, they were probably no more than this, right? Just as Su Xing picked up all the dropped items and prepared to officially set off for the Kyoto Sanctuary with Yingsha, a sudden change occurs. Ah! A scream that cannot be described in words, filled with endless resentment and sorrow. Without any warning, it suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the weeping ghost swamp. That sound seemed to condense all the resentment of all the dead creatures in this land over thousands of years. A dark sound wave visible to the naked eye, like a world-destroying shock wave. With the center of the swamp as the center, it spreads wildly in all directions. Su Xing's body was the first to be hit. Ding! You've been attacked by the god's wail of Thela, the ghostly god of wailing. You will fall into the negative state of deep chaos for 30 seconds. However, before he felt any discomfort. Ding! The god-level passive favor of chaos takes effect, making you immune to this negative effect. Su Xing, unharmed. But Angsha beside him was in great trouble. This 7th-level strong man suddenly froze. His deep eyes, which always held a hint of amusement, became empty and confused at this moment. The extremely restrained aura of terror around him also showed signs of disorder for the first time. He was also caught. And this is just the beginning. The terrifying scream ignored the distance in space and instantly reached the Nanjiang Sanctuary dozens of kilometers away. Buzz! The huge magic defense shield of the Nanjiang Sanctuary, which covered the entire city, was instantly activated at this moment. Violet ripples like water waves appeared on the translucent shield. However, even though its power was weakened by 99%, the scream still penetrated the barrier and entered the city. Boom! In a moment. On the street, countless professionals who were walking were like being hit on the head by an invisible sledgehammer. They all groaned in pain and hugged their heads in agony. Those who were slightly weaker rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and staggered like drunks, falling into chaos on the spot. Only those strong men who have reached the 4th level or above can barely rely on their powerful mental strength to withstand this terrifying sonic attack. Inside the military building, Lei Zhinshan and other senior officials' expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Outside the city. What on earth is going on? What kind of monster is this? Just a sound, weakened by the wall of size, can still have such a terrifying effect? Just when the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary was in chaos and panic. A cold, emotionless system prompt sound resounded in the minds of everyone near the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Regional warning. Due to the devastating slaughter suffered in a very short period of time in the Weeping Soul Swamp's ecosystem, immense resentment has accumulated, alerting the dormant national-level boss, Cthulhu, the god of the howling ghosts. Warning! 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 A national disaster is about to strike. All professionals, please immediately head to the Weeping Ghost Swamp to stop the god's awakening. Otherwise, the awakened wailing god will launch endless and terrible revenge on the nearest sanctuary. Ghost God of Wailing Thela LV.100, Diamond Level World Boss. Status, First Form, Aggregate of Resentment. HP, 10,000,100,000. Attack Power, 238,000. Defense, 120,000. Introduction: The ancient god of compassion fell, his kingdom crumbled here, transformed into a swamp. Over countless years, it absorbed the resentment and sorrow of countless lives, gradually degenerating into a terrifying entity that knew only slaughter and wailing. Warning again. Countdown to God's awakening, 10 minutes. Please stop immediately. Chapter 54: The Desperate Wail, the End of Nanjiang. When that cold, emotionless, yet full of the meaning of final judgment system prompt sound resounded in every corner of Nanjiang Sanctuary, the whole world seemed to have been paused. The city was in chaos due to the sudden sonic attack just a second ago. At this moment, there was an even more terrifying, deathly silence. What followed was boundless panic like a volcanic eruption. What? A national level boss? Oh my god. A level 100 diamond boss. 10 million HP? 230,000 attack power? 120,000 defense power? Tell me, how do we fight this? Am I fucking dazzled? Does this data really exist? It's over. It's over. Nanjiang Sanctuary is completely finished. Run. Run. Go to the teleportation array. Get away from this damn place. On the streets, countless professionals who were still able to move completely collapsed after a brief period of stagnation. They were like headless flies, screaming and crying. They rushed madly towards the teleportation hall in the center of the sanctuary. The order of the entire sanctuary was destroyed in an instant. Nanjiang Sanctuary Military Headquarters Building, inside the highest command room. Bang! Lei Zhinshan slapped the conference table hard. He actually left a clear handprint on the tabletop made of special alloy. He stared intently at the string of terrifying data on the screen in front of him that made him feel suffocated. The square face that always looked majestic was now pale. Who on earth is it? He roared like a wounded lion, and his tiger eyes were filled with bloodshot. Who the hell is this bastard? What brainless idiot? Fucking slaughtered the Weeping Soul Swamp? Does he know what he's doing? He's going to destroy our entire Nanjiang sanctuary. Lei Zhinshan was so angry that he was shaking and swearing a few times. What he didn't know was that the person who had the strength to massacre people in the forbidden area of Nanjiang, Weeping Ghost Swamp, must be very powerful. Even he can't do it. If this terrifying existence really happened to him in person, he would definitely not dare to curse like that. Beside him, the presidents of major guilds such as Liang and Sanglong had just arrived urgently through the teleportation array. Although the level of the Li family patriarch has not yet recovered to the maximum level, as a 4th level cultivator, he was urgently asked to come here. The same anger and despair were written on each of their faces. Investigate. Investigate. Even if I have to turn the entire Nanjiang sanctuary upside down, I must find this culprit. Lai Shan, the president of the Liang Guild, roared, I will chop him into pieces. What the hell are you investigating? What are you investigating? Didn't the system announcement clearly state it? Slaughter forbidden land. What does slaughter mean? We don't even call it slaughtering when we normally clear the jungle. This kind of person is really looking for trouble. They actually attracted a diamond-level boss. They never dreamed that the culprit whom they cursed as a bastard and a fool was the young man they had jointly oppressed. The head of the Li family was of low rank at this time and did not dare to speak. But he has the most say in understanding Su Xing. Weeping Ghost Swamp. Unlucky. After being stiff for just 3 seconds, Ingsha's figure suddenly shook and regained consciousness. His face, which always had a hint of playfulness, was now filled with fear and solemnity. Such a terrifying mental shock, even I almost got caught in it. He glanced at the huge black shadow composed of endless resentment and ghosts that was slowly forming in the depths of the swamp, and his face became extremely ugly. Diamond-level world boss. What a joke. Even for someone like me, I wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against a boss of this level if I were to face him alone without being fully prepared. But luckily this guy's level is not high, otherwise we would both be dead here today. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Su Xing, who was standing next to him unharmed and looking at the boss with curiosity. Boy, we can't stay here for long. Let's go. We won't wade into this muddy water. If we get caught up in it, that would be really bad luck. However, it was too late. An invisible field filled with sacred power and rule power has completely blocked the entire swamp and even the area within a radius of 100 miles. God's realm. Until the god fully awakens or is killed, any space teleportation will be prohibited. Chow. Ingsha was really speechless. He just came to watch a show, why was he so unlucky? We can't wait any longer. Inside the military headquarters building, Lei Zhinshan looked at the countdown on the screen, which showed less than 8 minutes left, and a hint of resolute madness flashed in his eyes. He stood up suddenly and issued the highest level of war orders in an unquestionable tone. Activate the highest level war plan. Order the wall of size defense system to maximize its energy output. All personnel above level 4, immediately. Immediately. Assemble at the South City Wall. Communications. Connect me to the Kyoto Sanctuary's highest command center immediately. Send an SSS level distress signal. With his order, the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary, the seemingly peaceful city on ordinary days, instantly turned into a high-speed war machine. The shrill alarm sounded through the sky. Powerful auras rose from every corner of the city and converged madly towards the South City Wall. The teleportation hall in the city center was already in chaos. Countless families and forces who wanted to escape from the city that was about to be destroyed had fierce conflicts with the army responsible for enforcing martial law. Get out of here! Let us out! Why won't you let us go? Do you want us to stay here and die? Implement military control. Anyone who dares to attack the teleportation array will be killed without mercy. What? The space has been blocked and the teleportation array cannot be used. Liar, absolutely a liar. Let me out. Blood dyed the ground of the teleportation hall red. the end of the world has already come. When Lei Zhinshan brought all the 4th level strongmen who were still able to fight in the Nanjiang Sanctuary and rushed to the outskirts of the Crying Ghost Swamp, what they saw was a scene of purgatory that was enough to drive anyone to despair. The huge black shadow formed by endless resentment has become more and more solid, and the outline of a god of death holding a scythe and wearing a tattered cloak is slowly taking shape. Countdown, only 3 minutes left. We can't let it fully wake up. Lei Zhinshan's eyes were bloodshot and he let out a roar. Everyone! Use your strongest skills. Attack! Boom! 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 The next second, dozens of attacks representing the strongest combat power of the Nanjiang Sanctuary, like a dazzling meteor shower, streaked across the sky and slammed heavily into the huge black shadow. Thunderstorms, Thor's hammer. Liashan's scorching sun burning sky slash. Langa's sky wolf howling moonwave. However, when these terrifying skills that were powerful enough to move mountains and fill the seas hit the black shadow, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. 1. It is still that forced blood deduction filled with endless ridicule. This is simply hopeless for a boss with tens of millions of health points. It's over. Lei Zhinshan watched this scene, feeling the increasingly terrifying divine power. His body, which had been tense all the time, shook weakly. Nanjiang, it's over. Just when everyone fell into the deepest despair, waiting for death to come, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from the direction of Nanjiang Sanctuary, and in mid-air, it condensed into a line of large characters that almost made them cry with joy. These large characters also calmed the restless hearts of all the people in the Nanjiang Sanctuary. The deliberate release of these large characters at this time was not only to remind Lei Zhinshan and others, but more importantly to appease the people of Nanjiang Sanctuary. The Kyoto Sanctuary has received an SSS level distress signal. The highest level reinforcements have set off. Team 1, Fengshan, Special Operations Team. Captain, 6th rank, Dragon Knight. Team members, 5 5th rank SSS level talented professionals. Team 2, Yun Family, Magician Group. Leader, 6th rank, Elemental Master. Team members, 5 5th rank SSS level talented professionals. The third team. Those lines of support subtitles composed of pure golden energy that cut through the sky were like the only sun rising in the dark night, instantly illuminating the eyes of every professional in Nanjiang Sanctuary that were shrouded in despair. There is salvation. It's the Kyoto Sanctuary. It's the Fengshan, Guild and the Yun family. Our Dragon Nation's top combatants have arrived to support us. Ha ha ha. We are saved. Inside the sanctuary, the professionals who had been in turmoil had all calmed down. I felt safe instantly. That team is led by a powerful 6th level SSS level talented professional. The weakest team member has the strength of a 5th turn SSS level talent, which is stronger than the strongest in Nanjiang. This is absolute security. Look at those legendary forces and their lineups that only exist in the news and represent the strongest combat power of the Dragon Country. Lei Zhinshan cried. He was a man of steel, but at this moment, he was like a child, with tears streaming down his face. There's hope. Nanjiang Sanctuary is saved. Brothers, hold on. We must hold the boss back before he fully wakes up. Wait until the space ban is lifted, then those powerful teams will be able to come to support us. Lei Zhinshan, who was still feeling hopeless because of the terrifying forced blood deduction a second ago, now had a sudden burst of ecstasy of surviving a disaster on his square face filled with despair. He turned around abruptly and, using all his strength, let out a deafening roar towards the 4th level warriors behind him who were also crying with joy. Everyone, cheer up. Reinforcements. Our Dragon Nation's strongest reinforcements will be here soon. Before they lift the spatial blockade, our only mission is to hold this beast back. Even if it costs us our lives, we absolutely cannot allow it to get even one step closer to the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Hope is the best stimulant. The Nanjiang warriors who had just been as desperate as dead dogs seemed to be injected with a new strength at this moment. However, relying on them to hold back a diamond-level boss and not let it get even a step closer is a bit too much to ask. Kill. For Nanjiang. With red eyes, they used their most powerful skills, which they had kept in their chests, as if they were free, and madly poured them towards the huge black shadow that was slowly forming. Even so, what they typed out was still that dense series of 1, filled with endless mockery. But at this moment, in their eyes, each of these 1 represents a delay and a hope. However, on this battlefield full of tragedy and hope, Li Hai, the head of the Li family, trembled violently as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes, bloodshot from fear, were fixed on a lonely figure standing not far away. It's him! The demon who plunged his Li family into the abyss. Why is he here? Following Li Hai's terrified gaze, Lei Zhinshan also discovered Su Xing. At that moment, the hope that had just been ignited by the arrival of reinforcements was instantly replaced by an uncontrollable rage. He didn't know that it was Su Xing's massacre that brought about this disaster. If he knew, he would curse Su Xing to death. He only saw that the sinner who was expelled by his own order was standing there as if nothing had happened, appreciating the embarrassment and struggle of all of them. Su Xing. Chapter 55, Scraping? 30,000 yuan per arrow. General Lei's self-consolation. Lei Zhinshan let out an angry roar, his voice full of questioning and contempt. You are not welcome in Nanjiang Sanctuary. What are you doing here? Are you here to see all of us make a fool of ourselves? Are you here to see how this sanctuary that expelled you was destroyed by a natural disaster? His roar instantly attracted everyone's attention. Those professionals who didn't know the truth glared at Su Xing. Taking sides is the most important thing, and you must stand on the side of General Lei unconditionally. However, those professionals who had witnessed Su Xing's godlike strength outside the fallen mine were now silent as a cicada, not even daring to breathe. They could never forget how the Li family's patriarch, a powerful fourth-level warrior, was killed instantly with just one arrow. Lei Zhinshan dared to roar because he was stubborn and also because of his pride as a fifth-level strongman. As for them, they dare not. However, facing Lei Zhinshan's questioning full of justice, Su Xing didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. It was just a mere fifth turn, and he was too lazy to even look at it. Ever since he rejected 3 SSS-level talents and chose the least promising D-level talent, this stubborn old fellow was unhappy with him in every way, and they had already formed a grudge against each other. He was either yelled at or blocked. It's like he owes him a lot of money, and every day it happens it seems as if the whole world owes him a debt. Now, Su Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. All he could see was the diamond-level prey that was slowly taking shape in the distance. He needs testing. Test how big the gap is between your current limit and this so-called god. 10,000 free attribute points. Strength plus 8,000. Constitution plus 2,000. Su Xing's attack power reached a terrifying 67,452. It's simply an explosive number. He slowly drew the silver moon bow. This action instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. What is he going to do? Is he crazy? Even us, the fourth-rank experts, can only forcibly deduct our health. How can he, a third-rank expert, really think he can break through our defense? Amidst everyone's gazes filled with confusion and mockery, Su Xing released the bowstring. Swift wind step, the first attack will definitely be a critical hit. Call out. An arrow that was brighter than any previous attack, even carrying a hint of the rhythm of the wind, tore through the air and instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters. Boom! The arrow, with incredible precision, hit the huge black shadow. A blood-red, huge damage number that instantly made everyone in the audience speechless rose into the sky. 29,000. Weak point critical hit. Dead silence. The entire battlefield fell into eternal silence again. All the professionals who were doing the gua sha treatment were frozen in place as if they had been petrified. They stared blankly at the bright red figure and the 5-digit injury that made them feel endlessly absurd, their brains going blank. 114,000? A third-rank archer in the military looked at the 1 that rose from his attack, and then looked at the 29,000. He felt that his professional beliefs were completely crushed at this moment. As for Li Hai, the moment he saw this number, his face, which was already pale due to the level drop, turned even more pale. His body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. This damage. He remembered. The terrifying damage that instantly killed him from level 200 back to level 100 with just one arrow. Although the numbers are different, the feeling, the sharp aura that seems to be able to completely penetrate the soul, is exactly the same. Lei Zhinshan's square face, which always looked dignified, was completely frozen. His tiger eyes were as big as copper bells. 14,000? The damage was much higher than that of a rank 5 warrior like him, who had activated all his burst skills with his full strength attack? He couldn't even break through the defense, so how did this D-rank loser do it? How is this possible? A D-class piece of trash. When did he become so strong? A huge wave rose in Lei Jinshan's heart. Before, he had always stubbornly believed that the reason Wei Li Hai was killed instantly was definitely because of the mysterious 7th level strongman, Shadow Kill, who helped him in secret. It's impossible that it's Su Xing's own strength. But now, I see it with my own eyes. The horrific, real damage is right before our eyes. How could he accept this? No. Absolutely impossible. Lei Jinshan shook his head violently. He forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and quickly found the most reasonable explanation for himself and Su Xing. Props. It must be Senior Ingsha who gave him some extremely powerful, one-time attack item. That's right. It must be like this. Just as he was carrying out his crazy self-attack, Su Xing's second arrow, third arrow, fourth arrow, also followed one after another. However, this time, the rising damage figures made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. 12. 10. 10. It's that familiar, pitiful, double-digit forced damage again. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts, which were about to jump out of their throats due to fear from 29,000, finally slowly settled back into their stomachs. Ha! Fortunately, it turns out that I can only hit it once. That scared me to death. I thought he could always deal that kind of damage. That's normal. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous if we, the older generation of Nanxiang warriors, were left so far behind by a freshman. Although, these powerful 4th-level masters have long been surpassed by Su Xing. But at least, it doesn't seem to have gone too far. After all, no one can break the boss's defense. Lei Jinshan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Xing, who was still scraping in the distance, and his face was once again filled with that look of superiority and condescending sneer. He cleared his throat and said in a voice that everyone could hear. Humph, D-level trash, after all, is D-level trash. Even if I was lucky enough to get some help from Senior Ingsha, what can I do? Even if you join the Dragon Nation's #1 guild, Fengshan, you're still no match for a true world-class boss. These words made him feel that his authority, which had been shaken by Su Xing's arrow, was stabilized again. He seemed to have regained his confidence. However, he had no idea. Su Xing's entire mind, his law analysis, had already been completely locked onto the diamond-level boss that was taking shape in the distance. In his field of vision, the huge black shadow was in an extremely special state at this moment. God's Awakening. In this state, you will gain a resentment barrier buff, and all damage received will be forcibly reduced by 99%. So that's how it is. It's not that the defense cannot be broken, but the damage is forcibly suppressed by the power of rules. He calculated rapidly. My current normal attacks, even if they trigger a critical hit on a weak point, can only deal a little over 10,000 damage. Compared to its total HP of 10 million, it's a drop in the bucket. The only way is to wait. Wait until it fully awakens and the resentment barrier disappears. Then it will be time for the real hunt. A scorching light burst out from Su Xing's eyes. This is a living, authentic diamond-level boss. This was the highest-ranking boss he had ever seen. We are about to go to the Kyoto Sanctuary. Whether or not we can significantly improve our strength depends on what we gain this time. Chapter 56, God Awakens, Doomsday Massacre. Final warning. Countdown to God's Awakening, 3 seconds. Please stop immediately. Countdown, back to 0. When that last second slowly ended and everyone's pupils filled with fear. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Then. Roar. It was no longer a simple scream, but a roar filled with endless majesty and divinity, as if it could completely crush a person's soul. There was a loud explosion from the core of that huge black shadow. At this moment, the huge black shadow composed of endless resentment and ghosts began to collapse and condense inward frantically. The outline of the god of death, holding a huge black sickle, wearing a tattered star cloak, with an unclear face but eyes burning with scarlet flames that can burn the entire world, has completely solidified. Cthulhu, the god of howling ghosts, fully awakened. Boom! At the same time, the god's domain, that enveloped the entire swamp and blocked all spatial forces, collapsed like broken glass. Space has resumed its circulation. Great! The space blockade has been lifted. Reinforcements. Reinforcements will be here soon. Upon seeing this scene, Lei Jinshan and the others' eyes instantly burst with ecstasy at having survived the disaster. However, the smiles on their faces only lasted for less than a second. It completely solidified. because the god who had just awakened moved. He simply raised his head slowly and opened his bottomless mouth that seemed to be able to swallow everything. God's wail. Ah! A black sound wave that was more condensed and 100 times more terrifying than any previous one. Like a world-destroying tsunami, it spread wildly in all directions. No! Defend quickly! Lei Jinshan's eyes were bloodshot and he roared. But it was too late. Those professionals who were in the front row and were just feeling grateful for the gua sha treatment were shocked the moment they came into contact with the black sound waves. 9,999. 9,999. 9,999. Their bodies, along with the equipment they were so proud of, were like ice and snow burned by the scorching sun, silently melting and decomposing, turning into the most primitive particles. Not even a ray of white light was left behind. Complete and utter annihilation. Massacre. This was a one-sided massacre without any suspense. The black soundwave, with its remaining force undiminished, rushed all the way to the wall of Nanjiang Sanctuary dozens of kilometers away, and slammed heavily into the shield of the wall of size. Bang! The indestructible city defense shield began to shake violently, emitting bursts of wailing as it could not bear the heavy burden. No! Lei Jinshan looked at the large area of ground behind him that had suddenly been vacated, and at his comrades who had not even left their bodies behind. His tiger eyes instantly turned blood red. He immediately checked the boss's skill data. Ghost God of Wailing Fella LV.100, Diamond Level World Boss. Status, First Form, Aggregate of Resentment. HP, 10,100,000,000. Attack Power, 238,000. Defense, 120,000. God's Wail, Skill Description, Fulha releases the resentment of the gods, accumulated over 10,000 years, with a piercing wail that resounds throughout the heavens and earth. The sound waves transform into a tangible black shockwave, spreading wildly in all directions, inflicting massive mental damage to all hostile targets within a 500-meter radius and having a high chance of inflicting the Deep Chaos status for 30 seconds. Grudge Grasp, Skill Description, Fulha manipulates the boundless resentment of the swamp, extending several massive ghostly hands composed of ghosts and black mud from the ground, grabbing 3-5 random enemy targets. These grabbed targets are subjected to imprisonment, immobilization and inability to use skills and continuously drained of vitality, dealing true damage based on a percentage of their maximum health per second. The ghostly hands have independent health points, requiring focused fire to break them in order to free allies. Ghost Swamp, Skill Description, Fulha completely merges his divine domain with the swamp, transforming a 1,000-meter radius into the Ghost Swamp. Within this area, all hostile targets have their movement speed reduced by 50%, their healing effectiveness reduced by 80%, and are continuously affected by the Grudge Corrosion debuff, reducing all attributes by 5% every 10 seconds. At the same time, level 100, Swamp Wraiths, Elite will constantly spawn from the swamp to assist. Final Wail, Godfall, Skill Description. When Fulha's health drops below 20%, he enters his second, frenzied form, focusing all remaining resentment and divine power. After a 10-second chant, he unleashes a devastating, unavoidable, and irreducible soul shock on all hostile targets on the entire map regardless of range. This shock inflicts a significant amount of true damage based on his missing health. For major skills, each one is so powerful that it makes people despair. What made him feel even more desperate was yet to come. After releasing the God's Wail, the god casually stretched out his giant hand made of black mist towards the ground. Grip of Resentment. Boom! Boom! The ground of the swamp suddenly exploded. Several huge ghost hands made of ghosts and black mud, covering the sky and the sun, broke out of the ground. With a speed that made it impossible to resist, he accurately captured several 4th-level strongmen from guilds such as Liang and Sanglong. Let me go! President, save me! The strong men who were captured let out terrified roars, and they frantically mobilized the energy in their bodies to try to break free. However, it's useless. Their health bars are being drained madly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 25,000. 25,000. Focus your fire. Hit that hand. Lei Jinshan roared and used his strongest skill to smash one of the ghost hands. However, his attack, which was powerful enough to split mountains, only left a shallow white mark on the ghost hand. 1. 2. Just a few seconds later. Those 4th-level warriors who were powerful enough to walk sideways in the Nanjiang Holy Land were drained of all their vitality alive in endless despair and unwillingness, and turned into several shriveled corpses, which were casually thrown into the mud by the ghost hand. Invincible. This is God. There is no way to resist. After doing all this, the wailing god seemed to have completely lost interest in continuing to play with these ants in front of him. He slowly raised his head, his scarlet eyes burning with the fire of hell. From a distance, it locked onto the brightly lit human city in the distance. He felt that there were more and more delicious souls there. He took the first step. The earth roared, and the entire swamp was shaking violently because of his movement. He is about to start massacring the city. Chapter 57, Desperate Iron Wall. Rescue arrives. Stop it. We absolutely cannot let it get close to the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Lei Jinshan and the others went completely crazy. With red eyes, they poured all their skills and trump cards without reservation towards the back of the god. However, it was useless. Their attacks, despite the boss's 120,000 defense, still resulted in a ridiculous, endlessly mocking 1. They couldn't even delay the opponent for even a second. All they could do was watch helplessly as the gigantic figure that represented death and doomsday appeared. Getting further and further away from them. Getting closer and closer to Nanjiang Sanctuary. Despair. The deepest despair, without a ray of hope, completely enveloped everyone's heart. Why? Lei Jinshan's body shook weakly. He raised his head and looked at the golden help subtitles still shining in the sky, muttering to himself in a hoarse voice with a tearful tone. Hasn't the space blockade been lifted? Why, our reinforcements haven't arrived yet? At the same time. Nanjiang Sanctuary, Teleportation Hall. An officer in charge of communications listened to the anxious inquiries coming from the Kyoto Sanctuary over the communicator. He looked at the core teleportation array in front of him, which had been blown to pieces by the previous riot and was currently being urgently repaired by several array masters, but was still emitting sparks. There was no trace of blood left on his face, only a dead gray. With a trembling voice, he responded to the communicator with a desperate report that was enough to sentence the entire city to death. Report to General Lei. The main teleportation array, was destroyed during the previous riot. The engineer said he wanted to repair. At least, it will take 5 more minutes. The huge figure representing death and doomsday was getting closer and closer to the Nanjiang Sanctuary. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Boom. Thula, the god of the wailing ghosts, did not make any unnecessary movements. He just used his huge body wrapped in endless resentment to slam fiercely onto the translucent wall of Sai's defense shield. The earth is shaking. The entire Nanjiang Sanctuary seemed to have experienced a terrifying earthquake of magnitude 18. Countless buildings collapsed in this violent tremor. The magic shield that was once hailed as Nanjiang's strongest protection was instantly covered with spiderweb-like, nasty cracks like glass struck by a sledgehammer after this collision. On the city wall, the group of mages responsible for maintaining the shield's energy output all spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. Alarm! Alarm! The wall of Sai's energy reserves have been instantly reduced by 10%. Just one strike reduced the defensive shield created by the high-level formation master by 1/10. How can we stop this? Then comes the boss's next move. 20%. 30%. 90%. The shield only has 10% of its energy left. It's about to break. Looking at the shield light that was like a candle in the wind and could be extinguished at any time, Lei Jinshan and all the Nanjiang warriors who were still standing on the city wall had only dejected expressions on their faces. It's over. Everything is over. Just as the god of howling ghosts raised high his giant scythe that was powerful enough to tear the sky apart, preparing to strike the final blow that would end everything. The sky cracked. Swish. 3 enormous and deep space cracks that seemed to be able to swallow all light suddenly opened up simultaneously in the sky above the Nanjiang Sanctuary without any warning. Next second. Hold head high. A loud and clear dragon roar filled with endless majesty burst out from the first crack. An eastern dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters and covered with brilliant golden dragon scales roared and poked its majestic head out from the crack. On top of the dragon's head, a young man wearing golden dragon armor and holding a bright silver dragon gall spear stood proudly. Team 1, Fengshan, Special Operations Team. Captain, 6th rank, Dragon Knight. Right after. In the second crack, ice, fire, thunder, wind, countless kinds of violent elemental energies gushed out like an out-of-control nebula. A woman wearing a gorgeous elemental robe, surrounded by 4 colored elemental spheres, like the master of all laws, slowly stepped out. Second team, Yun Family, Magician Group. Leader, 6th rank, Elemental Master. But the last crack was filled with dead silence. Only endless darkness and murderous intent, which seemed to be able to freeze people's souls, emanated from it. 5 ghostly black shadows appeared silently in the air. The person in the lead seemed to have completely merged with the shadows. Team 3, Zhao Family, Shadow Guard. Captain, 6th rank, Shadow Master. Yes, it's reinforcements. Oh my god. It's the Dragon Knight of Fengshen. It's the Elemental Lord of Yun Family. We are saved. On the city wall, all the surviving Nanjiang warriors, when they saw the 3 legendary teams that were like divine soldiers descending from the sky, their faces, which were shrouded in despair a second ago, instantly broke out into extreme ecstasy of surviving the disaster. Lei Zhinshan, this man of iron will, this general who never frowned even when the end of the world came. At this moment, looking at the figures in the sky, his body, which had been tense all the time, shook weakly. 2 lines of hot tears could no longer be held back and burst out. Saved. Nanjiang is saved. Above the sky, the captains of the 3 teams looked at each other, their eyes filled with undisguised competition and arrogance. The women of the Yun family only know how to come up with these fancy elemental special effects. Shadow Lord snorted coldly. It's better than the rats in your Zhao family who only dare to hide in the shadows. The voice of the Elemental Master was cold and pleasant, but full of disdain. Although they were fighting separately, their movements were extremely fast. Fengshen belongs to you. Follow me and charge. Yun family. Prepare the elemental torrent. Zhao family. Find their weakness and prepare for the assassination. For a while. The dragon roars loudly. Magic is shining. The murderous intent is invisible. Chapter 58 The terrifying attributes of a 6th turn expert. Those 15 top-level warriors, at least of which were 5th turn SSS level talents, unleashed strength that was simply beyond the imagination of an ordinary 5th turn warrior from a small countryside sanctuary like Lei Zhinshan. The gap between them is huge. Warriors fight. Magic is shining. The murderous intent is invisible. The 3 teams representing the top combat power of the 5th rank finally took action under the endless hopeful gazes of everyone in the Nanjiang sanctuary. Rushing at the forefront are the 5 5th turn SSS level geniuses from the Fengshen Guild. Without any hesitation, they immediately activated their strongest burst skills, 5 attacks with different attributes but equally violent. Like 5 precision-guided missiles, they bombarded the huge body of Cthulhu, the god of howling ghosts. Next up is the Yun family's Magician Group. The 5 noble female wizards simply waved their staffs lightly, and frost, fire, thunder, storms and meteorites instantly condensed in the sky. A world-destroying torrent composed of pure elemental energy, magnificent enough to outshine all the fireworks in the world, poured down. The gorgeous special effects and the earth-shattering power shocked all the Nanjiang professionals who were watching the battle on the city wall below. They all burst into cheers filled with a sense of security in having survived the disaster. Too strong. These are the real strong ones. Our Nanjiang's General Lei is a joke compared to them. We've won. We've definitely won. However, when the smoke and light effects in the sky slowly dissipated, when that string of densely packed damage numbers slowly floated up from above the boss's head, all the cheers and joy came to an abrupt end at this moment. 11. 12. 12. It's still that familiar, pitiful, forced blood deduction full of endless ridicule. Is this the end? Am I fucking seeing things? After all this big fuss, the result is just scraping? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. They are SSS level geniuses. On the city wall, the crowd that had just been boiling with hope suddenly fell into a deathly silence even deeper than before. Right now. TSK. 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 Several black shadows that were almost impossible to capture with the naked eye appeared behind the boss like ghosts. It's the assassin from the Zhao family. They seized the moment when the boss was stiffened due to resisting the attack and launched the most deadly backstab. 6,666. Critical hit. 6,543. Critical hit. A few blood-red, fairly impressive damage numbers finally floated up. But, it's just impressive. Considering the total health of 10 million, this amount of damage is still a drop in the bucket. Roar. After being repeatedly provoked by a group of ants, Thula was completely furious. He didn't even bother to use any skills, but just casually swung the huge black sickle in his hand. Boom! A pitch-black crescent-shaped slash swept out. The Zhao family assassins who had just succeeded, along with several Fengshan warriors who were too close, were instantly hit by this slash. 175,000. 175,890. A series of terrifying damage numbers floated above their heads. The fifth turn SSS level genius's health bar was instantly emptied by nearly 70%. Fortunately, the boss's attack power, although terrifying, is not enough to kill them instantly. In the back, the healers of each team were quick-witted and swift, and with several rays of holy healing light, they were able to bring their health back to normal. Phew, that was close. This guy's defense is insane. His attack isn't particularly lethal. Looks like the only way is to grind it down. Slowly grind it to death. Although they said so, everyone's face was filled with solemnity. With 10 million HP, how long will it take to destroy it with just this little bit of damage? You can't always rely on critical hits to deal damage. Just when everyone felt powerless. Above the sky, the 3 6th rank captains who had never taken action finally moved. It seems that we have to do it. Dragon Knight, Long Tian slowly raised the dragon gallbladder silver spear in his hand, and a terrifying dragon power that far exceeded that of anyone before him burst out. The last hope of Nanjiang Sanctuary rests on these 3 people. If even they can't break through the defense, then this city is really finished. For the first time, Su Xing's gaze became extremely solemn. He activated Law Gaze and looked at the 3 figures in the sky. Long Tian. Occupation, Holy Dragon Knight 6th job. Level, LV.600. HP, 699,600 mag, 259,900. Attack, 191920. Defense, 139,920. Cloud Heart. Occupation, Elemental Master 6th job. Level, LV.600. HP, 559,600 mag, 419,900. Attack, 155920. Defense, 111,920. Zhao Qianying. Occupation, Shadow Master 6th job. Level, LV.600. HP, 359620 mag, 169,900. Attack, 215920. Defense, 71,924. Looking at those 3 strings of extremely luxurious data, even Su Xing couldn't help but feel a little envious. As expected of a 6th rank expert with SSS level talent. This data is much better than mine. If it weren't for the fact that hidden professions can kill monsters and drop free attribute points, the attributes of Su Xing's D-level profession cannot be compared with those of SSS level talents. How exaggerated would it be for Senior Shadow Killer to reach the 7th level, the 8th level, or even the legendary 9th level? It's not enough. Su Xing clenched his fists. I am not good enough now. We must keep working hard and getting stronger. Only then can we catch up with them. Only then will you be qualified to go to the Yun family in the Kyoto Sanctuary to look for someone. Chapter 59, a critical hit of 320,000 with one strike. Just when everyone in Nanjiang Sanctuary thought that this scraping-like battle would turn into a protracted war with no end in sight. Above the sky, the 3 6th rank warriors who were floating like gods finally moved. The first to take action was Dragon Knight, Long Tian. Evil beast. Die. He let out a majestic roar, and the bright silver dragonfly spear in his hand instantly burst out with golden light. Hold head high. A loud and clear dragon roar, as if it could penetrate the sky, burst out from the mouth of the golden dragon under him. The next second, the man and the dragon, man and gun became one, as if turning into a golden meteor that tore through the sky. Carrying the power to destroy the world, he swooped down towards the wailing god below. That feeling of oppression. That devastating momentum. All the professionals watching the battle on the city wall below felt a shudder from the depths of their souls. Boom! The golden meteor hit the huge body of Thula with incredible precision. A huge, blood-red damage number that made all Nanjiang professionals feel excited soared into the sky. 72,000. Good. As expected of a rank 6 Dragon Knight. Too strong. Thunderous cheers suddenly erupted on the city wall. Immediately afterwards, Yun Xin, the Elemental Master, also moved. She simply raised her jade white hand lightly, pointed towards the sky, and clenched it lightly. Heavenly barrier, Xinxing. In an instant, the sky was torn apart. A huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters, burning with blazing flames all over, and dragging a long tail of flame. Like a spear of punishment hurled by the gods, it whizzed down from the dark crack in space. Boom! When the meteorite fell to the ground, the entire Nanjiang sanctuary began to tremble violently. 56,000. Although the damage to a single target was slightly lower due to it being a range attack, the sight of this devastating destruction still fascinated everyone. However, just when everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by these two visual feasts, the most terrifying blow came. Zhao Qianying, the Shadow Lord, who had been hiding in the invisible world, moved. There were no earth-shattering noises, nor any devastating special effects. In the huge shadow behind Thula, the space rippled gently like water waves. A slender black shadow, as if completely integrated with the darkness, stepped out silently. In her hand, she held a dagger that was as black as ink and had no reflection at all. Then, just casually, as if stabbing out an annoying flying insect in your back garden. A gentle prick. Phew! The dagger penetrated Thulha's back without any hindrance. Immediately following. Bang! A loud noise that was extremely dull, yet seemed to be able to completely detonate a person's heart. A huge blood-red critical damage number followed by a long string of exclamation points slowly floated up like a devil's grin. 312,212. Critical hit. 320,000. The whole audience was dead silent. All the cheers and shocks pale in comparison to this number. Oh shit. 320,000? One knife? This assassin, is she still human? Even Su Xing, who had been acting extremely calm, suddenly had his pupils shrink. For the first time, his calm heart was stirred up by huge waves. So strong. This blow was beyond his understanding of the concept of harm. The power of the law that was condensed to the extreme that erupted at that moment was something that even my current self would not be able to withstand. This woman. It's so tricky. It's just the first round of confrontation. The wailing god who had been so arrogant just now and made the entire Nanjiang sanctuary despair, had the long blood bar above his head emptied by nearly 1/20th in an instant. It seems, this boss is basically gone. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Xing's eyes. His brain began to work frantically at an unprecedented speed. Under the eyes of 3 rank 6 masters, he had to snatch the final blow from this boss. What should I do? Above the sky, Long Tian looked at the crowd below who were completely boiling with excitement because of Zhao Qianying's knife. He looked at Zhao Qianying's unchanging icy face again, and his face that always had a proud smile on it. For the first time, I felt a little uncomfortable. We can't let her steal all the limelight. Evil beast. Let me show you the true power of my holy dragon knight. He roared, and his mind was connected with the golden dragon beneath him. The divine dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth, and a brilliant golden dragon breath that condensed all its strength burst out like the sword of God. 72,322. 100,000. The mount's charged attack causes damage to explode instantly. Boom boom boom. Yun Miaxin's attacks never stopped. Frozen. Thunderstorm. Rain of fire. Wind blade. All kinds of gorgeous and deadly magic were used as if they were free, beating the poor boss back step by step, leaving him with no power to fight back. Just 2 minutes. Thula's health bar of 10 million was cut down to 1/10. This horrific blood loss rate made the people from Nanjiang who were watching the battle below dumbfounded. Is this still the same invincible iron wall that prevented all of them from scraping off the Shah? How did you suddenly become so weak? The gap between the 6th and 5th rotations. Really, is it that big? Chapter 60, The Divine Realm unfolds. The desperate situation of the 6th rank powerful man. Boom. 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 The sky above has already turned into a dazzling feast of the elements of death. Every charge of the Dragon Knight seemed to tear the sky apart. Every time the Lord of Elements swings his staff, the sky and the earth change color and meteorites fall. Every backstab from the Shadow Lord is silent, yet extremely deadly. Under the successive attacks of the 3 godlike 6th turn masters. Thula, the god of howling ghosts, s terrifying health bar of 10 million is falling madly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 80%. 75%. 70%. Victory seems to be in the bag. On the city wall, the people of Nanjiang's sanctuary had already turned from their initial despair to fanatical worship at this moment. However, just at the moment when the boss's health dropped below the critical point of 70%. Roar! A roar completely different from any previous one, filled with endless resentment and divine madness, exploded from the mouth of Fella. His huge body suddenly shook. The black mist composed of resentment around him seemed to have completely turned into substance at this moment. For the first time, his scarlet eyes, burning with the fire of hell, flashed with wisdom and cruelty. Not good. Dragon Knight, Long Tion's face changed and he warned loudly. But it's too late. Bang! The wailing god just casually waved the huge black sickle in his hand. A pitch-black slash, like teleportation, directly hit Long Tian, who had the strongest defense. 90,000. A huge damage number floated above Long Tian's head. Immediately afterwards, another slash came towards the elemental lord, Yun Xian. 120,000. Yun Xian's seemingly thin body was instantly blown back dozens of meters. Fortunately, in the back, those 15 fifth turn SSS level geniuses are no longer just for show. Several rays of holy healing light, like precision-guided missiles, instantly brought the two people's health back to a safe position. Ha ha ha. That's all. Relying on his abnormal defense and blood volume, Long Tian once again withstood a few attacks from the boss. He was still full of energy. He laughed wildly and prepared to charge again. But the wailing god let out a low, sinister laugh filled with endless mockery. He raised the sickle in his hand high, and then, fiercely, thrust it down towards the swamp below that had long been eroded by resentment. Summon, Ghost Swamp. Boom! With the boss as the center, the entire, crying ghost swamp, seemed to come alive at this moment. The earth turned into a black quagmire with countless wronged souls surging in it. The sky was completely obscured by the resentment that was so thick that it could not be dissolved. A cold, sticky breath filled with negative energy instantly enveloped all living beings within a radius of 1 kilometer. Ding! You have entered the realm of Ghost Swamp. Your movement speed is reduced by 50%. The effectiveness of all treatments you receive is reduced by 80%. You are being eroded by resentment, and all attributes decrease by 5% every 10 seconds. A series of system prompts caused the faces of the three teams in the sky to change drastically. What made them even more troubled was the LV.100 swamp spirits, elites that kept crawling out from the black quagmire, with scarlet light flashing in their eyes. Damn it! Clean up the monsters. Attention, treatment team. Increase the amount of treatment. For the first time, the formations of the three teams were in chaos. And what Fella seized was the chaos of this moment. Ah! God's wail. The terrifying sonic shock erupted again. This time, its target is no longer everyone. Rather, it was the one who had been hiding in the shadows and posed the greatest threat to it. Shadow Lord, Zhao Qianying. The shadow around Zhao Qianying fluctuated violently. The next second, her slender figure was pulled out of the other dimension as if by an invisible big hand, with an unconcealable look of surprise on her face. Deep chaos. 30 seconds long, hard control. Oh no! Qianying is under investigation. Quick! Protect! However, the boss's combo didn't give anyone a chance to react. Grip of resentment. Three huge ghost hands made of pure resentment, covering the sky and the sun, suddenly broke out from the surging black swamp. With an attitude that did not allow for any resistance, he tightly grasped Long Tian, Yun Xian in the sky, and Zhao Qianying, who had just been shaken out and was still in a state of confusion, in his hands. 13,992. 2% of maximum health. 9,600. 2% of maximum health. 11,000. 2% of maximum health. A series of continuous blood loss damage suddenly emerged from the heads of the three people. After doing all this, Thulha's scarlet eyes, which were full of cruelty and mockery, finally fell on the prey that was tightly imprisoned, unable to move or dodge. It raised the sickle in its hand high. Phew! A pitch-black slash struck Zhao Qianying's fragile body fiercely. 160,000. A blood-red, huge damage number, enough to make any assassin despair, soared into the sky. Zhao Qianying's health bar, which was not healthy to begin with, was like riding a roller coaster at this moment, dropping from nearly full health to a dangerous level of less than half. Team leader. Quick! Quickly knock that devilish hand off. Heal! Quickly heal the captain. The fifth rank members of the Zhao family were completely anxious. However, the therapist in the back let out a scream full of despair. No! The healing effect has been suppressed by 80%. My holy light can only heal a few thousand HP. It can't heal at all. It's over. This thought emerged in everyone's mind at the same time. If I can't break the ghost hand before the boss's next attack, or dispel the confusion on Zhao Qianying, then she will be the first to fall in this boss battle. A 6th level strongman. 30 seconds. For mortals, it is just a blink of an eye. But for Zhao Qianying at this moment, it seemed like 30 centuries, long and desperate. Deep chaos. Imprisonment. Erosion of resentment. Healing weakened. A series of negative states, like the most vicious shackles, nailed her, a 6th level Shadow Lord, to the pillar of shame. She could only watch her health bar decrease. Under the continuous extraction of the grip of resentment, he slid down steadily bit by bit. She could even clearly feel that the wailing god's scarlet eyes, burning with the fire of hell, had locked onto her again. It's over. On the city wall, the hearts of everyone in Nanjiang's sanctuary sank to the bottom. They had just witnessed the terrifying outburst of this female killer god, and in the blink of an eye, was she going to become the first rank 6 expert to fall? However, the reason why Dragon Country's top genius team is top-notch is not just because they possess the power to destroy the world. It's also because they have perfect coordination. Roar! Just when Yinthella was about to swing the second scythe, a deafening dragon roar suddenly exploded. Dragon Knight Long Tian, the first moment he broke free from the grip of resentment. Without any hesitation, he directly urged the golden dragon under him to launch the most violent charge. Like a golden sun, it slammed heavily into the boss, forcibly attracting its hatred. Elemental Torrent. Focusing Fire Ghost Hand. Elemental Master Yun Xayan's cold and rapid voice resounded throughout the battlefield. In the back, those 5th turn SSS level geniuses reacted instantly. They no longer held back and unleashed their strongest single target burst skills like crazy on the giant ghost hand that was imprisoning Zhao Qianying, as if they were free. Boom! After several seconds of violent bombardment, the huge ghost hand finally exploded with an unwilling wail. Zhao Qianying escaped. She flashed and instantly merged into the shadows, leaving a distance of hundreds of meters behind. Her face was already pale. It was so dangerous just now. Her heart, which was usually calm and composed as that of a top assassin, was stirred up by huge waves for the first time. Shame. This is an unprecedented shame. She looked at her health bar, which was less than 2/3 left, and then looked at the huge figure in the distance who was fighting with Long Tian. In her eyes, which were always as cold as ice, the most extreme murderous intent ignited. She wants revenge. Seizing the moment when the boss was temporarily restrained by Long Tian, she moved again. This time, she poured all her strength, all her anger and humiliation into the dagger in her hand. Phew! 310,000. Critical hit. This knife is the blade of revenge. It is the blade of revenge. Thala's health bar, which had already fallen below 70%, fell again precipitously after enduring this devastating blow. 45%. 35%. 25%. Alright. The boss is about to be killed. Everyone, get ready.